So I would like to call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. It's April 20th, 2020. Glad to see you all again. So we're going to need a motion to adopt the agenda. There's just one slight modification that we need to make, which is to waive our rules to allow us to hear the two resolutions, the rules resolution and the eviction resolution in the afternoon. That it's completely in compliance with state law and everything. It's just our rules say resolutions will be in the evening. These are just different sorts of resolutions. So with that, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt our consent agenda and the regular agenda with the modification of allowing to hear resolutions in the afternoon.
Second. Seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt our consent and regular agendas with embedded in that waiving our rules to allow those two resolutions to be heard in the afternoon. All right, with that, Larry, I'm not seeing you, but I'm guessing you're with us. Madam Clerk, I'll just let you handle it. We'll go ahead and take public comment on adoption of the agenda. Oh, and I see our interpreters just coming in too. So let's just wait a second.
I just allowed Willie back in. I believe he's with us and handling public comment this afternoon.
Okay. All right. So Willie, take it away.
Mayor, there's nobody waiting on public comment.
Okay, very good. So Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 5-0 with, I didn't hear Ariola's vote. Did you, Madam Clerk?
No, sir, I did not mark him as absent.
With Ariola and Simmons absent. All right, very good. Our first order.
Okay, our first order of business is BD discussion, BD1, COVID discussion with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action as appropriate.
Okay, lots going on. We have been increasing our frequency of meetings with especially the University of Florida. Things are moving in a good direction there. We're getting some good cooperation with them on off-campus activities, especially things like house parties. We're still working out the logistics of that because this is something new, but you know, that is the sort of major area of concern that we're working collaboratively with them on. And then the other big area of discussion right now is football and what that might look like. We now have a schedule so we know when our home games may be. We do not know whether they're going to try to have fans in the stadium or not. And, I think the concern that I and the city manager have been sharing is whether or not there are people in the stands. There are likely going to be many visitors coming to town. And so how do we handle that? And so that's been the kind of big other area of discussion with UF. Mr. Manager, I'll kind of turn it over to you. You have some more things than just those to address, I'm sure, but I wanted to just start off with an update on those conversations.
Thank you, Mayor. I think those are, that's pretty much the highlight. Is we have a lot of new neighbors coming to town in the next couple of weeks, and we want to make sure that we're partnering with not only the university and Santa Fe College, but also our partners at the county and the school board and the state health department and all the other interest groups that are out there to make sure that we're properly we're going to be properly handling this influx of new neighbors coming back. Some are returning and some are brand new. One of the things that we are working on with some of our business community in the downtown and the midtown area is trying to create opportunities to move activities outside of establishments onto the street and into parks and parking lots and such, so that when our population increases overnight, that there are venues and opportunities that can be utilized that will not contribute to community spread. We know that our neighbors, like neighbors across the country, across the globe, are social individuals, and will strive to have social interactions as best as they can during COVID. We just want to make sure that that's done in a responsible and safe fashion. So in the downtown, we're looking at converting Lot 10 over to a public seating opportunity, as well as Lot 13. We will be looking at closing down some more of our downtown streets to allow parking to be taken over as seats for restaurants and other types of activities. We're going to open up our parking garage for free parking to accommodate the lost parking spots down there. So while the parking may not be as convenient, it still will be accessible and available to neighbors who want to come downtown. Likewise, we're going to do similar types of activities in the Midtown area. First Street will be scheduled to be closed down, I believe 18th as well, 18th Avenue. I'm sorry, 18th Street, First Avenue. On there, I'm still not used to the difference here versus everywhere else, but I'll get there. And then we're also looking at taking a one-lane westbound on University in the 1700 block and closing that off so we can create some opportunities for the businesses along there to take over the on-street parking in that one lane to have some more outdoor activity there as well. And I should have also mentioned in the downtown, we're working with the county. They will be considering on Tuesday to whether to convert their lawn space on Main Street at the County Administration Building into a seating area for those restaurants that are on Main Street. So we've got a lot in the works. We will be bringing to you for first reading on September 3rd and second reading on September 10th, an ordinance that will permit open container throughout the city. So we will not be checking what's in your cup as you're walking around. Candidly, we don't do that anyway. But this will give us more opportunities to use the public right-of-ways for activities that are normally pushed indoors. Mayor, that's all I have to report on at this point.
Okay, thanks. And one quick thing I'll add is Commissioner Hutchinson has been sort of informally polling really anybody that will listen or anybody that has input as to what they might be interested in seeing in an updated emergency order. I think one of the big concerns was if bars were allowed to reopen. He was pretty clear that he wanted to issue a local order that would keep indoor service at bars shut down for now. But there's a variety of things. And so, I would just, I'm not going to be in attendance at the joint meeting, unfortunately. I'm back to teaching as of Monday. But if there are things that you're thinking about that you would like him to consider in that order, go ahead and bring him up at that meeting or give him a call and see what he's thinking about. I think the idea here is just, we're in a critical couple week period here, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep everyone safe and set the culture. If we do that right, over the next couple of weeks here, then I think we're going to be in good shape for the remainder of not just this semester but next semester as well. Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of, if the bars are reopened by the state of Florida, to just allow outdoor service and the other measures being put forth by the city manager on closing the streets. I did want to talk about game days, because that's, I think, the biggest chance of a transmission. And I would like for us to consider taking a stance that we would not like to have fans in the stadiums, or have a very, very tiny amount. I also think we should consider putting an emergency order that during games or during game day, that either restaurants and bars and all of that aren't allowed to be open, because people are just going to go there and be in a tight place, and have it kind of time limited around that to reduce people going to places to transmit. And the same thing for kind of tailgating. If we do get people there, how do we deal with that? So those are just some thoughts I wanted to bring up. I think it could be bad if we do allow like all the stuff that happens in Midtown, that gets super crowded and stuff like that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And one of the advantages we have is, because our season's supposed to start so much later than other conferences, we're going to have basically a month or 5 weeks of college life in Gainesville before then, and I think we'll be able to see pretty clearly whether there are spikes or not. I mean, we'll be watching those positivity rates. Commissioner Arreola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos on the ideas of restricting any type of game day activity. In fact, I think it's a completely ill-advised endeavor the university is going on. And this is coming from a lifelong Gator fan who fully expected this year to be our championship year. This is a very, very ill-advised endeavor. There shouldn't be fans in the stadium. There shouldn't be fans tailgating. There shouldn't be fans congregating in bars to watch football. Students are already back, and the social distancing is already failing. There's no other way to put it. The students have already begun. Just take one drive down University Avenue in the middle of the day, and you'll see not a whole lot of social distancing is going on. And I have had a number of students already reach out to me with deep concerns that the student body is not appropriately following. And so, for me, we need to take serious restrictions if the university is going to push forward with a football season. They are outliers, the SEC, and I'm not sure what the other conference is, but they're outliers. And so, I would propose that we enforce these ordinances in whatever ways that we can, and that we impress upon the university that they need to take these similar steps. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Anything COVID related? Yeah, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want us to do whatever we can and whatever is possible to keep our city safe. And I have had a lot of heartburn about the idea of standing room only, shoulder to shoulder, folks cheering in neighborhood bars during football games, not only Gator games, but in general. But I'm not sure how much enforcement we can do. That gives me pause. Our resources to actually get it done are limited. So Mr. Manager, can you give us some a reality update on our ability to do that? I'm willing to have conversations about being even more strict, but I don't want us to just talk a good game.
So I would have two comments. One is I share the concern about how we enforce. I mean, literally will need to go door to door, and depending on what the restrictions are, I want to clarify that. So if you take the situation of we're just closing down restaurants and all, I mean, that's pretty easy for us to check. But if we have a violator, the question is going to be what's the recourse and what are we willing to do on there? And are we talking citywide? Are we talking just within a radius of the university? Which then is my second concern. If we're talking about community spread on there, our community goes beyond Gainesville's lines. And if we do some sort of action, which is certainly at the policy level of the commission, and it's not done in, let's say, the unincorporated area. And I'll use Butler Plaza and Celebration Point because they're literally just divided by a highway. If you close down the restaurants and bars in Butler Plaza and people just go across the way to Celebration and then come back and continue to go to other places within Gainesville or deal with their neighbors, go back to the university, we're still going to have community spread. It's just not going to originate from establishments within the city. It'll be establishments across the street from the city. And so unless there's really a unified approach in the metro area, the question is, what are you really accomplishing? Would be my question. And that ought to be a conversation that we have with the county on the 26th with the university, and see if there can be some consistent policies. Because if it's inconsistent and you can do things across the street, it's just going to make enforcement and messaging difficult.
Well, the good news is that even that meeting with on the 26th with the county is a full month before kickoff. So we have that going for us. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. So I actually have a question for Mr. Bilarski, and it's related to our installment payment for our neighbors who had been unable to pay their utility bills during the first half of, or hopefully first part of COVID, and hopefully getting into the latter half now. I know we had a program that was helping our neighbors do their payments and installments. I was wondering how that program was going, if we could get an update, or if we've had to do any shutoffs on any of our neighbors, how that's process is all going.
Sure, Commissioner. Yeah, we're very proactive in getting people on payment terms. I think we had close to 10,000 customers that we were able to put the lump sum that they owed us onto a 6-month payment schedule. And we're working with each one of those to make sure that they don't go awry. I'm not aware of shutoffs that may have occurred for any other particular reason. Our lobby seems to be pretty quiet after the rush. We went through a period of a couple weeks where students are getting back on the campus and there's heightened activity. We seem to go through that fine. But at the present time, I'm not hearing or seeing any statistics that are indicating that that folks are being shut off because they didn't have access to that program. We made it basically automatic. We went through the accounts and saw that there were lump sums and put them on payment programs.
Even though they've been automatically put on the payment program, folks have been able to make those payments. We haven't had anyone default on the plan.
Not that I don't actually have the statistics on that. I can look to see exactly what that count would be.
If you could, I'd appreciate it. It's great that we have the plan and that it was automatic, but I want to make sure that our neighbors are actually able to, that it's sustainable, that they are able to do that much. And if they can't, I'd like us to review what's possible.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Get that back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just summarize by saying many of the concerns I heard today have been shared regularly with UF. They're hearing from us, including, I asked the city manager to get the chiefs together to look at to do a safety assessment. First and foremost, can we keep our first responders safe on a game day situation? The last thing we need is 40 or 50 of our first responders to go down with COVID. And then what would a plan look like to keep the community safe in those situations? And so they are doing that assessment. And of course, we're not a one horse town, and so county fire rescue, Hutch is very concerned about being able to staff the ambulances, and of course the coordination with UPD and ASO as well. So yeah, all of these very difficult questions are being asked and analyzed, and they take it very seriously. It's my impression from them is they're not assuming that they're going to have people in the stands. They are, looking at what other folks are doing. I think they're especially looking at the NFL, who's going to start their season earlier than us, and seeing how that plays out. But I have not gotten an indication from them that they are, regardless of what we say or what the sort of positivity rates say or what the overall community plan is to deal with a game day situation, that they're going to do whatever they want. So we'll continue to, I think what we can do right now is just be very clear and objective with them. What the stresses are. What happens inside the stadium is one thing, and that's not, I don't think that's any of our concerns. That's not the largest concern that most of us have. It's what happens everywhere else, most of which is outside the university's jurisdiction. And so those are the things we're having some, frank and sometimes difficult conversations about, but we will continue to work very closely with them up until, a decision is made and a football is potentially kicked off, which is another practice that's archaic and should be done away with in this experimental time of COVID. Commissioner Ariola, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the points that you made and Commissioner Ward made, this is exactly the reason why we have to impress upon the university to cancel the football season, because even if we're able to not have fans in the stands, even if we're able to not have people in the bars, is the student body just not going to congregate to watch the Gators? That is a folly expectation. And so I cannot stress this enough, and I will impress this to the university. We are, and just as you said, we have objective reasoning why this is not an intelligent decision, because it is not just our first responders, but it is the first responders of other governments and even the university itself and employees that could be put in potentially harm's way. So, it brings me no joy to make these points, Mr. Mayor, but I thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further comments or hands, Willie, do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. We have a few. We are working out one little technical difficulty, but we will be right back with a few comments.
Okay, very good.
Hello, sir. Are you there? We're waiting for a Nick Gonzalez to come on the line. We're waiting on this phone bridge to work, but for some reason it is giving us difficulties. I apologize so much for this, but
Hello? Hello? Hello?
hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, Mr.
Hello?
Hello, sir. You're on the phone. You have the floor.
Who has the floor? There's several people here.
You do, Nick.
Okay. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and commissioners. I just wanted to call quickly. It sounds like we're having a little technical difficulty, but I was trying to comment on the consent agenda item number 7, the IFF District Chief's contract.
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak on that. We kind of moved on, but if you were trying to get in, go ahead.
I understand. Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank Mr. Feldman and the rest of the staff for a successful negotiation under new leadership. Terms seem to be a little more friendly, so I wanted to express my gratitude for that. It was definitely streamlined, and I hope we can continue to build on those types of relationships in the future. So I wanted to ask all of you to please go ahead and ratify this contract and send my regards on behalf of the district chiefs that I represent. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's been ratified.
Hello.
It's all official.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Surely this should work at this moment. We have Thomas Burns on the line to discuss the current item of game day and COVID. Mr. Burns,
Okay.
you have the floor.
All right. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
You can, yes.
Hello. Okay. Is this Mayor Poe?
Yeah, you've got
This is-
the commission here.
Is this the mayor?
You got the mayor and everybody else.
There. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm calling regards. I know about the COVID and everything, how we're going through all this, but I know we do have a lot of block parties. I see block parties all over Gainesville. I see over by Martin Luther King Center, they're playing football and frisbee every day. I don't see no mask at all. I don't see why no one should even think about canceling football. Thank God it's not left to that one city councilman. And I don't understand why you would think these restaurants and bars downtown, they know the COVID rule. You come in, only so many people can go in. It's not going to be a drunk fest for all, but it's getting to be pretty ridiculous when you're shutting businesses down. Main time, game day, people coming into town. It's getting really blown out of proportion. And one other question. All of you know the COVID rule. I'm sure there's rooms there in City Hall or wherever. Y'all could space yourself out. Everybody could come in for the mask, and we could talk to you face to face without trying to go over a telephone. Because some of these ideals, I don't know the bald-headed commissioner's name, but he is really whacked out. I don't understand his philosophy at all. But Mayor Poe, anything you can do, or anybody that talk any reasoning, the city of Gainesville, the businesses have been handicapped long enough. We need to loosen a little bit of something up. People know the policy about COVID. Wear the mask. Stay away so far away. We know that rule. We're grown-ups. The ones you might have a problem with will be the kids. But we know the rules. And for God's sakes, let Gainesville start being Gainesville again, because there's nothing downtown. It's ridiculous. But to cancel football games and to hurt the businesses that are hurting so bad right now on University Avenue, that's a shame. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you for calling in.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we now have Khalid Blount on the line and here to speak on COVID as well. Khalid, if you're on the line, you have the floor.
Mr. Blount, you there?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I hope you are hearing me. This is Khalid Blount. Some of you know that I'm an RN at Shands Hospital. I'm taking frequent care of COVID patients. Also, I am over 60 and I'm Black. I'm saying that because those are risk groups for COVID. I get to work at Shands in bus, and I am at greater hazard on an ITS bus than I am working in the COVID unit. I get on and there's people with their noses out, with their mouth uncovered, with the mask strung under their chin. It's not working. The bus driver needs a button that he or she can press that adds one recording to the constant circle of recordings over the public address in the buses now. That recording would say, this bus proceeds when all noses and mouths are covered. Period. It's important not just to make people get a mask and hang it or place it somewhere around their face, but to use it correctly. So that is the exact language that should be used and should be at the touch of a button for the driver. And that driver is holding the bus still because he or she has looked in the rear view of their interior and see noses or mouths that are not on small children. This method lets the driver make the announcement very audibly for everybody without any interpersonal confrontation, and all those who are masked on the bus and want to proceed can see who has their face bare and who is at fault that the bus is not moving. So the focus is all the compliant people on the bus putting pressure on the one who's not compliant, one or a few not compliant, so that the bus can proceed, so the bus can actually be safe. Distancing is difficult. It's not happening so much on the buses. If there are people that stop, drivers don't pass them up because they count 20 behind them. So the masking is even more important. It's so sad that we don't have leadership from higher up. The governor is not calling for masking, so people are taking it lightly, is why I'm seeking representation now so I can file a class action suit against the governor for his failure to do a universal mask mandate statewide. So, but then our governor is so concerned with being a lapdog for DJ Trump, he may not realize the risk he's taking by shirking liability and responsibility. I want you guys to not shirk liability and responsibility, or that is not run headlong into liability by shirking responsibility, and make the RTS bus a safe place to be. That's where so many of your essential workers are getting to work. Let them be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, that's the last person on this subject for public comment.
Okay, thank you all very much for calling in and sharing your experiences or thoughts with us. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. First of all, for the caller who asked, the bald-headed commissioner with the crazy ideas, my name is Harvey Ward. Pretty easy to find if you want to have a conversation. We are going to continue to take this seriously. It is awful that people are losing livelihoods over this. 31 residents of Alachua County have died from this. More than 170,000 Americans in less than 6 months have lost their lives. We're going to take this seriously. And I'm sorry that some people are uncomfortable with that. I think Mr. Blount is right that when the state of Florida doesn't take it seriously, and some municipalities do, we look like the bad guys. But we have to take it seriously. People are dying. I, for one, will continue to have crazy ideas that keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was, I shared Mr. Blount's concerns about the buses with the city manager a few weeks ago. But the idea of a automated message looping on the recordings is a good suggestion. I don't know how quickly or difficult that is to do. It seems probably not very, but I think especially too, our bus ridership's about to go up significantly. And so those reminders, that consistent messaging would be helpful. So appreciate him sharing that with us. Okay, well, everybody keep being strong. You know, we all are looking at the daily positivity rates, and we're still doing remarkably well here. We've been right around or even under that 5% positivity rate, and there's a lot of places around our state that would be ecstatic about that. So we just got to keep up what we're doing and really help you know, build that culture over the next couple of weeks as we, you know, get into the hustle and bustle of the fall, and you know, just everybody do what they need to do, and we will keep our community safe. And that's the ultimate responsibility that we have. All right, thank you everybody for participating in that, and we will now move on to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is business discussion item 2, agreement with ACCH doing business as Grace Marketplace and temporary camping area, with the recommendation that the commission authorizes the manager to finalize an agreement with Grace Marketplace to establish protocols to close camps outside of Grace facility and subject to review by the city attorney as to formal legality.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, so if you're been out to Grace recently, you'll notice that there's a new encampment that has formed on the north side of Grace, outside of the fence line. And we've been approached by Grace, and John DeCarmine is here, and Deborah Bowie as well. I think both speak to this about, you know, how can we partner with Grace to ensure that the members of our most vulnerable populations are being provided the housing opportunities that they need through this pandemic and then beyond. We may not necessarily need an agreement. I'm not sure that Grace would like one specifically, but we've got to work in partnership with Grace so that we can address the homeless population on the property. This is very similar to what we had with Dignity Village, which, as you know, we partnered successfully to remove. But I didn't want to take any unilateral action without first discussing this with the commission and giving you a chance to hear from Grace, and then figuring out what we could do collectively to help house our houseless population over there. So if the mayor and commission would indulge me, I would like to ask John to sort of outline what he sees the issue and the potential solution to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome, John. It's good to see you. Hope everybody's healthy. If you want to give us your sort of perspective on what's going on and what you need from us.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. So as the city manager said, we have been working with the city, trying to find a way to do a couple of things. One, find some appropriate shelter and housing options for the people who have been camping up on the north side of the property since about March. And then also, quite honestly, figure out how we can prevent another Dignity Village from popping up, and making sure that we don't end up with an encampment where people aren't getting the services or the access to housing that they need. So we have been watching the encampment grow from about 10 people initially to about 25 today. What we have done is put together a plan, again, working with not only the city, but working with the Dignity Village outreach team, using all of the protocols for the closure that the commission had agreed to back in February for the closure of Dignity Village, that resulted in 0 arrests and more than 80 housing placements. And we've notified the people out there that that is not going to be a camping area anymore, that we will offer to each of them a shelter bed beginning Friday. And that includes, of course, a COVID test, a short period of time put into a quarantine building to keep people out of our main shelter until they have a COVID negative result come back. And to make sure that they either have access to a shelter bed, if that's not something that works for them, we have offered to cover any transportation costs if they've got friends or family who are elsewhere in the country and would allow them to stay with them. We will pay for those transportation costs, and we would also be working with them to facilitate the move-in and to provide long-term storage for their belongings if they do have things out in their camps that would not fit into the shelter. So at this point, we've been working with these folks regularly since July, and since about July 22nd, I think is when we first started letting people know that this closure would be happening. On the 23rd, the city had posted signs laying out some basic rules for the camp, no drugs, no violence, no weapons, etc. And on that signage on July 23rd, there was also a note that said people would be given 7 days notice before that area was closed. Earlier this week on Monday, we provided that 7 days notice, both directly to people as well as posting that out in the area. And since then, we've worked with them to figure out who's going to come in, who's not. Just so you have all of the information, at this point, there are about 25 people out there. 15 of them have said they're definitely going to come into the shelter. There is one individual who is trespassed for some pretty egregious acts of violence and would not be allowed to come into the shelter. That individual is currently trespassed from Grace and Dignity Village, and we would expect that that trespass would extend to all parts of the city property that we are on. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. DeCarmine? Yeah, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. So, hi, Mr. DeCarmine.
Hey, good afternoon.
So, question, I think we'd run over some numbers earlier, and you now said that you have one person who's trespassed. Do you know the total number of folks or the percentage of the folks in the encampment that will be able to come into Grace?
24 of the 25 have been invited in to receive a shelter bed. And you know, part of this is too, if you're outside, the encampment really sprung up because we had closed our shelter for the first 2 months of COVID. We have, on June 1st, we reopened our shelter. So anybody who comes in on Monday or Friday for a free COVID test can come into the shelter. But then for the past month, we have effectively not had any new shelter entries because we have had a couple cases of COVID pop up. With effective contact tracing and our partnerships with our medical providers here, we have done ongoing testing as well as mass testing, but we haven't been able to offer a shelter bed. We are now at a point where we're able to offer shelter beds again with those COVID tests. And so of the people out there, 24 of 25 are absolutely welcomed and would, in fact, not only be able to receive the meals and the mail that they've been receiving in the camp, but would be able to stay in an air-conditioned shelter, would be able to receive clothing, access to case management, the computer lab, showers, laundry, and all of the other services that we offer here.
So of those 24 that you've invited in, do you have a preliminary head count of how many want to come in?
15 at this point have told us that they will definitely come in. Of the 9, we have not been able to get in contact with all of them to get a final answer from them.
Okay. And you said you've been doing outreach. Can you describe the kind of outreach, or was it just letting them know that this was happening?
Absolutely. So since the camp was established in March, our staff's been in regular contact with the people who are camping up there. And that has included everything from providing meals and mail service to coordinating services with other agencies to get some of them into housing. On July 22nd, we did an initial census when there were 28 individuals. And since that time, since July 22nd, we've been doing regular outreach focused on housing, diversion, and needs assessments. We had done during that week VI SPADATs, which basically give us some understanding of what the appropriate housing intervention would be. So for those individuals who had not already had that triage done, we went ahead and conducted those to get a sense of their housing needs. As I said, on July 23rd, the signage was posted establishing basic rules and letting people know they would have 7 days notice. So since then, we've had regular contact with them since July 23rd. On August 17th, we delivered notices to people and posted signage indicating the area would close to camping on Monday, August 24th. And then what we also said with that and put in writing was, here's what we can do to support you before this happens. Anybody who wants a shelter bed will get one. If you have items with you that can't be brought into shelter, we'll provide a place for you to store them. And if you have friends or family who you can stay with, we would be happy to pay for your transportation costs if they'll agree to let you stay with them. And since then, we've had daily contact with people trying to coordinate the move, trying to help with diversions, coordinate storage, and whatever other services we'd be able to provide to them.
And this is my last one, I promise. About the signage, I see in the draft that it doesn't really say what the sign says beyond, you can't camp here. With there, I think we all got the same public comment about, that's in a sense criminalizing a way of life if they are camping somewhere, and that seems very vague. And I'll agree as an attorney that seems like not the best terminology to use. Would there be a way in the signage to just say, the lot is closed, like entry into this area is forbidden, as opposed to saying camping? Because my fear is if we start penalizing camping in this lot, what's to stop us from penalizing and trespassing folks for camping somewhere else? And so I think that might be a Mr. Feldman question if it's about the signage, if it belongs to us. But that was a concern that was brought to the commission's attention via comment, and I wanted it addressed.
Mr. Feldman, if I can hop in to handle my part of that real quick. So I did receive the public comment. I was kind of scratching my head about it because the protocols that we are using here are the same ones that we had worked with Southern Legal Counsel to develop for the closure of Dignity Village, which we also were able to use to close Dignity Village with no arrests. And if you'll remember, for those of you who were on the commission back in February, we had said we are going above and beyond. We're going out of our way to make sure that any kind of trespass enforcement is the absolute last resort that would only be called for after we have literally exhausted every other option that we could exhaust. What our request to the city has been related to the closure of this area is that once everybody is out on Monday, that is just clearly posted no trespassing. And therefore, there wouldn't be any question about any activities being allowed there. And certainly, I will defer to you and others with legal expertise on that. But to us, it's a no trespassing area. The 25 acres inside of our fence that we operate are well designed to provide really effective homeless services. But we're not capable of or able to provide homeless services or appropriate services to people outside of our 25 acre compound.
Thank you, sir.
Lee, do you want to add anything to that?
I think John summed it up. I mean, we worked with with Nicole's office on drafting the language to make sure it was effective. We wanted to be kinder in the language than on theirs, but we did model it after what we did at Dignity Village on there. And I should also add too that that part of the congregation on the north side of Grace stemmed from the fact that the Department of Corrections for the state did actually trespass individuals off of state property, which then had them relocate to ours. So we don't want to just do a no trespass approach on here. We do want to work out a partnership to actually give them housing opportunities and use trespass as the last alternative rather than what the state did as a first alternative.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bowie, you wanted to add something to the conversation.
I can get myself off of mute. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add to this just to make sure the commission and really the public knows we meet every single week as a team. So we meet with city staff and Grace staff, GPD, GFR, city, county. And the reason we have these weekly meetings is to make sure that we're aware of the emerging issues. We have worked in partnership with John along the way, understanding every week what his needs are, testing at the facility, and really trying every single approach to make sure that we're providing services to people who need them. So this next step, what's before you today, is really for us to continue in that vein, establishing the protocols to make sure that involving law enforcement in a way as a last resort option is exactly that we've tried every way to assist people, to get them the services, to do the outreach. The county's been involved in this conversation. So this is a weekly meeting to just stay atop of those issues. And we thought it was in everyone's best interest if we established protocols that really just spelled out in black and white what the expectations are, so we don't have, room for error, basically. I mean, our goal is to make sure that people are given as much support as they need. These are trying times indeed, and to make sure that the campus is also safe for the people who are there and the people who work there. So just assurances for the public that these are not issues that come up and then we meet. We're meeting about it every single week.
Great. Thank you for clarifying and adding that. Ms. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also wanted to clarify that our office, in reviewing this item and discussing with staff, we believed that an agreement is unnecessary because under the current arrangement, Grace has control over the property that's been licensed to it via a license agreement. The other property, the parking lot, those type of things, the city has control over. So each party can control and deal with the property as it sees fit. And can certainly, as you've heard already, agree to work together to make certain things happen on the property, and just each party that has control can do that. But I don't think you need to approve the agreement that's in the backup today.
Okay, thanks. And I appreciate that, Ms. Shelley. And if I kind of go back to the introduction, but from the city manager, what I heard from you, Mr. Feldman, was that you wanted to share this and have Mr. DeCarmine here at a public meeting, so everybody was aware of what's happening and why it's happening, and be able to ask any questions if they had them. It's not so much about a legal line that's been drawn, but this just we're communicating openly and making sure that everybody is part of the process.
Absolutely, Mayor. And, because we have to prepare the agenda way in advance, our initial thought was an agreement would be needed. We've since moved off of that, but we don't change the agenda packages once they're published under your rules. So that's why it's there.
Yeah, very good. And either way, I think it's important that we talk about any issue regarding our neighbors without houses, publicly. And maybe a good opportunity to remind people that right now the Amazing Give is going on. And you have a few more hours to participate in that amazing event, including supporting Grace Marketplace. But there's 111 other awesome community organizations that one can support through the Amazing Give. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. And Commissioner Ariel, I'm going to let you run public comment just for a minute or two.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no comments from the commission. Willie, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am. How are you?
I'm doing very well. We are open for public comment. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak?
Currently, we don't, and I apologize for all the technical issues. The Zoom changed the protocol on us. Sounds like at the last minute, but for now we should be good.
We're working with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're working on it on our end. We'll get it fixed as quickly as possible.
Very well. Okay, having no public comment, we will turn back to the commission. Commissioner Reynosaco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I do believe that I have at least one of our neighbors trying to call in. So if we could, given the technical difficulties, if we could give it another minute, just to figure, because I think it's important to give that opportunity if we are having all of these technical difficulties.
True community advocate.
Yeah,
we're
Mayor
happy
Pro Tem.
yes.
This is Larry Schooler. We do have a couple of callers that we're screening here, so we'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Community advocate and mind reader. So.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I did have one question, if I may, for the manager or Mr. DeCarmine. I'm looking at the draft proposal, and perhaps I may have missed this in the conversation, but is the intention for the date to be effective immediately?
Yes. And again, we won't need an agreement, but we wanted to advise the commission of what the plan was and to address any concerns.
Okay.
Honestly, I've delayed this because I wanted to seek the commission's input on it, but I believe, and John can certainly speak, that their plan is to execute on Monday.
That is correct. And in fact, we have people out there right now talking with people, kind of helping solidify what their plans are. But it's kind of a short window for us because with COVID, when we have a case pop up, then we halt all shelter entries until we have been able to do contact tracing and testing for all people sleeping in the beds surrounding that person. They move into a quarantine unit until we get those results back, which means we don't have a quarantine unit. At this time, we have not only, we have the opportunity to move people into the shelter. We have plenty of shelter beds to bring everybody in and still maintain CDC guidance, and to go with this to make sure that we're doing this as safely as possible. We have lined up with our partners COVID testing on Friday, COVID testing on Monday, and then a mass testing event on Tuesday with the health department, where we expect to be able to test at least 50% of the people receiving services here. So it's all an attempt to coordinate it to keep this as safe as possible.
Excellent. Very, very good answer. I appreciate that. Larry, I saw you pop up. Do we have members of the public ready?
Yes, sir, we do. We should have Kimber T, who is standing by. Kimber, if you're there, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, this is Kimber Tuff. I'm calling from Southern Legal Counsel. I just wanted to quickly state that Southern Legal, to clarify, a statement said that we have never signed off on any trespassing. We were included on one meeting for the Dignity Village closure plan, and we did not walk away in agreement regarding what would be the policies in place once Dignity Village was closed and once the land needed to be cleared. We have never and will never endorse the use of trespass as a technique for that. And we were not included in the circulation of this agreement. So that is where our public statement stands. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we have Alfredo Morales on the line to speak on this item. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. I'm calling as a resident of Gainesville who actually lives nearby Grace Marketplace. I live near downtown, and I kind of want to reiterate the whole point of like trespassing is like should not be used at all to remove any of the people from there. It is a legal situation, or it is putting a legal burden on people who don't have a choice to be there or not. And even if it's used as a last resort, you're still putting kind of a gun in people's heads and threatening with prison, which we already know has a COVID population. So you're threatening people who are most at risk of COVID with COVID. Yeah, as someone who lives nearby, I don't think any of these people you should even consider the option of trespassing them. You're supposed to be helping these people. These are residents of your city, and you're failing them by even considering the option of trespassing at the end. I really appreciate that you guys are trying to do everything possible to not trespass them, but even discussion of trespassing, I think is going too far. You're trying to use police to destroy people's lives because you don't want them there. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Thank you.
Appreciate you calling
Thank
in.
you.
Back to
Color, please.
Mayor, that's the last public comment.
Okay, very good. Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Ward.
You have been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. DeCarmine and Mr. Manager, it's accurate that 24 of the 25 people camping in the area under discussion have been offered and will be offered space in inside the Grace campus, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand that, interpretations, can vary on something like this, but I don't believe anybody has said we don't want them there. The whole point of this is that it's not safe. And that's what that was a very difficult lesson learned with Dignity Village, that by the time we got to the point of transitioning the residents at Dignity Village into other options, whether it be shelter or housing, it was unsafe for everybody involved. And so primarily this is about safety, providing opportunities for people to live in a safer environment, from a public health perspective, from a safety, and not being in a situation where one could become a victim of a crime. As we know, our homeless population is much more likely to be victims of crimes, and be able to provide those services that will keep them ultimately healthier and safer. And so, it's through trying to keep people as safe as possible and provide as many opportunities as possible to get folks housed that these actions are being suggested. And I, based on the transition of Dignity Village, I have every confidence that, Mr. DeCarmine, you and your team will be able to, find the best solutions to each one of these individuals. So I'm grateful for you bringing it to us and sharing with us the plan. And I think I would just ask through the city manager's office that we keep, are updated as to the progress, as this unfolds over the next, several days. All right, anybody have anything else? All right, good to have you with us, John, as always. Keep up the good work. Again, there's 112 choices, but amazinggive.org. You can give to all of them, one of them, but they all need your support. So go to amazinggive.org and help out. All right, Madam Clerk, on to our next item, please.
Okay, our next item is business discussion item 3, resolution amended and restated supplemental city commission rules governing virtual public meetings. A resolution amending and restating the supplemental rules of procedure governing virtual public meetings during the declared state of emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic, adopted by resolution 191188, providing a severability clause, providing for repeal and conflicting provisions, and providing an effective date and duration.
Okay, thank you. So at our last meeting, we had a nice discussion and, really a reality check that, this pandemic is going to be with us for a while, and the important business of our city could not just, circle in a holding pattern indefinitely. So the commission asked for some changes to our virtual meeting rules. The highlights are that we will remove the essential business limitation, which, it's a subjective term anyway, but there'll be no illusion that we can't do regular city business from this point on if we pass this. That we replace direction to charter officers with commission comment, the more traditional commission comment. Allow commissioners individually to submit agenda items, and allow for modifications to the agenda items and backup to regular meetings and regular committee meetings as well. These apply to the different subcommittees that we have. So just a couple changes, but really what this will do is allow us to do a little bit more work, much of which is critical in its own right, and just adds that flexibility. So with that, are there any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the resolution. I'm not sure the number.
200146.
That resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's second by Commissioner Ward. All right, members of the public that wish to speak to the motion.
No, sir. No calls.
Very good. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Simmons is absent, Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 4, a resolution requesting the automatic delay or stay on issuance or enforcement of writs of possession associated with residential eviction actions during declared states of emergency for natural disasters. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, urging the Chief Judge of the 8th Judicial Circuit of Florida to request that the Chief Justice of the Florida Supreme Court adopt administrative orders in accordance with the Florida Rules of Judicial Administration that automatically delay or stay or require the automatic delay or stay of the issuance and enforcement of writs of possession associated with residential eviction actions at the time the governor, the chair of the county commission, the mayor, or other public official declares a state of emergency due to a natural disaster, and during the pendency of the state of emergency request, the clerk of the court automatically delay or stay the issuance of such writs, requesting the Alachua County Sheriff automatically delay or stay the enforcement of such writs, providing directions to the mayor and to the clerk of the commission, and providing an immediate effective date.
Hey, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Sacco.
So I was reviewing the draft, and I think we had agreed that while I would love it to be all natural disasters, I think we had agreed that it to add a line somewhere in the body that it would be only for storm events or as advised by the National Weather Service. And so if there's somewhere in the body that we could amend in there that was the intent, I think it's carried. I think it should be evident by our prior discussions and that hurricane is what's listed as part of the intent, but I just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Get the attorney to weigh in here if that was just a omission or there was a legal reason for doing so. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a concern that I brought up the last meeting. I'm okay with natural disasters. That is like a limited thing, and a natural disaster is usually going to provide or not is going to have a clear and present danger to someone not being in their home versus maybe other emergencies may be going on. So I would be okay with the current wording unless there was another reason for Ms. Shalley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, natural disaster does have a legal definition. I mean, it must be declared by the governor and or the president. But we'll go to Ms. Shalley. I don't want to get too speculative here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, you all talked about, what I took is that you were talking about natural disasters, that you weren't intending just to limit this to hurricanes versus tornadoes versus floods, but what you were carving out and not including were things like the present pandemic and or man-made disasters. Under the state statutes that govern emergency management, there's a distinction between natural disasters versus man-made, technological, etc. There are other types, but this would cover the natural ones, meaning hurricane, flood, those tornado, those type of things. But certainly if you all want it limited only to hurricanes, I'm happy to make that change.
I'm fine with natural disasters. To me, that's clear enough. Commissioner Sacco?
I was going to say that's fine then. I will defer to Ms. Shalley on that because I'm good with it. I'm fine. And unless anyone else wants to do it, I'd like to make a motion
Go for it.
that we move to adopt resolution 200179.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by members of the public that wish to speak to this motion.
Mayor, there are no members of the public speaking at this time.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, back to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco, for bringing this to us. That was good proactive commissioning there instead of waiting for the fallout to happen. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we are up to our time certain item that we need to recess for, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, so our only other remaining item on our afternoon agenda is time certain for 4 o'clock. And so what we'll do is go in recess, and then what I'm planning on doing is taking another recess after that. I'm assuming that will be somewhere between a 30 and 45-minute item. And so we'll recess approximately 4:30, 4:45. And then I'll give the comeback time when we get closer to it, but probably 5:30. We'll come back in session for the evening portion of the meeting, unless anybody has any objections. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all very much then. This meeting will be in recess until 4 p.m. time certain item for 4 o'clock. So Madam Clerk, if you'll introduce that item.
Absolutely. We are at a business discussion item 5, results of the 2020 neighbor survey, with a recommendation that the commission hear the survey findings presented by the vendor ETC Institute and make recommendations as necessary.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Feldman, would you like to make an introduction here?
Absolutely. So Mayor and Commissioners, as you are aware, as part of our strategic planning process, it's important to get feedback from our neighbors. Ideally, we would do a survey before we convene the commission to work on the annual action plan. This year, because it's our first year and circumstances accordingly, we were not able to achieve that sequence. But we did complete our first annual neighbor survey, which will become a benchmark tool for us moving forward. We contracted with the firm of ETC out of Olathe, Kansas. And on the presentation today is Jason Morado from ETC that will walk you through a presentation which is a high-level summary of all the data that is accumulated within the survey, tell you some basic findings that occurred, and answer any questions that you might have on there. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason, who I believe will have the ability to share his screen with you and walk you through the presentation.
Great. Mr. Morado, welcome. Glad you're with us. Hope you're well and safe, and look forward to your breakdown of the survey.
Yeah, great. Thanks, everyone. Well, my name is Jason Morado. I'm the Director of Community Research at ETC Institute. And ETC is a marketing and research firm based in Olathe, Kansas, which is in the Kansas City area. And the thing we specialize in is conducting community surveys, primarily for city and county governments all across the country. And this past May and June, for the first time, we conducted a community survey for the city of Gainesville. The full report we provided is very detailed and comprehensive. So today what I'm going to go through is really the kind of high-level key findings from the survey. I just have one slide about ETC Institute. We're based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 35 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 900 communities in 49 states. And that includes a lot of work throughout the state of Florida. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just a quick rundown of what I'll go through today. I'll be going over briefly the purpose and methodology of the survey. What I call the bottom line up front is our main conclusions from the survey, boiled down to one PowerPoint slide. And then I'll go through the major findings to show how we came to those conclusions, and I'll be happy to answer any questions as well. So there's several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with city services, and also gauge their general perceptions of the city. The survey is also a great way to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. And then hopefully the survey can set a baseline for future surveys. A lot of communities that we work with conduct these types of surveys on a regular basis, and then ask a lot of the same questions each time. That way you can measure the trends over a long period of time. And then also with this survey, we're able to compare your results with other communities across the country, both a regional and a national basis. So this survey is 7 pages long. That's a pretty typical length for one of our neighborhood or community surveys. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected households throughout the city. And that's our standard methodology for conducting these types of surveys, is that hybrid mail-online approach. Our goal was to get at least 1,000 completed surveys, and that included at least 250 surveys in each of the city commission districts, and we accomplished that goal. We ended up with 1,042 completed surveys, and we did get over 250 surveys in each district. And one thing we always do as we're administering these surveys is as we're collecting the data, we're monitoring the demographics to make sure it reflects the actual population of the city. So we made sure we had a good representation by key demographic areas such as age, race, ethnicity, and gender. And the results of these 1,042 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error plus or minus 3%. So essentially that means if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3% from what we're reporting. So the results, of course, aren't perfect, but really it's a very small margin of error. So here we have a map of the city. The red dots are households that completed the survey. The black lines are the boundaries of the commission districts. So we had a good representation throughout the city. As I mentioned, we had over 250 completed surveys in each district. And we conducted this survey by a random sample, which means generally that the areas that are the most densely populated are the areas where we have the greatest number of completed surveys. So here are our main conclusions from the survey. We found that residents have a positive perception of the city. 83% of respondents rated Gainesville as either an excellent or a good place to live, and that's compared to only 8% who gave a rating of below average or poor. So you had more than a 10-to-1 ratio of those who gave positive ratings versus negative ones to Gainesville as a place to live. And then also 79% of respondents rated Gainesville as an excellent or a good place to raise children, and also only 8% gave a rating of below average or poor. We also found that satisfaction with city services is overall higher in Gainesville than it is in other communities. We rated above the U.S. average in 30 out of the 45 areas that we compared, and we'll look at some of those in more detail in just a little bit. And one of the areas that really stood out is when we looked at the overall quality of city services, rated 20 percentage points above the U.S. average. And that's really one of the most important questions on the survey, because they're asking residents to take into account all the different services that you provide and really give kind of an overall satisfaction rating for how well you're doing. And then we found that the top priorities for the community over the next couple of years are traffic flow on major streets, the overall cost of living, and employment opportunities. So first we'll take a look at just some general perceptions that residents have of the city. This was the very first question on the survey. We asked residents to rate their opinions of the city. The dark blue are ratings of excellent, the light blue is good, the gray is neutral, and the way we interpret neutral on these charts is meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale. And then the pink are those who gave a rating of below average or poor. So overall, you can see there's a lot more blue than there is pink, which means a lot more positive ratings than negative, which is obviously good. The areas that especially stand out here are those top couple of rows. And you can see that most residents give high ratings to Gainesville as a place to live and as a place to raise children. We also asked about perceptions of the quality of life in Gainesville. And again, you can see overall a lot more blue than pink, a lot more positive ratings than negative. If you look at the top of this chart, there are high ratings for the city having quality healthcare, quality food, quality adult educational opportunities. And then one of the areas to me that really stands out here is this fourth row down, overall quality of city services. You had 68% of residents who gave a rating of excellent or good. That's compared to only 11% who gave a rating of below average or poor. So that means you had more than a 6-to-1 ratio of those who gave positive ratings versus negative to the overall quality of city services. Typically, when we conduct these surveys, that ratio is about 4-to-1. So 6-to-1 is a very good ratio. Now, if you go to the bottom of this chart, we do have about 30% or more of residents who gave lower ratings to the cost of living in Gainesville, employment opportunities, and career advancement opportunities. But even for those, you did have more positive ratings than negative. We also asked about the feeling of safety in Gainesville, and you can see most residents feel safe in their neighborhood, and then most also feel safe just in the city overall. In fact, we had less than 10% of respondents who feel unsafe, either in their neighborhood or just generally in the city. So we also found that residents throughout the city are satisfied with the overall quality of city services. Here again, we have that map of the city, and the black lines are the boundaries of the 4 commission districts. And what we did here is we broke the results down by commission district. And we did this for every question on the survey asked on a 5-point scale. So the report has over 100 maps like this. This map is for the overall quality of city services, and you can see the entire map is blue. So this tells us that residents in all 4 districts are satisfied with the overall quality of city services. And it also means you're doing a great job providing services equally among the 4 districts throughout the city. So we also found that overall satisfaction with city services is higher in Gainesville than it is in other communities. For these next few charts, the blue line are Gainesville residents who are either very satisfied or satisfied. So the 4 or the 5 on the 5-point scale. The red line are the satisfaction ratings from residents throughout the state of Florida. And then the yellow are the ratings from residents from all across the U.S. And the source of this data is a national benchmarking study that ETC Institute does on a regular basis with randomly selected residents all across the country. So you can see that in all of these areas, you rate above other communities. A couple of the areas that especially stand out are the ratings as a place to live and as a place to raise children. Here are comparisons for perceptions of the quality of life in the city. You can see Gainesville residents overall gave a higher rating of safety than residents in other communities. And then one of the areas that really stands out is the overall quality of city services. You had a 68% satisfaction rating. Both the regional and national average is just a little under 50%. Another area where you performed really well is customer service with city employees. If you look at this top row, you rated much higher than other communities when it comes to city employees being courteous and professional. And this is another one of the most important questions on the survey, because this really seems to impact the perceptions that residents have of the city. And then another area where you're outperforming other cities is residents being able to get their questions and concerns resolved. Now for parks, recreation, and cultural affairs, you receive very high ratings for the appearance of city parks, as well as the availability of walking and biking trails throughout the city. There is some room for improvement when it comes to recreation programs. That includes both youth and adult programs, and then just generally the ease of registering for programs. For public safety, you received high ratings for overall fire rescue protection, as well as local police protection. Extremely high ratings for community involvement and education and prevention services. There you rated more than 20 percentage points above the regional average. You also outperformed other communities when it comes to how quickly police respond to emergencies. The one area where you did rate a little below other communities is the visibility of police in neighborhoods. And then for communication, you're doing better than other communities when it comes to efforts to inform residents about city government. The one area that does have room for improvement is the city's website. There you're rated a little bit below other communities. So we also took a look at the top priorities for the community. This is something that we call the important satisfaction analysis. And the idea behind this is that it's a tool we use to help communities set priorities. And this analysis is based on 2 questions on the survey. First, we asked residents how satisfied they are with services, and that's the type of data we've been mainly looking at so far. And then the follow-up question is, which services are the most important for the city to emphasize? So the idea behind this is that those areas that have a combination of a low satisfaction rating, but are also rated as the most important, should be the highest priorities. It's important to factor both of those in, because you could have a situation where satisfaction ratings are low in a certain area. But that doesn't necessarily mean you need to invest a lot of resources into that area, because it could be that residents don't think that area is as important as some others. So this first chart is for the quality of life. Here you can see the top 2 priorities are the overall cost of living and employment opportunities. Those are rated as the first and second most important items from this list of 11 items. And they rank 9th and 10th out of the 11 items in satisfaction. So near the bottom in satisfaction from this group. For mobility, by far the top priority here was traffic flow on major streets. Other areas that were high priorities were how easy it is to find public parking, and then how easy it is for neighbors with disabilities to commute in Gainesville. For maintenance, here we had 4 areas that were high priorities, really rated pretty closely together. We have maintaining neighborhood streets, the availability of sidewalks in neighborhoods, just the overall cleanliness of streets and public areas, and then adequacy of street lighting. And then we also had a question where we asked which of these priorities should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next couple of years. The highest priorities from this list were equitable access to basic needs, providing living wages, and then equitable access to housing. So this reflects what we saw a couple of slides ago, where the cost of living and employment opportunities were a couple of the higher priorities. So then we have just some other various findings to take a look at. I thought this was a really interesting slide. We had a question where we asked residents how satisfied they are with the way government leaders have responded so far to the COVID-19 pandemic. And ETC has also been doing a national study with residents all across the country ever since late March to track just behaviors and perceptions, items related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So if you look at this top row, 64% of respondents are satisfied with the way the city of Gainesville has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout the state of Florida, only 42% of respondents are satisfied with how well their city has responded. And then nationally, only 39% of respondents are satisfied with how well their city has responded. So Gainesville residents think you're doing a much better job than residents in most other cities when it comes to responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at the county level, the results are similar to the city. Gainesville residents are more satisfied with how well the county has responded as compared to residents in other communities. Statewide, 35% of Gainesville respondents are satisfied with the state's response, which is actually lower than the way perception of other residents throughout the state of Florida, how well they feel the state has responded, and also lower than residents from across the country. And then if you look at this bottom row, only 25% of Gainesville respondents are satisfied with the way the U.S. have responded to the pandemic at the national level, which is much lower than how residents throughout the rest of the state of Florida feel, but very much on par with how residents across the U.S. feel. We also had a question that asked about the sense of community and belonging. One of the things that stood out to me here is if you look at this top row, 70% of respondents feel like they can trust their neighbors. That's compared to only 9% who don't feel that way. And then if you look at the second row, over 60% of respondents say they put time and effort into improving their neighborhood or community. That's compared to only 8% who disagree with that. And then we also asked about the primary sources of information about city issues, services, programs, and events. And really there's 4 main ways that residents get information about the city. It's television and news, newspapers, the city's website, and Facebook. So just a quick recap. We found that residents have a very positive perception of the city. Most especially gave high ratings to the city as a place to live and as a place to raise children. Overall, satisfaction with city services is higher in Gainesville than it is in other communities. That's especially true when you look at the overall quality of services. And then the top priorities over the next couple of years are traffic flow on major streets, cost of living, and employment opportunities. So that is everything that I had. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Murado. I really appreciate that. And Lee, did you want to, I think we've got a couple commissioners with their hands up as well.
I did. I wanted to put Jason on the spot for a second and ask him to call up some of the maps that he showed me yesterday, because I think they also add some perspective to some of these comments. So I don't know if you can call up yesterday's presentation.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. So let me
For all these questions, we did, we have geographic representations that show where we're really good, where we're good, and where we're not performing. I think they'll put some of these topics in perspective for the commission. So you just bear with us for a second.
Sure. Let me just see if I can share this screen here. Okay. So can everyone see a different screen now with a different map?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mentioned that we broke the results out by commission district. And we did that for every question on a 5-point scale. We also broke the results out by census block group, which is a much more specific level. Here we're breaking it into much more geographic areas. And we did that also for every question on a 5-point scale. So those are some of the maps I showed in our meeting yesterday. I can go through those here. So for these, the black lines are the boundaries of the census block groups. This map's for Gainesville as a place to live, right? And you can see the entire map is blue, even when we break it into very small areas. Still, people are satisfied in all parts of the city. For Gainesville as a place to raise children, same thing, the entire map is blue. Some areas even are dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. For how safe you feel in your neighborhood, here most of it is blue, and in fact there's a lot of areas of dark blue. We do have this one area in the middle, which is the yellowish color, and that's not a bad rating, but it's more of average ratings as opposed to more positive. So the one yellowish area, but still no orange and no red, but obviously mostly blue and even a lot of dark blue. For the cost of living, now here the ratings we have a lot more kind of average ratings throughout the city, the yellowish color. A few areas in blue which are positive. Then we have a couple here in the orange where the ratings are, residents in those areas are a little more dissatisfied. This is for the overall quality of city services. Most of this is blue, a couple of dark blue areas. We do have a couple areas where the average is rating. The rating is average. Now this is a little deceiving because this is a big geographic area up here, but it's not very populated. So there's really, even though it's a big area space-wise, it's really just kind of a small number of respondents. This is for overall police protection. Here again, very positive ratings throughout the state. A couple of the yellowish areas, but just as many, if not more, areas in the dark blue. This is how quickly police respond to emergencies. Again, mostly blue throughout the city, just a couple of the yellowish areas, but also a couple of areas in dark blue, which is the best rating. For visibility of police in neighborhoods, here the results are still pretty good, but they're a little more mixed compared to what we saw in some of the other areas. Kind of a combination of the positive ratings and then kind of some of the more average ratings. For local fire rescue protection, here the map's entirely blue. In fact, a good portion of it dark blue, so very high ratings all throughout the city. This is how well the city communicates with you. Again, kind of mixed results, combination of positive and more so average ratings. You notice for all of these maps, though, we're still seeing very little orange, and we haven't seen any red yet at all, which means that residents are really more dissatisfied in those areas. Now, having said that, here's the first one that looks that way. This is one of the few that has a lot of orange. This is traffic flow on major streets. You can see, especially on the western part of the city, the ratings are people are more dissatisfied in other parts of the city. Now, this is for traffic flow on major streets. When you look at traffic flow on residential streets, though, here the ratings are significantly better. In fact, it's mostly blue pretty much throughout the city, which is unusual. You know, it's typical for these surveys for streets to rate lower than things like, fire protection. For maintaining neighborhood streets, you've got some blue mixed in with the yellow, so a combination of positive and, more so average ratings. Usually, though, when we ask this question, you'll see some orange or even red. So there's no areas that really stand out that residents are dissatisfied. This is for the overall cleanliness of streets and public areas. Here, residents are satisfied in most parts of the city. You even have an area right here where residents are very satisfied. This is for the availability of sidewalks in your neighborhood. Got a couple areas where residents are a little more dissatisfied with sidewalks, but mostly you've got average to above average ratings throughout the city. This is for electricity service. Again, you've got a few areas here where residents are dissatisfied. Mostly though a combination of some satisfied, really probably a little more so average ratings throughout the city. For trash collection, mostly positive in all different parts of the city. We even had a lot of dark blue here in the kind of central and western part of the city. And then for recycling, very positive ratings in all parts of the city. Yes, we do have this one tiny area here where the ratings are a little bit lower, but it's surrounded by a lot of blue, and in fact, a lot of dark blue even, which is the best rating. This map is about quality of new developments in the city. So we have a couple areas where the satisfaction is a little bit lower, a few areas where it's higher with the blue. A lot of it is the yellowish in a lot of parts of the city. For the appearance of parks, remember this is one of the areas that rated higher than other communities on those benchmarking slides. And you can see the entire map is blue. So just throughout the city, residents are satisfied with the appearance of parks. Same thing with walking and biking trails. These results are remarkably consistent across the city, almost entirely the light blue color. And then the same thing for outdoor athletic fields, high ratings in all parts of the city. So I think that was, those were all the slides I showed yesterday. Believe it or not, there's even a lot more in the full report. There's about 100 maps broken out this way by census block group, and then another 100 or so broken out by city commission. So.
All right, thank you, Roger. Okay, let's go back to the commission. First up, we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really interesting, and I'm looking forward to being able to get into the deeper parts of this and the hundreds of pages as opposed to the top line stuff. A few questions I have. First of all, Mr. Manager, what's our plan for frequency of this, like annually or less often? What's the plan?
Well, my plan is annual.
Okay.
We do this in the January, February timeframe after the holidays. It would then feed into your annual commission action plan meeting based upon our strategic plan. And then that would feed into the budget. So there'd be a sequence. Also, Jason didn't mention, but we're also be launching a dashboard that ETC has developed that will allow you to delve into this data, all the data, and make your own comparisons and cross tabulations.
Well, you know, I like dashboards, so that's a good thing. A couple of questions, Jason, more specific. Cost of living and traffic are the things that really jump out as places where we need to do things, where we need to improve. But how does that compare with other cities?
You know, traffic is a common problem. That's not unusual at all for traffic to be one of the higher priorities. You know, cost of living, that's not something we ask on all of our surveys, not as frequently as some of these other areas. So I don't have as much probably benchmarking data or comparisons for that. So that one I'm not as sure about, but traffic is a very common problem. I mean, a very common high priority to focus on, and it's difficult to, you know, it's difficult to make changes quickly or something like that.
Right. Well, I mean, I try to compare things to the census data and the census quick fact site, and that tells us that our commute times in Gainesville are lower than most of Florida, if not the lowest in Florida, and lower than most college towns. So I want to improve it, but I'm not sure how much actual improvement is possible in commute times. So how that compares to other cities is important to me. It would be great if we could compare that, if we compare cost of living also, but I understand that it's not necessarily available. Not that it would matter. I mean, if people feel like their traffic is bad, and they feel like the cost of living is too high, then it really doesn't matter what other cities are. There are issues that need to be addressed, but it's always helpful to me to try to see how it compares, because if we compare unfavorably to another city, then maybe they're doing something that maybe they have ideas we can steal, I guess.
Right.
So that's why I'm interested, not to say, oh, we don't need to worry about that, but to say, if other cities are doing better, let's go steal their ideas. So
right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. On traffic flow, I can find some more comparisons for you on that. Now, traffic flow on major streets was a very high priority, but the traffic flow on residential streets was very positive. So it's interesting what a big, difference there was between those two.
And this will also serve as a baseline for us too, because surveys like this are perception based. We're measuring perceptions of issues. And so we will be able to see annually, are we making progress or not making progress on these issues as well, or if there are new issues that are arising that weren't on our radar screen to begin with.
All right, thank you, everyone there. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for moving forward on this survey. I think it's great to see the data on it. And if you can, if possible, I didn't see the census maps as part of our backup, and I think that's probably more telling than the district maps. Is it possible to email out? And also, if we could probably add it to the backup for that agenda item, just so kind of in the future people can look that up rather easier, because I think that's a much more telling map than the district ones. I did have a question on kind of just curious of what we sent out 7,000, we got around 1,000 back. Is that normal return rate, or how do we kind of compare in that range?
Yeah, that's a normal return rate. The typical response rate for these surveys is about 12 to 15%. So what we typically do is mail surveys to about 7 times the number of households as completed surveys that we need.
Okay.
So that's why we did 7,000, knowing that our goal was to get at least 1,000 completed surveys.
So one of the things I noticed was that the demographics when it comes to age didn't really line up with the demographics of our city. We're definitely a very young city in terms of that. And when you look at the return rates, I think under 34, it was only like 20% of the survey results for that. Yet under 34 is probably like 40 or 45% of our city at least. Is that something that you see in other cities of having issues of getting those back, and what are ways to kind of deal with that issue, since we are a young city?
Yeah, well, and you're unique because you have a huge university there, obviously. I think the U.S. Census numbers usually includes the college students. Typically we don't survey them unless they're living, like we don't send surveys to dorms on campus, but they could get a survey if they just lived in the city. But college students in general are just less likely to fill out a survey like this. Some will, but less likely than the average resident. So I think your community is more unique because you have such a huge number of college students living in the city. I think if you look if you excluded college residents and just looked at the the rest of the city residents, our demographics would be a little bit lower, but not as much, I don't think.
Okay. I guess it's a little, there were probably no one in the dorms when this was done too, because it was COVID. I think the dorms were closed.
Right.
But not sending it to people who live in the dorms, there are thousands of people who do live in our city. And I don't want us to discriminate against them because they live in a certain housing unit. They are residents of our city.
Right.
One other question I would like for us to consider in the future is some questions on internet access. That's an essential service, and I think it's important for us to be able to get data on that and kind of see the changes on that. So that's one I would like for us to include in the future studies or future surveys.
Yeah.
One other thing I noticed just kind of going through it is it seems like the older you were, the more satisfied you were with our city. Like I think you were over 65, much higher than the lower one. So I think that's something we need to consider as as a commission too, is our older residents seem to be somewhat happy, but the younger you get, the less happy you are. And some of the things kind of lined up with that, like programming for parks and athletic fields and stuff like that, or whatever, those were kind of more dissatisfied in those areas. So I think that's something we need to look at as a city is how do we improve kind of services for under 40, under 30, and those ranges too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think I just have one quick question about the visibility of police in neighborhoods. Saving me from going through the more voluminous report, can you tell me the phrasing of that question?
I believe it was just phrased exactly like that. I'll pull it up real quick here in front of me. Yeah, it was just asking residents to rate their satisfaction ratings with the visibility of police in neighborhoods.
Okay. Maybe the next time around, we think about that wording. What I don't know from the responses is whether they believe that there's not enough visibility or they believe there's too much visibility.
Right.
I can see some people thinking, the police are always in our neighborhood, and they need to sort of leave us alone or only come when they're called. I just don't know. I could be wrong on that. I think the assumption there is when people say I'm satisfied with visibility, we're assuming that they're seeing them on a frequency that they would like, but it could be the opposite. So just something to think about next time around. And yeah, other than that, this was really illuminating for me. There's some things that didn't surprise me at all. There are things that we've been talking about as a community for half a decade or more. And then other things that, if you would have asked me to guess where people would be on it, I would have gotten it wrong, and probably gotten it wrong on the on not giving us enough benefit of the doubt. It was a good start. I'm going to be more excited to see where we are, after the next one in January. Commissioner Santos, did you have another question or a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to point out, I think these types of things are great because we get the feedback from people who don't come to meetings and don't.
Right.
It's getting that. One of the things I enjoy while I was campaigning is knocking on people's doors and figuring out what they care about. And this is, I think, important of that aspect. I do have a question for the city manager. Are we planning on, how we compare to other cities is good. I think in some of the areas we're very good. Are we planning on putting out a press release and also, I guess, maybe sending it to some of those ranking sites and things like that, and those are somewhat good for public relations too.
So let me answer the second one first. So the ranking sites use their own data on there. They're all data driven. They have their databases and do their rankings based upon that. We certainly can put out a press release on this. I'd like to get the dashboard up, which should be momentarily, and put the press release out, because one of the things we want is we want our neighbors to have the ability to look at the data and do deep dives in it as well, and help us identify trends that maybe we're not seeing. So it's going to be out there to be a public dashboard, and we'll issue a press release and we can talk about the results in that as well.
And so, Mr. Feldman, in the period of time between now and when the dashboard goes live, I'd just love to see a link on the city's landing page with those sort of top, we have those rotating kind of top stories, if is that whatever we call them, notifications with this presentation, including the maps. So people can just see that, click the link, not have to look for it, and browse through it. And that at least gives people easy access until we get that dashboard.
Yeah, and I think the dashboard is early next week, Jason. Are we that close?
Yeah, I mean, it really is pretty much ready. We're just fine tuning some minor things on it, but the data is all there, and it's pretty much ready to go.
One other question I would love on a future survey is emergency preparedness. How that, I mean, you asked a specific question about COVID-19, but we basically have an annual threat of hurricanes here. And so I'd love to know how our neighbors are thinking, how we're preparing for and responding to sort of big events like that.
Yeah. Yep. That's a great question to ask. We definitely can include that next time.
Well,
Right,
we also asked, I think, 3 or 4 policy questions, and they're contained within the report, one of which deals with police use of facial recognition, because I know that's an issue here. And so I would direct the commission, if you're interested in that those policy questions are in the report, and I'll make sure we send you a notice to specifically what they were and where they are.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Morato, if you don't mind taking down your screen share, that will help me do my job a little bit better as we get into public comment and all that here.
We're going to.
And Willie, there's no action to be taken on this. This was just informational for the commission, but I will open it up for public comment in case anybody wants to share their thoughts.
Sir, we've been monitoring it closely and we do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, really, really valuable information. I'm really happy that you did this, Lee. I know you answered this question for me before when we talked about it earlier, but I honestly can't remember the answer to it. So if you can help me with it. I was asking about the accessibility of this with language. And I think you said that this was accessible for our neighbors that speak Spanish. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the letter that was signed by the mayor had a message down at the bottom that in Spanish that indicated if they needed to have the survey in Spanish, it directed them how to get that. And in the online version, I believe as well, and Jason could correct me if I'm wrong, was also in Spanish if that was their native language or the easier language to respond in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Morato is verifying that is correct.
Yeah, that was correct. Yep. Sorry.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, one of the places where we can handle multiple issues with one action is the website. You know, when we improve the city's web portal, we will also improve how people feel about being communicated to by the city, because we all know when you want to know information about an organization, you go to the website. Well, if you think their website's not very good, then you're not being communicated with very well by that organization. So that's something we can get serious about. And I understand that's in the budget this coming year, right, Mr. Manager?
So it's in the budget currently. We are out on the street for request for proposal, which is due on September 17th.
Excellent, because that's something that has needed action since long before I ever ran for this job. So doing that will improve many, many things. It doesn't entirely fix how people feel about communications, but boy, is it a big deal. I have a hard time finding things on our website, and I do it every day. So not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but we have not done a lot with that in a significant period of time. So thank you.
And we recognize that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Follow up on Commissioner Johnson's question. It had the ability to be sent out in to get a copy in Spanish. How many requests, or do we know how many of these were filled out in Spanish?
There were very few, just less, maybe 2 or 3. You know, it was less than 5 that were filled out in Spanish. But that didn't surprise me. You know, based on the census data that I saw. I mean, there's a very small percentage of households who speak only Spanish, I think, in the city. So that was about what we expected.
Thank you, sir.
And again, these were sent out randomly. So
right.
So they weren't sent out to every household in the city. So random, and then it would have to be a household that chose to respond in Spanish. So
instead of toughing it out.
Yeah, so we only had 1,024 responses out of a much larger universe.
Right.
Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Murado. I really appreciate it. It was good getting to see your face, and appreciate the work that you did on this. And I think you can sense that there's great anticipation about the dashboard. So Lee, I'm sure you'll send a notification out to us when that goes live so we can share that with folks and take a look around ourselves. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We are going to then take another recess.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interject, but as we were speaking, it looks like someone called in. Let's make sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me make sure that it's germane to this subject. I'd be happy to get them in for you.
All right. And after public comment, y'all, we'll take a recess until 5:30, just so you know, so you can.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you so quickly, but we have Mr. Nathan Scopp on the line. And Mr. Scopp, if you can hear me, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scopp. So sticking to the survey, a couple points. I think the survey reflects almost identically and parrots the talking points of the Gainesville City Commission. So I wouldn't hang my hat. It's reflective of the true sentiment of the community. Seems to be somewhat biased in terms of the results and the way those results are being presented, particularly no discussion about the high GRU electric rates or discussion there. But moreover, with all the shootings in our community, many by convicted felons who shouldn't have firearms and all the bullets flying across town, you would think that would be a priority for the Gainesville City Commission. But consistently you spend time, hours upon hours, discussing non-critical issues. Public safety should be priority number 1. And unfortunately, you seem more concerned with virtue signaling and giving lengthy speeches and pondering why the cost of living is so high. Well, undoubtedly it's due to high GRU electric rates. But beyond that, focus should be on public safety, commissioners. Again, you don't seem to be minding the farm. You seem to be talking about all these niceties and pleasantries, trying to say, oh, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood and all these things. And that's great, but that's ancillary to your core government function, which is public safety, being good stewards of taxpayer money, and ensuring that proper controls and procedures are in place within the city, which they're not. There's systemic fraud, theft, and waste. There's, unresolved audit findings dating back to 2014 that thankfully the new auditor is starting to work on, but that's neglect by the city commission. And you, Mayor Poe, you've been in office for, over a decade. You have a city park that's decrepit, and last week you were parroting the talking points of Ron Cunningham from the Gainesville Sun about the need to fix the park that basically fell into a state of disrepair during your watch. So again, I would hope that you would focus on public safety issues, addressing some of these issues with the shootings and the bullets flying and the endless stream of homeless people and panhandlers who are committing crime in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Willie?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. And I'll just point out that we had 2 day-long meetings surrounding exclusively public safety and GPD in the past several weeks, something we haven't done with any other particular topic. So clearly we are focusing on it. Okay, so thank you again, everybody. This was a lot to digest and good information for us to move forward with on the decisions we'll be making. And with that, we will be in recess until 5:30. And Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you for our next item.
Okay, our next item is Resolution 170728, Single Lot Replat Royal Garden Subdivision Phase 1 Lot 4. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, approving the single lot replat of Lot 4, Royal Gardens Phase 1 Division, located at 2609 Northwest 27th Place, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this resolution, providing directions to the clerk of the commission and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman or Ms. Shalley? I thought you came live, Ms. Shalley.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to call to the commission's attention. This one's a little unusual. It's a resolution because that's what the land development code process calls for, but it is quasi-judicial. So to that end, no one's made a request for a formal hearing, but you should today hear from staff, hear from the applicant if they'd like to make any presentation, and then of course, public comment, and then your deliberation and vote.
Okay, very good.
So,
oh, Mr. Calderon, hey, welcome. I see you down there.
thank you, Mr.
So we can neither see you nor hear you.
On mute. Let's see. Okay, my mic is on mute. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you,
Good.
but we cannot see
And
you.
I'm going to try and share my screen with you. Share screen. Oh, where is that thing?
It should be right in the middle of the screen at the bottom.
Yes, I'm trying to get to that share screen. I think it's this one here. Share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Mr. Mayor, can you see my screen?
Got it. Yep.
Good.
Yeah, just go ahead and put it in presentation mode.
Okay, yes, it is in presentation mode. So this is it here.
I disagree with you.
Okay, let me try that again.
Just go to slideshow. We see your screen. If you'll just go to slideshow and.
This is my screen.
Yeah, we got your screen.
Okay, good. So this is the petition. Can you see it?
Okay, but wait, Mr. Calderon. Go up to the top to the menu there and go to slideshow.
Video, a slideshow.
Yep, drop down and then begin presentation.
I am not seeing that there.
It's in the same category as file. So if there's a file button, there's a home button to the right of that insert.
Yeah, very top of your screen.
I'm not seeing that on my screen.
It wouldn't be in Zoom. It would actually be in the PowerPoint file that you're working from.
Well, I have the presentation open already, so.
Yeah, I understand.
Lawrence, you have to put it into presentation mode. So if you go on to the top of your PowerPoint, you'll see the file, home, insert, design, transition. You'll see one that
higher up. There you go.
Now go to the right. Click on that.
Well, that's already open.
No, click on it. Now, now go to the next line where it says from the beginning. Click on that.
Okay, but that's already there.
Okay, then you need to share you have two screens open. Share the other screen.
Okay, so I do this and then I say share, your screen is shared. Let me do this, stop sharing. And then we open this present. Let me see, this is really annoying. Okay. Share my screen. I choose this one. Share the screen. Can you see it now?
All right, now you're there.
Perfect. All right.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board of the commission, good evening. Lawrence Calderon with Department of Sustainable Development. It's quite a little stressful to go through this, but I think we're now on a smooth road. This request is for a single lot replat, and what you can see is the general location of the subject property. And this section here, you see this line, it separates actually two subdivisions which have different characteristics, hence my purpose for showing it. The subdivisions are Royal Gardens, where the subject parcel is located, and Fox Grove, which is immediately south of the subject property. Now, a single lot replat is really a process that we have adopted to provide an easier path for individual lots to make changes to the subdivision where there are encroachments. And it applies only to situations where there are encroachment. And in this situation, we do have an encroachment. These are the two subdivisions that I'm talking about. The top one, this is the subject property, Royal Gardens, and the immediately adjacent parcel is this one shown in the highlighted gray area. This is phase one of Royal Gardens subdivision, and that's the subdivision that we are doing the replat of. And that's the zoning on the subject property. You could see that's the subject property, and below there is the other subdivision. This is the plat, which is phase one of the development. And as you can see on the left side, this is the subject property, lot 4, and the boundary of Fox Grove. This is the 50-foot setback that exists on all those lots adjacent to the Fox Grove development. And as you can see, this is the kind of general layout of the property, and you see the encroachment. So that property qualifies to be reviewed as a single lot replat. Now, what I want to show you here would be the subdivision, the phase one, and also the surrounding development. The lots around there to the east, to the west, and to the south, they have very large setbacks, and therefore, during the time of platting, the setbacks around the various sections of Royal Gardens had different setbacks. For example, the orange shows 25 feet, the blue shows 20 feet, 40 feet up in this case, and mostly along the west and the south side, which includes the subject property, the setback is 50 foot. What happens is that for some reason, and staff cannot trace why or how this happened, but as you can see, this is the subject property, and that's the setbacks for the plat. And you can see that's the regular 20-foot single family setback. And that's the building, and those pool and the wooden deck, these are encroachments within the setback. And the purpose of this request is to move the setbacks further to the south to enable those structures to be out of the setback. Also, there is another encroachment on the west side where the building is encroaching in this area. And I will show you a little better what we're talking about. Yeah, this is the area that we're talking about. This is the west side of the property. This is the building. You now see the setbacks for the plat, which is 10 feet. And we see where the building encroachment is 9.2 feet. And that area is the amount of encroachment which is on the west side of the property. And this setback of 7.5 feet, the green represents the setback which is typical of the single family residential dwelling units. And the applicant is requesting to modify the setback to meet these requirements. So with that, the setbacks would be front 25, east side 10, west side would be 7.5, and the rear would be 20 feet. Compared to the areas, the RSF1 zoning, the existing yard setback, and the requested setback. So as you can see, the west side, the rear, and the accessory rear setbacks are the ones that we're requesting modifications on. This is the plat which has been submitted for that modification. The surveyors have signed the plat, and it's submitted with the resolution for your consideration. Our recommendation is that you approve the request, adopt the resolution with the conditions indicating the setbacks, the new setbacks for the subject property. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
All right. I love that last slide. Okay, can you unshare your screen, please?
Yes, definitely. Stop sharing.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Any questions by the commission? Okay, since this is a public hearing, quasi judicial, let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission for deliberation and vote.
Nothing as of now, Mayor Poe.
Okay, thank you. So anybody on the commission interested in making a motion?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant is on call.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we can, apologize.
Apologize, it must be a separate.
Okay, so is that JD
Parker?
Oh,
there
Andrew.
it is.
Okay, welcome, Andrew.
Thank you.
Do you have a presentation or anything you'd like to, there you are.
There we are. No, I just wanted to say hi. Thank you for listening to this and reviewing it and hopefully approving it. I wanted to let you know that the previous homeowner was very apologetic when they did an addition on the home and creeped over that line. They said they couldn't believe the contractor had done that. And we've been going through this process for a couple years now to try to achieve a clean title. It's the title company that has somewhat made a stink of it. So we would like a clean title so that at some point, if we do sell the property, that the next buyer does not have the same issue.
Okay, very good. Thanks for sharing that history with us, Mr. Baker. Okay, now let's go to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we ready for a motion at this point?
We are.
All right, then I move resolution 170728 for approval.
Okay, is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Ariola. I just realized, Ms. Shalley, just make sure I'm not tiptoeing into trouble here. Normally resolutions are heard after 6.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I confirmed with Lawrence ahead of time that in this case, with this process, there's just notification sent to surrounding property owners, and it was not advertised for a particular time, such as after 6. So
okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
all this trouble and then have this.
Mr. Mayor, one correction. I just wanted to, in the title opinion, the legal description is listed as lot 4 plus an additional parcel, but the city attorney's office will correct that before your signature sometime later. But your document says that, so I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay, so it's basically Scribner's error that will correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Ward made the motion. Commissioner Ariola seconded. I'm of course supportive of it. This seems like a lot of work and a long process to go through for a relatively minor change. And I'm a little, I mean, I guess this has to come before us, but I wish there was an administrative way to fix this and correct this. So anyway.
Mr. Mayor, you could direct us to do that. Staff feels the same way, and we would be pleased to modify it at a convenient time.
Yeah, that's a lot of money and time and everything else that goes into a routine administrative thing. So anyway, maybe something to talk about another time. With that, we can move to a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Simmons absent. Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Thank you, Mr. Baker. I appreciate your patience on this, and go ahead and get that clean title now. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is Resolution 200198, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for Hurricane Irma Disaster Declaration FEMA 4337-DR.-FL, with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize the mayor to execute a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute the grant agreements and related documents, subject to approval of the city attorney as to form and legality, and required matching funds will be allocated from the stormwater operating and capital budgets.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, anything you want to share with us here?
think the clerk explained the item in the title. This is just a federal program that we're going to be participating in, and it will help alleviate some drainage issues and flooding issues in several areas of the city.
Yeah, this is part of FEMA's emphasis more recently on sort of hardening and stormwater maintenance to prevent the sort of worst outcomes when major storm events hit versus being reactive to it. And we definitely appreciate that both on the stormwater utility side and the electric utility side. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move resolution 200198.
Okay, who is the second? I'm sorry. Commissioner Johnson. Okay.
And then just one comment. I'm glad we're going. These are all along our creeks and everything like that. And I mean, we do have the proposal on the charter about the Cogtown Creek Greenway and all of those different things like that. And I would like for us at some point to look at our purchasing policy and what parcels are trying to purchase along the creek and kind of have a discussion on that at some point in the future, because all of these are in those areas. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And that sounds like a really good topic for the joint committee. That's now the climate, what's it called? Climate resilience?
Yeah, we actually did talk about it quite a bit. And
when I was on
Hutchison, was a very strong proponent of it. And I think it just comes down to us putting together funds that we want to use for it. And then there's a variety of different kind of mechanisms we could do. But,
yeah, I just, so, you know, the county is eligible for these kind of dollars as well. And, you know, between money we put in, they put in, and then we, I believe we could probably get some private foundation money. We would just want a sort of interlocal agreement on something. So, I mean, I'm happy to have a meeting with it just amongst ourselves, but ultimately where we're going to see the biggest, you know, kind of reward for that is if we get that kind of three-way funding agreement in place. But that's neither here nor there right now. So we'll come back to that. I think that is an important topic. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion accepting this grant money from FEMA?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Simmons absent. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 200178, bond resolution authorizing the issuance of special obligation bond revenue bond series 2020. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $210 million in an aggregate original principal amount of the City of Gainesville, Florida Special Obligation Revenue Bond Series 2020 for the purpose of funding a portion of the unfunded pension obligations of the city with respect to the General Employees Pension Plan and the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Pension Plan, providing for the payment of such bonds from legally available non-ad valorem revenues of the city, which are budgeted and appropriated by the city on an annual basis, providing for the rights and remedies of the holders thereof, and making certain representations, warranties, covenants, and agreements in connection therewith, providing an effective date, and providing certain other details.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. You heard this item previously for discussion at a GPC meeting, and now we're bringing this forward to the City Commission for the enactment of the bond resolution, and on your next item, the award resolution. At your GPC meeting, you had two questions that you wanted us to answer. One dealt with the sensitivity analysis, and the second pertained to what effect this might have on the city's bond ratings going forward. PFM, Jay Glover, has prepared a presentation which he will walk through, which will show you both of those. We are looking at funding at this point at the 95% of unfunded liability level, which will, in my opinion, give us the maximum savings, but also provide us some cushion if we need it on the last 5%. Two other things I just want to point out is you did ask the city auditor to give her opinion on several issues. Attached to the agenda item is her memo regarding that. She certainly can speak for it, but my reading of it is that there were no major concerns moving forward. And then the second is, as the mayor and commission may be aware, we are in a potential litigious situation with the State Department of Financial Services, the Division on Retirement, regarding how we calculate certain assumptions. That issue should go away because the plan will be virtually fully funded at this point, which should free up about $2 million of 175 and 185 money that the state has been holding. So that's a side benefit for going through the POBs. So with that, I would ask Jay Glover from PFM to walk us through the presentation.
Hey, welcome back, Mr. Glover.
Let me see here. All right, I think I just got activated. This, can y'all hear me and see me?
You're live, Jay.
Perfect. Let me pull up the presentation. Oh. All right. Is everybody still with me? And
We
can
are.
see my share screen? Great.
We cannot see your share screen.
Oh, hold on. It would help if I shared it.
There you go.
All right. Are we better now?
Yes.
Yep, looks great.
Perfect. Thanks. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager Feldman, Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors, the city's financial advisor. And as the city manager mentioned, we went through some kind of basics and overview of pension obligation bonds, as well as presented some estimated savings figures at a prior meeting you all had. And we're back today to consider two bond resolutions, which are in front of you as two separate agenda items, as well as address some open questions that were presented from that meeting. So this presentation hopefully will be very short and walk through the open questions, and then I'll address any questions you all might have. But just to recap what we did before, right now the city's unfunded liability between the two pension plans is about $215 million, as you can see here, I think where my cursor is. So at the 95% funding level, we're actually looking at funding about $205 million of that unfunded liability. And if you break that down between general employees and the police and fire, it's about $158 million for general employees and about $46 million for your police and fire. So as we mentioned before, there's significant estimated savings from doing this pension obligation bond deal because you have an assumed discount rate of 7.9%. And we're estimating that you can borrow somewhere in the low 3% range with it, based on today's market conditions. So what that does is it generates an estimated savings of about $132 million over the remaining term of the unfunded accrued liability. And that's broken down about $100 million between the general employees and about $32 million between the police and fire. So again, that is based on an assumed earnings rate of the proceeds being deposited into the pension. Again, the $204 million of 7.9%. Your actual savings will obviously depend on what those funds earn over time. And to help demonstrate how that might be impacted with different market conditions, we did, with the assistance of Bank of America, your senior underwriter, run some sensitivity analysis. The PV savings, again, we generally present value savings back to today's dollars. And in this case, the PV based on the all-in true interest cost is about $102 million. So when you take $132 million over the term and present value that back at about 3%, you get $102 million in today's present value dollars. Just to further illustrate this, mainly on the general employee fund, we also break that down between the city's contribution, which is about 41%, and GRU's contribution was about 59%. So you can see here, of the savings attributable to the general employee fund, it's broken down about $32 million on a present value basis for the city's general fund and about $46 million for the GRU fund. But again, these are consistent with the numbers on the prior page, but just broken down a little bit further for illustrative purposes. As we talked about before, and one of the aspects of this pension obligation bond deal that we're proposing is taking level savings over the remaining life of the unfunded liability. So this is not a scenario where we're trying to avoid payments over the next few years and defer them to a later date. So what you can see here with the yellow line is the estimated unfunded accrued liability if you would make that payment on just a pay-as-you-go basis each year. And then what you see with the bars is the lighter blue is the debt service or proposed debt service on your pension obligation bond deal. And then the unrefunded UAL refers to that remaining 5% that we're not funding. So you'll continue to have an ongoing pay-as-you-go payment associated with that. And we've structured these debt service payments to create essentially $5.7 million of annual savings, which is level across each of the remaining years, which is one of the things that the rating agencies will look to when they analyze this type of transaction is, are you taking savings over the life of the deal, or are you really deferring payments over the long term? So we'll talk about credit rating in a little while, but this is one of the aspects of the way we structure it that the rating agencies should look favorably upon. Again, here, this is just in numbers what that graph on the prior page shows. So again, here, the current UAAL is what you would pay on a pay-as-you-go basis if you did nothing. You just continued to make this as part of your annual budget payment. So you can see the total down here at the bottom is about $440 million through 2047. The unfunded UAAL, again, this is the 5% that we're not funding with the POB. So you're going to have an annual payment associated with that. And then you're going to have a POB debt service payment. So when you combine all of this, you can see kind of numerically where you get to that $5.7 million annual cash flow savings. One thing to note is you'll see there are some smaller payments out here past 2042. We're proposing to cut the POB off at 2042, just given these small amounts out here. And again, here, there's a statement here of the savings in the general fund. GRU is about $2.6 million of those. So again, here, the annual cash flow of $132 million of estimated savings foots back to that original page that we discussed. So that was sort of just a kind of I think a recap of the estimated savings from the POB, consistent with what we talked about at your prior meeting. I think maybe perhaps more importantly, and there's a lot of numbers on this page, so I'm going to try to go slowly and kind of walk through what we have here. But this is really a sensitivity analysis that we worked on with Bank of America to help understand how various investment returns impact your estimated savings. Really, because it's unlikely that you're going to earn 7.9% each and every year for the next 25 to 30 years. So we want to understand if you earn less than that, are we still able to save money? Or if you have a one-time shock to the system with a pretty significant decline and then an increase in earnings after that, are we still saving money? So this is really what this table tries to capture. And I'm going to start really at the bottom of the table to help illustrate this. So if you see your base case here, again, this is the 7.9% annual return. And in this case, we're actually present valuing these figures back at the 7.9% discount rate. So keep in mind, before when we talked about the bond financing, we were present valuing back at the all-in TIC. Here, we're present valuing back at the 7.9% discount rate. So If you earn 7.9%, you're going to realize, present value savings of about $70 million. Again, that's still the $132 million of gross cash flow, but you're discounting back at a much higher discount rate. So it's about $70 million of estimated savings on a present value basis. The stress test number one that we performed was we looked at if these funds are invested into the pension and you see a 25% decrease in your return in year one, and then a 7.9% return after that. So you had a severe shock to the equity market shortly after doing this POB, but then the market recovered and had a 7.9% return. We're showing that under this scenario, you're still realizing net present value savings of about $8.9 million. And what this $60 million figure relates to is that's the present value of the unfunded accrued liability that you'll accrue because of your reduced earnings. But the key here is you're still showing net present value debt service savings, even under a scenario where there's a significant shock to the equity market shortly after closing. And then we looked at stress test 2, which was instead of earning 7.9% annually, you would only earn 6.9% annually each year. And you can see here your present value savings would be reduced about $47 million. And then you would have a $22 million present value unfunded accrued liability. So again here, 1% lower earnings really results in about $22 million of decreased present value savings. But at the same hand, you are still saving significant money with a lower investment rate. And then stress tests 3 and 4, we do the same thing at a 5.9% return. And then just to show sort of how the math and these things work, if you essentially earn your all-in TIC, so your annual return is around 3%, you're going to be at essentially a break-even point. So again, we talked about this. As long as you earn more over time than your all-in true interest cost, you're going to be better off by doing a pension obligation bond deal. And then I'll point out this bullet at the very bottom over here that states what historically your annualized returns in each of your pension funds have been. So in your general employees fund, you've averaged an annual return of about 10.5%. And you've also, in your police and fire, averaged about 9.6%. So again, your historic averages show that you will, outperform that 7.9% discount rate. And I think you've also gotten some indications from your investment consultants in each of these pension plans that indicate, estimated earnings anywhere from maybe 6 to 8% over the long term based on, their assumptions moving forward. The final thing that I will point out on this page is your probability of success. So under 88.5% of the model scenarios that were run, you are going to have a positive present value savings from doing this POB. So on the inverse, about 11.5% of the time, you will have, negative savings from doing this. So, obviously, no one can predict what investment returns might be over the long term, but the simulation models that we run in conjunction with Bank of America show there's a high likelihood of success by doing this pension obligation bond deal. And that's really related to the fact that the long-term borrowing rates right now are so attractive. I'll just pause there for a second. If you would like for me to address any questions, or should I continue through the whole presentation and then take questions at the end? Oh, I think you're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. No questions at this point, Mr. Glover, so go ahead and continue, and then we'll circle back around after you're done.
Perfect. Again, I won't spend too much time on this, but just graphically showing what we said before. Again here, the majority of the time, this shows the most likely outcome is in the $45 million present value savings range. And obviously there's a lot of scenarios where you could potentially save more than we estimate if your earnings do indeed, come in above 7.9. And then there's a few scenarios where, you could lose significantly more if your earnings are, say, zero over the long term. So again, that's really the one risk we see with these pension, bond deals. But, given historical markets and the low borrowing rate, if you are going to do a pension obligation bond deal, obviously this is an opportune time to do so. And I think even some of the information the city auditor prepared supported that conclusion. And then I think I have two more slides here to hit on two other points, because anytime you're doing a fairly large transaction like this there's always the question of how is this going to impact our ability to do future bonds for capital projects as they might come up. So in order to demonstrate that, whenever you do a financing, you have to meet what's called an anti-dilution test or an additional bonds test. So the market will look at how much non-ad valorem revenues you generate in a given year, and they'll compare that to the maximum annual debt service to calculate a coverage ratio. So if you see, you have a two-prong test. The first prong says maximum annual debt service on all of your outstanding debt secured by non-ad valorem revenues cannot exceed 50% of your non-ad valorem revenues. So if you take your maximum annual debt service, which includes your POB issuance here and all of your existing debt, and you compare that to your non-ad valorem revenues, your ratio is about 28.4%. So in order to meet that test, you have to be less than 50%. So this demonstrates that you would still have significant bonding capacity in the future under the first prong of the test. And again, here, the second prong of the test takes your average annual debt service on all of your debt, which is $21 million, and compares it to the same non-ad valorem revenue stream to generate a coverage ratio of 4.8 times. And in this case, the ratio must exceed 2.0 times. So under both metrics, you have significant coverage to do additional capital plans. So this POB in and of itself is not going to limit your ability to do, future capital projects to the extent you needed to issue additional debt to do so. Because really, as we talked about this before, this is also replacing one liability that exists with another liability. So there's really not an incremental increase in the payment you're making from a cash flow perspective either, which also helps with bonding capacity. And then the final question, which we were asked to answer, and I think we wrote a memo on this as well to the city manager, was how will this potentially impact our credit ratings? And I'll start off by saying the city's very strong credit ratings. You actually have a AA credit rating from Moody's and Fitch based on your overall strength of the city. And then they reduced that by one notch to be equivalent to what these bonds would be rated based on your non-ad valorem revenues. So right now, you have a AA3, AA- rating on outstanding non-ad valorem bonds. And there's a lot of words on this page, but really when the rating agencies look at rating, they really look at three factors. They're looking at your economy and your tax bases, they're looking at your finances, and they're looking at your long-term liabilities, which includes debt and pensions. And in terms of finances, particularly fund balance and cash balances are most important. And I would suggest to you that given the sort of pandemic we're facing now, higher fund balances are obviously looked very favorably upon because it gives cities, flexibility to deal with decreased revenues or increased expenditures. So in addition to those general credit factors that the rating agencies will review, you can see here in this bullet here what additional factors we think will be important from the POB perspective. And those two things are, one, how is the city dealing with the COVID pandemic? And two, how is the POB expected to reshape the city's long-term pension obligation payments? So, and this really gets to what I was talking about before. How are we structuring this pension obligation bond deal? Is it being done to kind of bail the city out for bad prior decisions and to defer payments because of budget crisis right now? Or is it being done prudently in a manner that's going to reduce, payments over the long term in a level amount? And the way we've structured this is really the latter. So it's being structured in a very conservative manner, which generally leads to a neutral view from the rating agencies in terms of how they look at these POBs, because they obviously understand that, as we mentioned before, this is a liability that already exists on the city's books. So we're doing a financing technique that we would hope over time would actually reduce that liability. And we've done significant sensitivity analysis, which we'll also share with them to show why we think that's the case. So I think in general, like I say in this next to last bullet, when issuers are looking to do POBs to offset, annual, budget resources, in other words, are you doing something to minimize your payments over the next 2 or 3 years? So are you taking all your savings over the short term to the detriment of the long term? Also, have you done things to help your pension situation over the long term? So as long as this is structured prudently, we do not think this in and of itself would have any negative impact on your credit ratings. And I say in and of itself because obviously there's a lot of things going on in the world that could have a negative impact on your credit ratings. If the pandemic was prolonged and the university shut down and revenues were down and it resulted in fund balance drawdowns over time, those are the things that I think would have an impact on credit ratings. But doing a pension obligation bond deal that's structured appropriately should not have in and of itself any negative impact on your credit ratings. And we are actually in the process, assuming we get approval here tonight, to actually have calls with each of the rating agencies next week to discuss this financing with them, hopefully with the goal of getting an affirmation of your ratings at AA3 from Moody's and AA- from Fitch. So hopefully we can know pretty soon if what we've presented to them is acceptable, and we'll have those ratings affirmed shortly, probably late next week. And with that, I'll pause and address any questions you all might have.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Glover. Very helpful and thorough.
And I'll unshare my screen if that's appropriate. Is that right?
That would be very helpful to me. Let me actually just go to Ms. Bigby and just see if there's anything you wanted to add. I mean, you did include your analysis as part of the backup that we all had a chance to read, but just want to make sure that you had an opportunity to share any thoughts that you might have with us at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I'll just run through the highlights of the memo. I believe you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay. So as Mr. Glover said, we provided a highlight to cover the key points of the management's financing, just to make sure the City Commission can see both sides of the issue. And overall, we had no major objections. We did review the timing. So the timing means, is this the right time to do pension obligation bond financing? And based on professional resources, it looks like this is the ideal time. This is when you would engage in pension obligation bond financing, as Mr. Glover mentioned. And here is a common illustration that folks often reference that illustrates a recession or a trough when you would engage in pension obligation bond financing. What we don't know, of course, is are we going to continue to recover, or will we have another trough? But I think that we would still be fine. I wanted to point out that the Government Finance Officers Association has a different point of view. They've had this point of view for a few years. So I just put that in the memo so that you could take a look at that. They're very conservative, and they list a number of factors that negatively affect financing, but a lot of those factors don't impact the city. And one of those would be a lack of a call feature in your financing plan. And as Mr. Glover said, that is included in our financing plan. The expected annual rate of return, we used 7.9%, which is among the highest I've seen for cities. So management can support that assumed rate of return. That's what we use in our actuarial assumptions. However, we did list a few resources in our memo that show a rate between 6 and 7.5% is more advised now for municipalities. Even if we did lower our assumption rate to 6, we would still have considerable savings engaging in the pension obligation bond financing. So there are just a few resources there you can take a look at. And this chart here from, I believe, Research Affiliates shows that the average rate of return is hitting just below the 7.9%, between a little over 6 to 7.9. So not too far off. So I'm going to scan past that. The percentage of unfunded liability, we're financing about 95%. That's management's plan right now. And we had no challenge to that, especially given the call option included in the financing. That reduces the risk of difficult and costly refund or restructure of the pension obligation bonds should the need arise later on. The amortization period was key. We have about 21 years, as Mr. Glover mentioned. They shortened it just a bit, and that's ideal. So we're looking for an amortization rate of 20 years or less. So in Mr. Glover's presentation, that's the slide that's called the summary of cash flows. So we're fine with that. Then the last thing that we noted was disclosure. The SEC is asking municipalities issuing bonds to include COVID disclosures, and we do have that in our disclosures. So I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bigby. All right, so let's go back to the commission. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, is there any reason why we wouldn't get guidance from the rating agencies before we move forward with this?
Yeah, this is Jay Glover from PFM. We will have guidance from them before we actually enter the market, obviously, but generally that official rating action does not come until after the financing has been approved. You know, I'm sure the city manager, we can defer to him, but you know, if there is a rating action that's below what we expect, meaning an affirmation of the ratings, I think we could bring that information back to you all for consideration. But I'd defer to the city manager on that.
That would be preferable to me. What do you think, Lee?
Yeah, again, we don't expect there to be any degradation in our bond ratings because of the issuance of the BOB or the financial condition of the city as it currently exists. If there is a slight, you know, for example, if we go from a stable outlook to a negative outlook, that might have a small effect on the interest rate that we borrow, but it won't have a significant effect that would really distort any of the numbers that we've shown you. I mean, Jay could talk a little bit about what the effects of a negative outlook or a downgrade, even though we don't anticipate that happening. But the cost of borrowing right now, again, is still low, and you know, where we are in a rate doesn't really affect the numbers that we've seen. So, Jay, do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can comment on that. So at the AA3 level, AA minus, and it's just different how each rating agency categorizes their ratings. That's why one says AA3 and AA minus, but those are actually equivalent to each other. You know, if you were to be downgraded to A plus, which would be the next lowest rating, you know, you're probably talking about a 25 or so basis point difference, 25, 30 basis point difference in rating. So you're talking going from maybe a 3% borrowing cost to say a 325, 330 borrowing cost. So obviously we want to borrow at a lowest rate possible, but it would not be catastrophic to, you know, the estimated savings figures we've discussed. But again, we've had preliminary discussions with each of the rating agencies. And I do not anticipate any negative action at all. So I would, you know, I quit saying it won't happen because you can never predict things, especially in today's current environment. But the city does have a very good financial picture to tell right now. And again, this POB should be a positive because it's going to save money over time. And I think the intention is to replenish or build reserves and maybe, use one-time expenditures for the savings. It's not to irrationally spend the savings on things. So all in all, it should be a very positive story to tell over the long run by doing this. But we will definitely, make you all aware once we get definitive feedback from the rating agencies, which should probably be late next week or the following week early.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
And I think it's also important to make sure that, and we will emphasize to the rating agencies, that we are not using the savings either on the general government side or the GRU side to balance the budget for fiscal year 21. So this is not a balance the budget effort either. This is a let's save costs and help build reserves.
Okay, thank you both on that. Commissioner Johnson, you're concluded. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move forward with a motion, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, please.
I'd like to move that staff's recommendation. It's a lot there.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to move forward with the resolution, laying out the parameters for special obligation, pension obligation bonds, and authorize the city manager and finance director to take the required actions. And then the third part, approve savings accrued from the GRU portion of the City Gainesville special obligation bond to be added to cash reserves and or utilized to redeem or decrease outstanding debt. So just to reinforce, I think the point that Mr. Feldman was making, but that's true on the GRU portion of these savings as well. Okay, let's turn to members of the public who wish to comment on this item.
Yes, sir. We have one person on the line as of this moment for public comment. Is going to be Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, if you are available, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, mayors, commissioners, Nathan Scott. So Mr. Benton did not participate in this presentation this time, but last time he spoke, he shared my concern, which is, and is alluded to slightly by the city auditor, is that the flawed assumption in this approach, notwithstanding the fact that we find ourselves facing nearly a $300 million underfunded pension obligation, which reflects negatively on the governance of the Gainesville City Commission and mayor. But the issue here is there's two assumptions. One, you should do this because interest rates are at all times low, correct. The other assumption is we're buying into a dip. That is not correct. That is a very important assumption that was alluded to in stress tests 1 and 2, which should give this Gainesville City Commission pause. But to put this in layman's term, the market is at an all-time high, and you're borrowing to invest in an inflated stock market at all-time high valuations and expecting superior returns. There's no guarantee of that. And specifically, historical market returns mean nothing in a pandemic. I mean, the market is irrational right now. Stock indices are at all-time highs despite the economy. Normally, if there was a dip, if you had done this in March, I think everyone would say, wow, or we're probably doing a good thing. But we're not in March anymore, folks. So, this is a big concern. You're speculating on the market. You're speculating on the timing. Yes, interest rates are low, but there's some risk here because if you invest at all-time high and the market declines precipitously, which is stress test 1, you can see that the returns are negligible. And in another case, there are no returns. So again, we shouldn't be in the situation of having an underfunded pension obligation, but the city commission and the mayor don't focus their time and attention on the important aspects of ensuring pensioners are taken care of in the aggregate. They spend their time on all these global superfluous issues. And one final thing is, if you look at investing, how many bankruptcies have we seen in the last couple of weeks? So any common equity that you invest in, some may go bankrupt, some may not. You don't know. So that's an issue. So again, I think that the savings, any alleged savings, I think it's alluded to in the motion, but not strictly, any alleged savings should be on the GRU side specifically should be used to retire debt, reduce the general fund transfer, and lower our electric rates. You know, that's the issue there, folks. But again, this is not well intended. It's just how did Mayor Poe, you and the Gainesville City Commission allow our city employees to get in this situation to this extent of the problem? And secondly, what are we doing to ensure that this second assumption, namely that we're
Mayor
buying
Poe, that's 3 minutes.
I don't see us doing that. I think you all need to address that and think long and hard about this. Thank you.
Hey, Willie, anybody else on the line?
No, sir, that's it for this item.
Okay, thank you. So I want to address the issue of risk. You know, I think what you heard from the caller was a concern that, you know, we do have a bullish market right now, and you know, there could be a market adjustment. I think that there's some expectation of that at some point. But we're doing this over a 20-year horizon. And that's, you know, when we talk about it's, you know, I think Mr. Glover was pretty clear about this, but we're not assuming a 7.9% rate of return every year. That's a historical, or in this case, prospective average. And, you know, Mr. Benton, at the last time we discussed this, did speak for a while, as much as Mr. Benton speaks for a while about anything, that, you know, we do have a very solid historical rate of return to look back on that very much validates what we're assuming going forward. In fact, I would say that's conservative based on our historical earnings. And so, you know, even if there's a market correction, say in the next 12 to 18 months, that doesn't negate the long-term benefit of doing this over a 21 year time frame. So, you know, the other part of the risk, there is the risk of not doing this. And so by not doing this, we could be exposing our neighbors to significantly higher obligations that have to be funded one way or another. And that just means more tax dollars out of people's pockets, more money that has to go towards rates that balance GRU's budget. And so they're in a careful analysis, the risk is much greater to do nothing. The exposure is much greater to do nothing than actually take this action, just based on an objective analysis of you know, where we are today in the market, where we expect to be, and what our historical earnings have been. So, you know, a lot of careful analysis has gone into this. We've had a lot of sets of eyes. We've had folks like Ms. Resnick and Mr. Benton at GRU look at this. We've had Jay Glover from PFM look at this. We've had our independent auditor look at this. We've had our finance staff under the city manager's purview look at this. And the recommendations are almost universally the same, which is this puts the city in a much stronger financial position and is a better value to our neighbors and our GRU customers in the money that they're spending to support our workforce. Yeah, I very much support the motion, and I would like to thank everybody who put a significant amount of time and effort into making sure that we considered all of the sort of possibilities with this and gave us a very solid analysis on which to base our decision. And so with that, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. All right, next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 200231, award authorizing an issuance of special obligation revenue bond series 2020. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, providing the delegation parameters for the award of the sale of City of Gainesville, Florida, special obligation revenue bond series 2020 for the purpose of funding a portion of the unfunded pension obligations of the city with respect to the general employees pension plan and the consolidated police officers and firefighters pension plan to the underwriters, appointing the paying agent, and approving the forms of the preliminary official statement, continuing disclosure agreement and bond purchase contract, and delegating authority to certain city officials to take actions in connection with the issuance of bonds.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Feldman?
So, Mayor, I don't have any additional comments. I think you heard the presentation that's associated with this on the last item. Other than I just want to thank our budget and finance staff that while we were concluding the finance, the budget for fiscal year 21, we were also preparing all the documents and analysis necessary for this. And so they've been working pretty hard around the clock to make this all happen, and want to thank them.
Yeah, like we'll all reinforce that vote of gratitude. And in fact, this decision is pretty important to the budget decisions that we'll be making at our next two meetings. So I really want to, thank them for making this happen at a time that's critical to how we move forward with our next fiscal year budget. Okay, are there any other questions? I mean, I think we covered everything in the last presentation, so I don't see any hands if there's a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we accept resolution 200231.
Okay, was seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt resolution 200231. All right, Willie, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Scott once again. Mr. Scott, if you can hear us, you have the floor.
So again, I want to speak on the same issue. Again, there are two underlying assumptions here. I'm not saying it's not well-intended, and I'm not saying it's prudent. What I am saying, and Mayor Poe, you deflected upon what I said and distorted it, is that yes, interest rates are at all-time low, but the market's at an all-time high. The assumption is you are investing in a trough. That is one of two important assumptions here, and that assumption is not fulfilled. And you're stating that these investments are going to be made over time. That's not why you're borrowing the money. You're borrowing the money to make the investment in year one. That's where the risk scenarios that were presented by PFM come in, and that's why the returns, if the market goes south after you made the investment, are not what they were be in a normal market return environment. So I don't need you, respectfully, Mayor, deflecting and distorting somebody that's got an MBA and is well-skilled in financial management. You know, you can believe that PFM and all the things, all the consultants, type A consultants telling you what you want to believe. I'm just merely stating the fact and supported even Jim Cramer for Mad Money. We're in an irrational stock market right now. Valuations are at an all-time high, and that's a key assumption there. And so unless that market dips over the next couple of weeks before you make the investment, the point being made is valid. It's the same point that Mr. Benton, who's not allowed to speak tonight, made at the last meeting, which I commended him on. It's the same point being made, but slipped under the cover by the city auditor. So again, we can sit there and try and discredit callers and not listen to our citizens and say we don't know what we're talking about, but consistently the citizens who have been engaged in city government have been proven correct time and time and time again. And I don't say that this is not prudent, but for you to lecture us about the cost of doing nothing while ignoring how you got us into this mess over the past decade that you've been on the city government, you know, I think is a disservice to the taxpayers. There's no responsibility. It's complete abdication of responsibility because your time is not dedicated to city government. It's dedicated to try and get merit badges. So if this works, and I hope the savings will be used to reduce the general fund transfer, particularly on the GRU side, and to reduce our electric rates and retire debt, which is looming, approximately $1.9 billion. You know, I hope this works, but you need to acknowledge the risk and own it rather than deflecting and making excuses, because the market is at an all-time high. That's an undisputed fact. Thank you.
Hey, Willie, do we have any other callers on the line?
No, sir. Mr. Scott was it for that item. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So seeing no other hands, we'll go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hay Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is public hearing number 1, public hearing on regional transit system proposed fall 2020 transit service changes, with the recommendation that the commission hold a public hearing to the proposed fall 2020 service changes effective August 31, 2020, and authorize the city manager to execute any related documents subject to approval by the city attorney as to form of legality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, do you have anything you want to present here?
So this is part of our 3 times a year transfer of or readjustment of our transit schedules, and they are done in consultation with the university and the college, and we just request that you take public comment and then adopt the proposed changes. And staff from RTS is here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Not entirely related to schedule and route changes, but I did hear a news story tonight from our local NPR affiliate that said RTS will start new procedures, including frequent cleaning of our buses and requiring masks. And I wanted to jump through my radio to say they've been doing that all along. It might be new to returning students, but it's not a new safety protocol for RTS. But it is important for all of our returning students used to using RTS that we do take safety very seriously, and we'll be following as strict safety protocols as we can to keep everybody healthy on our buses. But with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. This is a public hearing intended for that purpose. And so, Willie, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Once again, we have Mr. Scott on the line. Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the public hearing on the RTS for the transit service charges, what guarantee do we have that Santa Fe and UF will be paying these charges, particularly based on student enrollment, to the extent that students, the majority of which are not going to be attending classes on campus? I think UF is scheduled to have like 30% or more virtually. So that's one issue. And the second issue that I hope that you will address is that the City Commission spent significant time meddling in name changes, changing the names of parks, historical parks, changing or advocating for the name changes for schools, and other countless acts. At what point is the City Commission going to reconsider renaming the RTS facility such that we remove the name of a convicted felon, Corrine
Mr.
Brown?
Scott, that item is not germane to this topic.
That is germane.
No, it's not. This is about the routes and schedule.
And I asked about the routes. Quit trying to censor my speech, Mayor Poe.
I'm not. We just have to stay on topic, and you need to speak to the item itself.
But you're interrupting me, and you're interrupting me. I asked a valid point regarding the funding of the RTS, and I added a secondary point. You guys deny the general public comment, but you've reinstated commissioner comment. And you want to suppress public comment on these issues because they're inconvenient for you to hear. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we do have agreements with UF and Santa Fe for the student mobility fee portion of the RTS routes that serve those two particular institutions. Anybody else? Willie from the public?
No, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the commission, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could staff please send, I know you mentioned that routes 151 and route 42 are not being moved forward for new routes, but if you can just email what those routes would have been. I'd like to see what those routes would have been if we move forward on them. And then I'd also like to move that we adopt the proposed schedule for 2020.
Okay, we approve the 2020 service changes. Those will be effective August 31. And then have the city manager authorize those documents. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Thank you very much. And so, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and move to a vote.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Simmons absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 190293, text change amending the land development code for tree mitigation. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 30-8.7, permits for tree removal, mitigation of the land development code, relating to tree mitigation requirements for single family developments and affordable housing developments, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Kulari, I think you're.
Yeah, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. My name is Liliana Kaluri, and I'm the Environmental Coordinator in the Department of Sustainable Development. This presentation is regarding some proposed land development code amendments to the tree mitigation policy, specifically for single-family properties and for affordable housing developments. And as a quick reminder, the Commission and Plan Board identified the single-family tree mitigation issue as a high priority item at the joint meeting that was held last June. So just to give a quick recap of the single-family tree mitigation issue, the code has always treated the mitigation requirements for single-family properties different from other property types. Specifically, single-family properties have only had to mitigate prior to 2017. The basis for granting the reduced mitigation was dependent on whether the property had RSF zoning. But in 2017, the basis for reduced mitigation was revised to single-family dwelling so that homeowners that did not live in RSF zoning could also enjoy the same benefits of reduced tree mitigation. The consequence of this, however, was that single-family lots without a structure on them now had to mitigate trees at the same rate as multifamily and commercial properties. While a benefit of this change was that it encouraged heritage tree preservation and design of new neighborhoods, since trees on lots can't just be removed at no cost or low cost anymore, it's had a negative effect on the owners of vacant lots, some of them being the last few vacant lots in older neighborhoods that they now can't afford to build on because the tree mitigation fees are too expensive. To kind of show what I'm saying, the image to the right represents one of these established neighborhoods. And let's say these two property owners want to remove a tree. Both trees are 30-inch magnolias, which are considered a high-quality heritage tree. On the lot with the house on it, the mitigation is assessed at inch-for-inch replacement, or $50 an inch. So the total mitigation is only $1,500. But on the lot without the house, the mitigation is assessed at tree appraised value, which for a 30-inch tree comes out to $15,543. So that's a pretty big difference. So the goal of the proposed change is to alleviate this issue by allowing the reduced tree mitigation for all single-family lots, vacant or not, that were platted before the effective date of the last ordinance, which was July 20th, 2017. And this will account for all of those neighborhoods where the design did not take tree mitigation into account within the lots. So under this scenario, again, in the established neighborhood, the mitigation fee would be the same for both of the lots. But in neighborhoods designed after the 2017 ordinance, however, They've all had to be designed taking into account the tree mitigation costs on the lots. So there's been a benefit of encouraging tree preservation overall. So our proposal is to continue to encourage this while also minimizing the mitigation cost to future homeowners by continuing the current mitigation requirements for new single-family lots platted until either the lot is purchased by the current or future occupants, or at least 85% of the lots on the plat are fully constructed, at which time those lots would be allowed the reduced single-family tree mitigation rate. This ensures that a homeowner won't be saddled with an expensive tree appraised value payment. And as for the 85% cutoff, let's say the neighborhood gets built and there's a few lots remaining that just sit there for many years and the trees continue to grow larger and become more expensive to mitigate. Under this new proposed rule, we wouldn't have the current scenario we are seeing in older neighborhoods that maybe have 1 or 2 lots left where property owners who bought it 30 years ago now are unable to build due to the high mitigation costs. We've proposed a couple of other changes to the tree mitigation policy as well. One of these is to allow developments that provide 100% of housing affordable to low-income households to mitigate for high-quality heritage trees at inch-for-inch replacement instead of tree appraised value. So basically, that would be like the $1,500 shown in the previous example instead of the $15,000 fee. This policy would extend the reduced mitigation for heritage trees allowed for single-family properties to affordable multifamily housing developments. And I just want to point out that the proposed language includes a definition for both affordable housing and for low-income households. So it would be very clear when this policy would apply. And the last proposed change is to introduce some design requirements for subdivisions that would require design around heritage trees and minimize situations where homeowners are left with trees in the middle of their lots that they now can't build around. Specifically, the language allows staff to require applicants to consider practicable design alternatives to reduce impacts to heritage trees. And these considerations can include, but are not limited to, changes to the scope and configuration of the project, exploring alternative on-site locations, designing open space common areas to incorporate high-quality heritage trees, configuring lots so that any high-quality heritage trees are along the perimeters rather than in the centers of the lots, and preserving trees along roadways as street trees. All right, that's all I have. Thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Calori. I appreciate that. You do have a couple folks that want to, oh. Well, that just made my evening. We do have a couple of commissioners that would like to address this, so stick with this. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Calori, can you define for me affordable housing? I didn't see it in the backup. If you can just let me know what that means.
Yeah, let me pull up the draft ordinance really quick. It has the definition written in there.
Have it up.
Let's see, purpose of low-income households. Okay, so for the purposes of this section, low-income households means those that make less than 80% of the Gainesville area median income, adjusted for family size. And affordable housing means housing where the total monthly cost of that housing, including taxes, insurance, and utilities, is less than 30% of the household's total monthly income.
Okay, can somebody do some math for me and tell me what 80% AMI is in Gainesville? Is that like, do we know?
I bet Google does. Let me check.
Commissioner, we can get that for you. It's the same standard that we use for the GNV CARES program, and that's the generally accepted standard for measuring affordable housing. It's using 80% of the AMI.
Okay.
Adjusted. So I can get that for you, but just probably before the end of this discussion.
Okay, that'd be awesome. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, let me see who's up next. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Can you remind us what the tree advisory board, or tell us what the tree advisory board's discussion about this was and what their recommendations were?
So their recommendation, they do not approve of the current policy where the basis for reduced mitigation is the presence of an existing single family dwelling. I will say that the individual members of the board were kind of torn. There wasn't a firm consensus, but the general idea was that the costs should not be passed on to the homeowners. And they were in support of the language for the affordable housing reduced tree mitigation, provided that a clear definition was given. And they were also supportive of the consideration of design alternatives to encourage tree preservation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Johnson, these are 2018 numbers, so probably a year stale, but 80% of the Gainesville MSA AMI for a single person was $39,950. Two-person household, it's $45,650. For a three-person household, $51,350, and for four, $57,050. It goes all the way on up to 10. For a 10-person household, it's $84,419.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And Mayor, I have the 2020 numbers, and they're just slightly lower than the 2018 numbers.
Okay, but you get the ballpark. 40,000 for a single person.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Manager, do you mind emailing those out to the 2020 numbers? So on this ordinance, I have concerns with these changes, specifically on the single family portion. I think by doing this, we're subsidizing single family housing. I think we will see a result of many large historic trees being taken down without, I think, a clear benefit to the city. And I think it'll be taken advantage of by developers, people like build large houses. I just don't think the single family portion is I don't want to move forward on that portion. If the only thing I would want to move forward on that portion is if we put stipulations that they can change the fees if they make it affordable housing, or maybe if they reduce the size, they can only build a structure of a certain size. So like a 1,200 square foot house, just to keep the cost down. So if we're going to give something up by having these fees, then we should guarantee that they're actually going to do something. I don't want to see someone doing this on a heavily treed lot and then build like a 3,000 square foot house. And I don't think that's in the best interest of us city, of us giving up our historic trees. That being said, I'm in favor of the affordable housing portion and of the design requirements. I would like us to just move forward on those two portions of the ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. For those in the planning department, sustainable development, how big of a problem has this been? Where people have been wanting to build and there have been trees and it's been a financial issue for them. We run across that in the past, let's say, a couple of years.
So we've had several incidents. I will say when this first came up, we had a handful that were escalated pretty quickly. One of them was for a property that was going to be for a habitat home that was, I believe, granted to them from the city, and now they were unable to build the home because there was a 30-something inch live oak in the middle of the lot. There's been a couple other issues, situations I run into, mostly in the older neighborhoods where that have been mostly built up. There's been a few houses remaining where homeowners have been kind of had some sticker shock from the tree mitigation fees that come up. Usually, as long as they aren't heritage trees, it's not such a big deal. But with the tree appraised value calculation, that can quickly increase the tree mitigation price exponentially as the size of the tree goes up. So, for example, a 20-inch tree may cost about $7,000, but once you get a 50-inch high-quality heritage tree, we're talking $45,000 to remove that tree. So there's been a few instances where some of these homeowners have been unable to build, or some of them have been waiting until like the tree advisory board and plan board and the commission makes an action to decide if they want to move forward. I will say for the new construction, it's not as much of an issue because, again, the new stuff coming in has been designing so that they don't include the heritage trees on the lots.
Okay, so when you say it's been a problem, you would say for about 4 homeowners over the past year or so. I'm trying to get an idea of how extensive the problem is and whether we really need an ordinance to change it.
I mean, I would say it's been more than that. I would say there's only been about maybe 4 or 5 that have escalated it to the point of complaining or wanting to bring it up to the tree advisory board. But there's certainly been situations where homeowners have expressed that it was an issue when applying for tree permits and such.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I support moving forward with this ordinance as it's been proposed. First of all, this can be a significant barrier to infill, and infill is important for a lot of reasons that I don't want to sort of say a bunch of stuff that you already know. But it's much more desirable to have vacant lots in our existing older neighborhoods be invested in and allow people to live in those high opportunity neighborhoods than sort of forcing somebody out to the periphery because the cost of development is cheaper. There still is a mitigation. There's parity with lots with existing homes. And I think that's really where the sort of equity of this comes in. If you're in an existing neighborhood and you have a home there is a mitigation fee. But if there's not a home there and you're trying to build one, which I think we all agree is desirable, then that mitigation fee can, and in some cases definitely has, prevented that home from being built. And I think this is important to move forward with. We can restrict it just to affordable housing. That's true. But that doesn't, I think, address the issue with discouraging infill development with these older historic neighborhoods. There's 2 ways to look at it. I don't think we're going to have a run on heritage trees being chopped down. We are talking about pretty specific lots in specific neighborhoods that are older and more established. So, it's not like we're going to lose 20 or 30 heritage trees, and the ones that we do lose will still pay a mitigation fee. It will just be more equitable to people living in existing homes already. So that's where I am. But we'll see what motion gets put on the floor. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the reasons, I think if we just limit it to affordable housing that can be built there, we aren't discouraging infill, but we are in essence setting aside plots of land in our city for affordable housing in the established neighborhoods, which are areas that I think we want to have that housing. So it's almost like kind of doesn't guarantee that there'll be affordable housing. I mean, they can always build a market rate house and tear down the tree, but it's more likely that a developer would build affordable housing financially. In essence, a kind of financial incentive to have affordable housing in the infill lots. So I'd like to move that we adopt ordinance number 190293 on first reading with title only, with a change that we remove the single family kind of section of the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the ordinance with a modification. We're going to need to put that on screen, Ms. Shalley, and look more specifically at that particular language so we know what we're voting on and what we are not removing. Commissioner Johnson?
Adrian encapsulated what I had been thinking, so
okay.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Ms. Shalley?
Mayor, I'm not certain what you all are voting on. So I don't know if you want to direct us to go back. I don't know if staff understands the revision being made and you want us to go back and review the ordinance and revise it and bring it back to you again for first reading. It's kind of difficult in these meetings virtually to put ordinances on the screen and to revise them. And I'm not the one who drafted this, so I'm a little uncomfortable doing that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner.
Unless it's a very simple change that you're simply striking one paragraph, but this ordinance has multiple sections and changes in various places.
Right, that's what I was going to request of the maker of the motion, is if he had specific lines that needed to just be stricken, that would be pretty straightforward. Otherwise, I think that your suggestion makes more sense. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are some specific areas, but it is somewhat intertwined in the ordinance. So I think it'd be better to amend the motion to have it come back for first reading at our next city commission meeting with those changes.
Okay. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got the draft ordinance here in front of me, and I thought that the intention of the motion was simply to not include the section on exemptions for single family, which is just one underlined paragraph, and instead to go back with the original stricken language. Is that not the intent of the motion?
Well, I don't think so, because I think that if I'm correct, Commissioner Santos, you want to include a provision for affordable housing to be able to.
That's already in section.
That's already in it. But there is a section down on the page 7 that also I think ties to single family. So I would feel a little more comfortable. I don't know exactly where it all intertwines. There are 2 areas that have single family zoning attached to it.
I want our attorney to feel comfortable. So if Ms. Shalley isn't completely clear on what it is we're trying to do, I'd definitely feel better if this came back at a future.
I was making an attempt, but I will concede that I will vote for the motion if it is changed to ask staff to bring back the changes you'd like to see, commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Manager Feldman.
So if I understand it correctly, the motion would be to continue the item to September 3rd so that we can bring back a new reading of
a revised ordinance
for first reading.
Correct.
Yes, and Mayor, the continuation to a date certain is important. If you'll make that part of your motion, that way we don't have to re-advertise, because if we did, that would push it back yet another 2 weeks. So
yeah, so that meeting is September 3rd. Continuing it to September 3rd. Commissioner Santos.
I was just going to restate the motion since it's changed a bunch, but I think you got it.
Just a motion to continue to September 3rd to bring and back the revisions.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. I'm probably going to vote against it on September 3rd, but we'll wait and see what the language looks like. Okay. Well, let's open it up to the public. The motion actually is just to continue this item to our next regular meeting, which is September 3rd. But Willie, do we have anybody that wants to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. We potentially have 2 people, unfortunately, one of which is dropped. We'll see if we can get her back. But we also have Mr. Scott on the line to speak on this item as well. Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Yes, good evening, mayors, commissioners, Nathan Scott. So appreciate the motion that this is being continued to further develop the proposal. I'm not in favor of the proposal. I think it's discriminatory and not equitable. If you have a mitigation policy, it should apply equally and equitably across the board to all property owners. There shouldn't be carve-outs or exceptions or special treatment for some and not for others. I think that it's patently absurd that we have a tree valuation process that can approach the cost of a dwelling itself, and yet you guys are talking about affordable housing, and wonder why there's not a lot of that, notwithstanding the fact that you guys are poised to approve a renters' rights policy that's going to further exacerbate the problem and increase rents. But with respect to this policy, I hope the City Commission will not approve it when it comes back. I am very thankful that the state has preempted city governments and allowed decayed and damaged trees to be removed without interference and meddling by the city. It's problematic. We all love trees, but I think the city's policies are draconian and not equitable when they start to favor some property owners over others. And I'm just not sure. I mean, Mayor Poe, you talked about infill, particularly in this pandemic. It seems that a lot of people don't want infill. They want to run for the suburbs. So I hope that when the commission comes back, I think there's been some concern expressed by some commissioners, but if we're going to look through the equity toolbox and equity, is it equitable to treat some neighbors different than others? And I think that you guys should practice what you preach and take a look at it from that lens, because clearly this policy would favor certain property owners over others in terms of the mitigation policy. Thank you.
Billy, anybody else?
No, sir. We had the other person drop on their line. Hopefully, if she calls back, we will definitely give her all of y'all's information to call y'all on this or email you on this subject. But for now, there's no other callers.
Yeah, and if you're listening, whoever got dropped, we're actually not taking action on this tonight. It'll be brought back up for first reading at our next City Commission meeting. So you'll have another opportunity there for sure. That'll be September 3rd. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move to a vote on the motion to continue this item to September 3rd.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. Next item, please.
Okay, our next item is the first reading of ordinance 190533, land use change for 1,778 acres of property known as Plum Creek. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 1,778 acres of property, generally located north of US 441 and Northwest 74th Place, east and west of State Road 121 and County Road 231, and south of Northwest 121st Avenue is more specifically describing this ordinance from planned use districts, residential low density, single family, and conservation to agriculture, deleting policy 4.3.4 of the comprehensive plan, future land use element pertaining to Plum Creek Development Company, deleting Plum Creek State Road 121 PUD and underlying future land use map from the future land use map series and the future land use element, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Who do we have here? Ms. Shalley or Mr. Ms. McMullen?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties there getting my audio going. Yes, my name is Brittany McMullen. I am a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. This land use change and comprehensive plan amendment was initiated by the City Commission in July of 2019. The history on the annexation, land use, and rezoning of this property goes back to 2007, and I know that you've heard some presentations on that recently, so I'm sure you're all aware of that history, but let me know if you have any questions on that. The property is approximately 1,778 acres, and it has frontage on 441, State Road 121, and County Road 231. The existing land use designations are depicted on the map you see here, and they are planned use district, residential low density, single family residential, and conservation. Most of the land to the east of the property is located within unincorporated Alachua County, and they have the land use designations of agriculture and preservation. The large parcel to the west is the GRU Deerhaven facility, which has the public facilities land use designation, and there are some small pockets of industrial and single-family residential land uses the west and south. So this would change all of the land use back to agriculture, which is what it was designated when the property was annexed in 2007. So the change would also remove policy 4.3.4 from the future land use element of the comp plan. This policy was adopted with the land use designations that are currently in place and would need to be removed as a result of the land use change. Once the property is designated agriculture, then the agriculture future land use element will apply. Currently, the property still has a county zoning designation of agriculture, and the current use of the property is silviculture, which is an agricultural use. So this map here shows you the proposed land use designation. All of the property would have the designation of agriculture. Staff finds that the request meets review criteria specified for land use changes and recommends approval of the request. The schedule for this change is outlined here. As I mentioned, the City Commission initiated the change last July. The City Planning Board heard the petition in February of this year, and today is the first reading of the ordinance. After this reading, the land use change is required to be transmitted to the state of Florida for review. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And if, yep, there you go. Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Up first, we have Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to give a quick statement. It's been close to 11 years since the current land use was in place, and no zoning was ever put in place to match that land use. The landowners have continued to use land as agriculture, and as such, agriculture I think would be the best land use for this land. Also, the desires of the city in terms of land use have changed since the original land use was put into place, and I do not believe that the current land use fits with our current strategic goals. For those reasons, I would support a change to the land use of agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd echo what Commissioner Santos said. This has been part of the city of Gainesville for 12 years with the idea that it was going to be something different. It continues to be agricultural, silvicultural as it was prior to coming into the city of Gainesville. The zoning was never changed from the county's agricultural use. I think that the logical thing to do is to move this back to its original agricultural land use and then reconsider going forward if there are other ideas. But at this point, it's agricultural is what it is. So the logical thing to do is call it what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you both. And I'll just add one other thing that soon there will have been 2 complete updates to our comprehensive plan while this has remained unimproved on unchanged under its current use. It's all our comp plan's already changed one time significantly. We're obviously beginning that process for a second time, sort of as we speak here. So it is appropriate, for both the owner of the property and for us to go through that process and at that time determine what is most appropriate and best fits. But for now, we are simply putting a designation on the property that fits its current and historical use. And to me, that is based on competent and substantial evidence and is certainly, I think, the most appropriate action that we can take. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move ordinance 190533 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance, seconded by Ward. Okay, let's go ahead and go to members of the public.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Scott on the line. Whenever you're ready, sir, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I just want to speak to this issue. It's been a long saga. I think it reflects negatively upon the city of Gainesville. You had a landowner that was trying to develop their property. City Commission pulled the rug out from under them, decided in your judgment that the criteria or whatever changed. They had to force you basically to get a decision. I would like the city attorney to comment about the procedural posture of any adverse action that the city will face as a result of approving this, particularly the cost of any litigation that us, the taxpayers, will have to pay for as a result of the city commission's decision and its values that tend to cost us money because there is no regulatory certainty for landowners, property owners, business owners, anyone. You guys just make it up as you go, and if you don't like something, you impose all kinds of restrictions and demands upon people. But I think, again, this process reflects negatively upon the city. You question why we don't have development. You question the cost of living. And you need to look no further than yourselves, look yourselves in the mirror to understand what the problems are. We have poor governance. You guys are more concerned about virtue signaling and making speeches than you are about promoting development, economic development, and addressing the issues and challenges facing the city of Gainesville. So again, you guys can say the competent evidence is this and make little mini speeches here to try and justify your decision. But at the end of the day, if this results in additional litigation against the city of Gainesville over this policy decision, I think you are to blame, commissioners, no matter how y'all want to try and justify it. And I think that we, the citizens, taxpayers, should hold you accountable if we get stuck paying the bill for the litigation that will probably ensue as a result of your decision. But I would like Ms. Shalley to comment on the procedural posture in terms of adverse actions pending or anticipated that might result from the commission's decision on this item before you guys make this vote. And I would like to have that question answered. I think I have a right to do so as a taxpayer. Thank you.
Anybody else, Willie?
So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley, if you feel so inclined, I do not believe it's typically our practice to comment on prospective actions that haven't actually happened. So, unless you feel a burning need to jump in here. And I was trying to verify. I remember, I believe, 4 extensions to this project. And so there has been ample opportunity for the property owner to move forward, and they chose not to. In fact, chose to come back over and over and over to the commission asking for extensions. And we, for a decade or more, that the commission, the various commissions at this time, were obliged to offer them that opportunity. I mean, I think the first instance that was coming off the Great Recession, and so there was a feeling that they should be given a little bit more time to adjust to that, very difficult circumstance. But after a while, there seemed no real interest in moving forward. The commission was under no obligation to offer them what I believe would have been a 5th extension. It's time to hit the reset button, in my opinion. Allow the property to be more accurately categorized based on its current use, agricultural. And then if the owner wishes to go back to the drawing board and see what would be appropriate other than its current use, we will be more than happy to engage in that conversation with them. But this is not taking anything away because it is currently under the exact use that we're taking a vote on tonight. This one cannot, you can fault me or the commission for a variety of things. And there's a varying degree of accuracy or not with those, but this one is certainly not on us. We have been over backwards, and it's just simply time to move forward. So with that, we will move.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject for just 1 second. I believe we have one more participant that called in. It's Mr. Cartwright. I believe it's for this, also for this exact motion. So if you don't mind, we'd love to put him in and let him talk.
Please do.
Okay, Mr. Cartwright, if you are ready, go ahead. You have the floor.
If this one cannot, you can fault me or the commission for a variety of things. There's a very degree of accuracy or not with those, but this one is certainly not on us. But we have been over backwards.
You have been muted. To unmute yourself.
Hi, Mr. Cartwright?
I believe we have.
Yes. They're ready for you. So if you could mute the streaming and,
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Mute off.
Okay, Mr. Cartwright, you should be ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Mayor, commissioners, my name is Telford Cartwright, and I would like to speak on the current item, the land use change. I have a question, and first and foremost, I want to echo the former public commenter, or Mr. Nathan Scott, and I suspect this is one of those smart growth decisions, and I'm just being somewhat facetious in regards to this land use change. The property owner, in my opinion, many others I would think share the same sentiment, knows that their hands are tied here in Gainesville, Florida, in regards to development, and the lack of development attitude, I would say, discourages landowners like Plum Creek, or known as Plum Creek, from attempting to develop, their property rights, their property. The changing of this land use from single-family dwelling, or the potential to develop it for single-family homes or homes. I am not an advocate for public housing or quote-unquote affordable housing. I would love to see more homes, private homes, be built here in Gainesville, Florida, which will add to the existing housing stock, and helping to bring the market into a buyer's market versus a seller's market, and also helping to saturate the market, keeping prices at a minimum or affordable, real affordable private housing. And I suspect that this is one of those smart growth, if you will, actions on behalf of the city government to stop this. And more apartments here in Gainesville, Florida, will not add to the existing stock. I understand, I did some reading that Gainesville, Florida ranks very high in being a vicious, one of the most vicious places for renters. Within 30 days, if they late on their rent, they don't pay their rent, they're evicted. But all you all seem to care about is the tax revenue. Whereas if someone falls on hard times and they're paying on their mortgage in a private home or their private dwelling,
you could hear me.
It takes months and months and months for them to be, evicted as far as the house being foreclosed on. So at the same time,
Mr. Mayor,
I
that's 3 minutes.
ask that you all
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Appreciate you calling. Appreciate you calling in. Anybody else we have on the line, Willie?
No, sir, not for this item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward, is that an old hand? I believe it is. Yeah, okay. So Madam Clerk, we will now move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is first reading of ordinance number 190988, text change amending accessory dwelling unit regulations in the Land Development Code. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code by amending accessory dwelling units as a permitted use in certain zoning districts with associated regulations. Sorry about that.
Don't apologize. It's our world right now.
Definitely ruling the roost over here. As a permitted use in certain zoning districts with associated regulations by amending section 30-2.1 definitions, by amending section 30-4.12 permitted uses in transects, by amending section 30-4.16 permitted uses in residential districts, by amending section 30-4.19 permitted uses in mixed use and non-residential districts, by amending section 30-4.23 permitted uses in special districts, by amending section 30-5.35 accessory dwellings, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Feldman, did you want to introduce anything or just pass it right over to Ms. Thomas?
I will pass it right over to Ms. Thomas.
That's good delegation and management right there. All right, Ms. Thomas, thrilled to be with us tonight. Welcome.
All right, so of course I have to ask, can you see my screen?
We got you.
All right, great. Good evening. This is Yvette Thomas, planner with Department of Sustainable Development, here to talk about accessory dwelling unit text change. So just wanted to quickly give a definition for accessory dwelling unit. Of course, it's an accessory living unit with a bathroom and full kitchen. They can either be attached, detached, or located internal to a primary structure. Just wanted to provide some information from our existing code located on the left. These are the existing use standards along with the proposed use standards that staff recommended to the City Plan Board earlier this year. Just wanted to highlight some of the areas that we attempted to really beef up to address some of the concerns that were presented, and just speaking with different neighborhoods throughout the city. There were, of course, concerns about the owner occupancy requirement, really wanting to maintain that, really wanting to look at how any potential new construction would impact neighboring properties, and we really attempted to address that as well. In the existing code, we have language in terms of the building size of a 1,000 square foot maximum. We decreased that to 850 square feet. And again, this is what was proposed before the City Plan Board earlier this year. Also, one of the main things is also adding the accessory dwelling unit to the residential single family zoning district. As you can see, it's currently within all the residential zoning districts with the exception of residential single family, so including that. Also adding it to the U1 transect, it's in U2 through U8, and then also including it in the U9 in downtown, along with adding it to some of the mixed use and non-residential and special districts. And so this is a comparison table. We looked through some city ordinances just to see kind of where we stood in terms of addressing some of the concerns that were presented in terms of single family, owner occupancy, parking, and just size of accessory dwelling units. In terms of single family zoning, it's pretty much the same across a lot of the cities that we looked at. It's allowed in all single family zoning districts. Owner occupancy just kind of varies across the board, parking as well, and then also just maximum size. A majority of the cities have where that size is based on their overall percentage of the main structure. And then also just going back to staff recommended versus what the City Plan Board recommended. What's in the packet today and what's included in the draft ordinance reflects the changes as recommended by the City Plan Board. That's to eliminate the homestead exemption or the owner occupancy requirement. Originally, we had a 1.5-story height requirement. They recommended that we increase that to 2 stories or based on the primary structure. We already had language in there regarding counting on-street parking towards meeting the parking requirement, and then also just to include height in the overall design and dimensional requirements. And so that concludes my presentation. Wanted to keep it short. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of people that wish to comment. So I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to say I'm glad that we're here and we're at least making some action, at least on the proposed ordinance. But I do want to, I sent out, I think yesterday, some proposed changes that I would like for us to consider that would make ADUs more possible and more affordable. We have been dreadfully behind in ADUs for quite a while. And even the proposed ordinance that's before us today is still behind what other cities are enacting. I'd like to go through a couple of the areas that I believe we should make changes to. The first is in the purpose section of the proposal, which is on page 6. In that, it's making incorrect assumptions that ADUs are bad for neighborhoods and the people in them are, it's like negative and bad. And actually, when you look at the data, ADUs actually help kind of create stability in neighborhoods by creating more housing options as well. So I think it's important that when we start off with the purpose of the ordinance, we start off with correct facts, and that we're not making assumptions that people who live in ADUs are bad. And I think we have that throughout our current ordinance. The second area I would like for us to consider making a change is on section 1, line 23 of, I believe, page 6. This is actually something that's been changing around the country. Portland, for example, recently put in change their zoning ordinances to allow both a detached and an attached ADU. Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is somewhat similar to us, another college town, passed an ADU ordinance quite a while ago, or maybe 6-7 years ago, and then they saw they weren't really getting that much ADUs out of it, and then they recently changed it, I believe, a year or two to allow both an ADU and a detached ADU. I think that will, if we do that, we will get more affordable housing, and we will get it in established neighborhoods. It also gives more options for keeping stability in neighborhoods. As prices may change, an older person may move into one of the ADUs and then rent out their unit. And that's one of the things that creates more stability. Also, when ADUs are built in neighborhoods, a developer coming in will be less likely to knock everything over and build something new because there already kind of are valuable assets on it. And that's when you kind of see the stability of neighborhoods. I also believe that we should kind of go into section 4, line 29 through 32 on page 6, that this is another thing that's saying kind of people who are in ADUs are bad because they can't be at the same height as kind of allowed in the zoning district. We have to worry about them being peeping Toms almost, but you could build a primary ADU in the same place as like in terms of setbacks and height, you could build a primary one to. So I think one of the issues here is that we should allow an ADU to be built at the same height and at the same setbacks as what the zoning allows in that district. Another thing I think we should allow, if we move forward, that we should say that we just make it clearer that ADUs would be 850 square feet, 850 square feet or smaller, and allow that both for a detached and an attached ADU. I also think there's another section that talks about that ADUs can't be more than 50% of the the frontage of a lot. I think it's one of the things we should consider changing as well, that there are some houses that are built very far back and there's a huge front yard that may front portion of the lot that may be a good place for an ADU, and this would kind of create restrictions in that. I would like for us to remove that restriction and kind of have staff come back with some more flexibility in that. Lastly, I believe that we should remove parking requirements. Forcing parking subsidizes people having cars, and also out of Obama's 2016 housing plan that he put out about how to make affordable housing, one of the top things on his list was to remove parking restrictions. That automatically reduces the cost of housing. So I would like for us to consider those changes so that we don't create an ordinance that's already behind the times, and that we are proactive in making affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Just for clarification, because I'm reading the ordinance, but I've gotten 80 million emails about this. Moving forward, should this pass, the owner need not live on the property, correct?
Correct. That is what the proposed ordinance states.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thomas. So as to Commissioner Hayes Santos' points, I agree with some of them. I actually agree with all of them except for the frontage, I think it's number 7 on page 7, item number 7 on page 7, about the frontage of the visible facade of like the property line. I think that's just not going to work with a lot of neighborhoods, as far as, I guess, for lack of a better term, aesthetic or character. But I do agree that having attached and detached available and allowed would be a good way to get that infill that we were talking about earlier and to provide more options for housing. I do think that we should be able to allow 2 per property, per parcel, because if there is something, I forget the term, we were just showed it with a bunch of little charts, the upper property, there's an attic property, so to speak, but you also have a garage or another property that could be done. I don't know why we would limit that to having only one ADU on a property that could have it. So I'm fully in favor of all of these changes Commissioner Hayes Santos proposed, except for the change of number 7 about the frontage of the property, the facade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any of the other commissioners have any thoughts or questions? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I love ADUs. We've been talking about them for a long time. And it's about time that we had something in front of us. I'm a lot squeamish about multiple ADUs on a lot, primarily because we haven't talked about that until tonight. I'm also, and let me tell you why I am uncomfortable with both that right now and with not requiring that the owner be on site. I worry that we're going to create a lot of Airbnbs. I think ADUs are fantastic ways to do infill development. And I think that in the long run, it's a very, very good thing. And even in the short run, it's a good thing. But if you don't have to live on site and you have 3 properties where there originally 1, I think we're asking for more and more, not good rentals, not affordable housing, not places for people to live without, paying an arm and a leg, not mixing different incomes in neighborhoods, but creating an opportunity for lots of vacation rentals, lots of football game rentals. And I'm not sure that's where I want to be. I would prefer to see, I think, I would definitely prefer to have the owners live on site, to have it homesteaded. Specifically because of the Airbnbs, because we can't control Airbnbs. We have zero local control over that, or essentially zero local control over that. and that concerns me. I want us to get an ADU ordinance passed tonight. Let me be real clear about that. But I have concerns about those two things, and I'd like to have more conversation about that and hear what other folks have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to address Commissioner Sakos. I'm 100% fine removing that section, the section 7 that you mentioned, to get a motion on the floor. To Commissioner Ward's point on the owner occupied, I've spoken to quite a few commissioners from cities around the country who have passed ADU ordinances, and discussions with them are that when you have that requirement, stuff doesn't really get built for a variety of reasons. They have found that when they removed that owner-occupied requirement, people actually started building ADUs, and they actually started seeing kind of affordable units become available in neighborhoods. One of the concerns was that you might not get a bank loan on it, because if an ADU is only for owner-occupied and a bank forecloses on you because they have to, then now they are holding a property that can't be kind of realized, and they've lost their ability to foreclose on a property and actually be able to rent out both those properties, or to be able to sell it to whoever they want to sell it to. So the ability to get a loan kind of decreases somewhat when you have an owner-occupied restriction, which then means that increases the borrowing cost, and that also makes it more likely that only rich people will be able to build them, and they might not be putting out there for affordable housing. So I think that's one of the main reasons why we should have owner-occupied, or not have owner-occupied as a restriction. I don't see any more hands. I'll put a motion on the floor. I don't know if you have anything you'd like to say, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Johnson, did you take your hand down, or was it taking it down for you? You took it down? Okay, I didn't want to miss you. Okay, go ahead. There's no other hands. Yeah, if you want to put a motion up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move ordinance 190988 with the following modifications, and then come back for second reading with these changes. On the purpose section, line 13 through 21.
Can you give page and instead of
page 6
and lines?
6, yeah, page 6. And I actually can share a screen that shows some of the changes, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So on the purpose section, that we change homeowners to property, and that on the kind of section 3, line 19 through 21, that we remove the section that says that ADUs can cause negative impacts. Here's an example text. I don't know if that's the best text. I'd rather have our staff kind of figure out what the best text would be, but to have kind of it say that ensure the development of ADUs fit with the neighborhood is one of the reasons. Going down, another second change is on page 6, line 23, where we allow both an attached and detached ADU as allowed by use. On section 4, line 29 through 32 on page 6. This is in essence kind of removing this section, and it actually goes back to this section here, that an ADU can just be built whatever the zoning district allows. Then on line 33 through down over here onto page 6 and 7, that each ADU is allowed to be 850 square feet, a maximum. We would keep this section here. This is not a part of the motion. So we're just to make that, I don't know how to remove that, but this would still stay in the ordinance. And then the number 8 on page 7, line 9 through 12, that we remove the requirements for parking, to make that clear for ADUs.
Okay, thank you. I think going back, Commissioner, when ADUs fit, I think that ADUs are built to conform with design standards of a neighborhood.
Yeah.
We have those in some cases in historical overlays, but I believe that we will be passing more specific design standards as we go through our comp plan update, because that's been a big part of the discussion about. Anyway, we that was I think a recognition of ours that we need to adopt design standards to make some of these other things work anyway. So I think that's a way to address that. So when the design standards are implemented, it's very clear that they have to conform with those. Yeah, I want to hear from the public, but I'm generally going to be I'm specifically going to be in favor of the motion. I am not interested in being more restrictive when we have the option to not be, when it comes to creating housing diversity. These are clearly a good way to provide a variety of housing options within a variety of neighborhoods, many of which already exist. Many of our neighbors point out that they're already in their neighborhoods and they work fine. They are in most of our historic neighborhoods. They're in my neighborhood, which is sort of a, I don't know, late 60s, early 70s neighborhood. And I really want to thank you, Commissioner A. Santos, for pointing out this discriminatory language where we assume that people in a certain type of housing are going to be bad, that they're going to do bad things. Because A, that's just ridiculous to think. And B, the general history of our own community shows that's not the case. That typically people that live in ADUs or live in main properties that have ADUs on them are great members of the neighborhood and of the surrounding community. And certainly there are reams of research that show that ADUs very much help stabilize neighborhoods. So, as we move forward with many of the housing choice initiatives that we're discussing tonight and next Monday and so forth, my focus is going to be on how can we be as inclusive as possible, because that's the only way we get a greater stock of housing supply, we get a greater diversity of housing supply, and we get a greater geographical distribution of housing choice options. And all of those are critical if we're going to accomplish the goals that we have all said are at the very highest level of priority as determined by our strategic planning discussions. And so, yeah, I support all these. I'm thankful that you removed the frontage issue because that I think that actually would create design standard conflicts, and without that, I think it's easier to make sure that that doesn't happen. But yeah, that's where I am. So with that, we will open it up for members of our public to share their thoughts on this with us. And just real quickly, Commissioner Ariola, I'm going to let you take the first or second caller here, and then I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right.
Hello, Mr. Ariola. We have seven people on this item so far, and after this batch, we're going to go back and see if we have any more. But the first person on the docket is a Mr. Matthew Umanos. And Mr. Umanos, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. This is Matt Umanos with the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors. This is good. GACAR hopes the Commission moves forward with this motion that's on the floor. ADUs are a way to create housing that is high density, transit oriented, mixed use, mixed income through redevelopment and infill efforts. Not only is family size changing, but so are economic circumstances of families. As population ages, many older people find themselves living in their family homes alone. They may need additional income to pay for healthcare services, cover home maintenance costs, make mortgage payments. Others may want family member or caretaker to live nearby, while maintaining privacy for both parties. Allowing ADUs will provide homeowners with a means of obtaining, through tenant in their ADU or principal unit, rental income, security, and services. Add affordable units to the existing housing inventory. Make housing units available to moderate income people who might otherwise have difficulty finding homes within the city. Provides housing units in single family neighborhoods that are appropriate for people at various stages of their life cycle. From the municipality perspective, ADU construction can result in additional property tax revenues to the extent that the unit increases the value of the property. Really important to keep it so that non-homesteaded properties can also add an ADU. This really will help add the inventory that is available to the general public, opposed to just their family. I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos in his points too about the attached and detached ADUs need to be allowed, as well as his point on the setbacks and height requirements and parking. I agree with Commissioner Sacco on allowing 2 ADUs on the property. Again, the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors is in favor and hopes you move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate your comments. Willie, please have our next speaker come up.
Yes, sir. The next speaker is going to be Robert Mounts. Mr. Mounts, if you are ready, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Since November 29th, 2018, when GNV Rise was put on the table, you need to know that the University Park Neighborhood Association, of which I now again lead, has been in favor of ADUs. And the consensus that I thought was a community consensus all this time was that they could be permitted in single family neighborhoods like ours, so long as the owner resided on site. Why? Because of the multitude of students that already rent homes in the neighborhood. And we had been very happy with the staff's recommendation, which included a parking requirement, included a height limit, and we're quite surprised and dismayed when Mr. Ackerman had those removed at the plan board. You have my letter, August 14th, 2020, setting out all the reasons for that. I'm not going to repeat that. But one new factoid that's very important is that last year, Peggy Carr and Crystal Goodison on our board, who you know, put together a very long list of non-homesteaded property owners in our neighborhood. And we constructed a letter to them, basically sent out last March, asking for their cooperation in helping their tenants be good neighbors and giving them an idea what some of the code enforcement requirements are. Well, guess what? There was 257 properties on that list. What this ordinance would do, if you take away the owner occupancy limit, would you could give the potential for all of these properties to be developed with an ADU and filled with students, essentially unsupervised dormitories. You know, originally we thought, well, that's not going to happen very often because people don't move from their home that often. And the concern was, well, maybe it's not enforceable once the owner moves. But I had a solution for that, allowing the principal tenant who leased the place to sublet the ADU. And that would accomplish the same purpose. So 257 properties would be open to this. And it's insane, with all due respect to Commissioner Sacco, to say, let's have 2. You know, let's have more, bring them all in, because our problems in this neighborhood for decades has been how to manage successfully and the students' rentals and make them good neighbors. And we have the occasional party house. Now we have the Airbnbs, as Commissioner Ward has mentioned. You don't regulate, you don't control. Code enforcement has been lax. in enforcing the three tenants, three occupancy limit. There are many, many problems. Don't make it worse. Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Could I have our next speaker, please?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Brian Flagg. Mr. Flagg, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Flagg. Go ahead.
I'm not Mr. Flagg. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you can identify yourself, you're on with the counselor or council people. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well,
Hello,
council
can you hear me?
members.
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Telford Cartwright. I'm want to speak to this item on the agenda. Would this be, or I suspect this would be an attempt to further, as far as I'm concerned, the size and scope of diversity or affirmative, furthering fair housing, of which Secretary Carson terminated. Thankfully, he did. Housing here in Alachua County, private home ownership is a dream for some, but is a reality for many, people. But a dream for those who would like to enter into private housing. And once again, more apartments, and I suspect this item is similar to more apartments here in Gainesville, Florida, would not add to the existing stock of private houses being built. Say, for example, like in Marion County, their county government approved an application to build 2,500 homes in an area referred to as on top of the world. Now that's going to continue to add to the existing stock. They're building homes as we speak right now in Citra in Marion County, which will consistently add to the existing stock, helping to saturate the market, helping to keep the homes affordable so people can enter into, I refer to as the American reality. So many people dream of owning a home, but therefore Marion County, places like Marion County, limited government, personal freedoms, they're helping to foster an environment. So therefore this reality, many people can take advantage of or can come into fruition. Here in Gainesville, Florida, as I did state on my previous public comment, Gainesville, Florida ranks high in a place vicious towards renters. 30 days if you don't pay your rent, eviction. You can go 6 or 7 months without paying on your mortgage, and there, of course, there's the start of foreclosure or pre-foreclosure. So department owners or complexes or what have you here in Gainesville tend to be very vicious towards renters, but yet tax they pay a lot in property taxes, which you all seems to be more so concerned about. And then on the back end, when you have your pet projects, like Depot Park.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
The former RTS,
Thank you,
building.
Mr. Cartwright.
Appreciate
you calling in.
Plan on.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I believe we have Mr. Flagg back on the phone. Mr. Byron Flagg, if you are here, you have the floor with the council.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, this is Byron Flagg. I reside in the University Park neighborhood area, just north of campus. I'm a land use attorney, environmental attorney. I practice around the state of Florida. Thank you, Mr. Ward, for your comments. I ask the commission respectfully to please follow staff's recommendation to keep the owner occupancy requirement in the ordinance. Leaving it out could significantly change the economics and marketable value of single-family residences, single-family residential lots, such that it opens them up to the potential for real estate speculation. This has happened in other places. If that were to happen, it would change the nature of family neighborhoods without specifically tying affordable rent requirements, affordable rental requirements that go with a rent to an ADU. I think that it potentially could exacerbate gentrification problems that we're having. And it could also further proliferate student rental housing throughout a neighborhood. The only other point another point I want to make is that generally ADUs are good things. The intent is to provide affordable housing options, and that's great. But I would ask you to look at Florida Statute 163.31771, which offers guidance to municipalities on how to tie, specifically making sure that ADUs are accessible to low-income persons, and there are methods to make that happen. Also, the plan board talked about it's not the owner occupancy requirement is not enforceable. Well, communities all over the country are able to enforce and monitor ADUs with a variety of methods, including registration of occupants, certification of occupancy, annual licensing of rental units, and with annual inspections. All those things are good. And the last point I want to make is the AARP a few years ago commissioned the American Planning Association to develop a model ordinance to address exactly these kinds of issues. And that model ordinance does require owner occupancy for ADUs. And so I ask the commission respectfully to let's follow our professional staff's recommendation. They've studied this, they're educated in these issues, they know what they're doing. Let's follow the well-studied recommendations of the American Planning Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have our next speaker?
Yes, sir. The next speaker is going to be Melody Marshall. Ms. Marshall, go ahead.
Commissioners, I'm Dr. Melody Marshall, a resident of the Forest Ridge Henderson Heights neighborhood since 1984. My comments will reflect an educational and practice background in healthcare delivery, preventive medicine and public health, and human ecology. I speak for restoring that part of the ordinance that calls for the owner to live on the property as his or her primary legal residence. In addition, I believe the height and square foot measurement of the ADU should also be seen in the original draft of the ordinance. Although generally put forward as granny flats and mother-in-law suites, ADUs can be more than these. The ordinance as presented today will pave the way for increasing population density in single-family neighborhoods. To increase the number of people residing on each property will likely, over time, result in crowding. Results of studies conducted on the effects of population crowding have shown increased incidence of crime, negative effects on the environment, such as air and noise pollution, decreased health status, increased stress, and decreased safety and overall quality of life of the population, to name a few. We do not need to foster these negative incomes. As you know, the Forest Ridge Henderson Heights neighborhood is located approximately 2 miles directly north of the UF campus. When we were organizing our neighborhood association in 2005, a realtor told a couple selling their home, "This is a good time to sell because the neighborhood is going student." We have experience with students living in our neighborhood and so are aware of the challenges this brings. But imagine a house and an ADU on a property, each of which houses 3 students and more if some were related. for a total of 6 or more students in a single-family neighborhood with an absentee landlord. And each person would likely have at least one vehicle. Multiply this several times over, and you have a damaged neighborhood. We have worked hard to build our neighborhood into one attractive to young families, and will continue to do so. Please help us by reinstating the original owner occupancy requirement in the ordinance. I also strongly support the original draft of the ordinance that reflected what is seen in practice across the country regarding height and square foot measurement of an ADU. Taller heights result in more square footage and potential increased density and crowding of the property and neighborhood. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns. I trust you will take them seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Marshall. Thank you very much. That was exactly 3 minutes, by the way. The next up, we have Dean Mims. Mr. Mims, whenever you are ready, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners and citizens of Gainesville. I heard of this just several days ago. I've been very busy helping out a municipality in the county to the east in what I thought was retirement in the city of Gainesville. But I've been in this business for over 32, 33 years. I've been a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners since 1991. I've served in various capacities, including department head capacities in several municipalities. I've given a lot of thought to ADUs. I've actually lived in one, and 8 people in residence in ADUs can be very good neighbors. ADUs can work out very well. I'm a little surprised that we've gone from the plan board many, many months ago, particularly in the time of COVID, to straight to an ordinance reading. I think this is a little bit premature, and there's some very aggressive changes that have been proposed. I would recommend that you go with the early staff recommendation. It was at the plan board. I do think that owner occupancy is essential. It's actually in the Alachua County Code as well. There's good models to follow. As council and neighbor, Mr. Flagg pointed out, the AARP has worked for the APA, and there are model ordinances out there. Their neighborhoods, I think the data are strong that if you want a stable neighborhood, you need owners living there. The neighborhood I've been fortunate to live in since moving here in 1997, Florida Park, it's had some renter impact. The most difficult properties in Florida Park, and certainly in the UPNA, are those that have absentee landlords. And I think we would be exacerbating that. I think that by getting rid of the homestead exemption requirement is an open door for people to come in, knock down older housing stock, and go forth with multifamily residential in a single family neighborhood. You need to have differentiation between neighborhoods. I do think ADUs are a good idea. I do think they need to be under control. I don't think there's a lot of nice ideas floating around, a lot of aspirations. I do think that the city needs to go a little bit slow on this, put back the homestead exemption requirement. You're putting a lot of pressure on staff with some of the design standards I've seen in there. I can tell you staff has a lot of pressure to improve development. When things get really busy, I wonder if a design board, some sort of board should be considered for this. Probably not popular with the current directions of the city for several years, but it's just a thought. Pressure on staff will be enormous. I think you need to go slow. I think a owner-occupied property with an ADU there, I think that's a good idea. I think that's an essential idea. If you're not choosing to go with that, I think Mr. Mounts of the EPNA president did have a viable suggestion, but I like what's in the Alachua County Code. I'll read it for new developments. So prior to the issuance of a building permit for construction of an ADU in a new development, the applicant shall provide proof of deed restrictions or covenant requirements that an accessory unit may be inhabited. Thank you for listening to me. I suggest that you continue this, provide more public hearing, and go with the original staff recommendation. It is essential to keep the homestead exemption separate. You're welcome.
Thank you. Can we have our next caller, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We have Ms. Sharon Bauer, followed by Mr. Nathan Scott. Then we need to screen 2 or 3 more callers on this item, and we should be finished. But for now, Ms. Bauer, if you're on the line, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Sharon Bauer. I'm president of Northeast Neighbors, a 50-year-old neighborhood association, Old Northeast Gainesville. We're the neighborhood that Commissioner Hayes Santos ran from when he won. And as soon as he won, he moved across the street to the Vaunted Duck Pond area and bought a property that, as I recall, during Gainesville Rise 2 years ago, that he could only afford because it had ADUs that were illegal. I think he said 2. But during GNV Rise, when we turned out in droves and opposed the rezoning to allow mixed use and multifamily and everywhere, we were all in agreement about ADUs as long as they were owner occupied. And now here we are, 2 years later. You don't want them to be owner occupied and over. And I recall the mayor said something a little about. Once again, I can't remember. I have to go back and look at the video. The mayor said something earlier. Essentially, I'm going to vote for this, and I don't care what you say. That's what I heard. Once again, the mayor said, blah, 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 talk all you want. I'm going to vote for this because I don't care what you say. The neighborhoods are universally opposed to this. We are in unison, as they were 2 years ago. ADUs need to be owner occupied. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have our next caller, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott, if you are there, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to echo some of the prior callers about the need for owner occupancy for the ADUs. Also, too, if you're going to make changes on the fly to draft ordinance, I agree with the other caller, and it's been an ongoing concern because you guys legislate on the fly constantly. You guys should take this back to General Policy Committee or something where you can do a line-by-line read through of a draft of any ordinance or something before it comes to the City Commission to make the best use of everyone's time, because it's difficult at best to incorporate and capture all these changes that are made at the last minute. It's just not fair to the Commission. It's not fair to the public. But you guys don't want to seem to change your practices. Ms. Bauer just mentioned it's blah, 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 blah. You know, I'm going to do what I want and I don't care. And I think that's a fair criticism of you, Mayor Poe, by Ms. Bauer. Mayor Poe, you say you're not interested in being more restrictive than you have to be. Well, that's clearly not true. You're talking about implementing design standards on this on top of renter rights. I think a relevant question regarding the ADUs is whether the renters' rights ordinance would apply. As you know, if garages are converted or sheds converted into ADUs, they may not be well insulated. So what, where we would apply your commission policy, which I just received another mailer stating Taxzilla, indicating how rents are going to rise under your proposed draconian policy, the socialist policy, and it's actually going to hurt affordable housing if you guys implement this renters' rights. But I think it's relevant to this and this single room issue that's coming up on the next agenda item, whether this renters' rights policy is going to equally apply to this. And then also too, with respect to the standards that are being mentioned here, I think that, again, the commission, if it's going to make unilateral changes, should discuss it at a policy meeting to have talked through it before, so it comes to the commission for approval in final form. And, I think the reference was made to Portland. Great. I don't know why we're benchmarking on Portland. You guys seem to have an infatuation with these liberal cities, but if you enjoy Antifa, lawlessness,
Mr. Mayor, that's 3
and
minutes.
anarchy, then by all means, do us a favor. Do us a favor and please move to Portland.
Okay, Willie, is this when you need?
You have been muted. To unmute yourself, press
Or
the
other
star key
callers?
twice.
Yes, sir. We're going to very quickly screen 3 more callers, and we will be right back.
Okay. Someone can correct me if I am wrong, but I don't believe I've ever said I don't care what people say. I don't believe that's ever come out of my mouth.
Okay, nearly there, Mr. Mayor.
If you're watching from home, your screen has not frozen. We are listening to a few of our callers and getting them lined up for our public comment period. So stay with us.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we got a few calling in. First one is going to be Betty Smokovitas. Let's get her on the line very quickly and we'll have her going. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we should be back with Betty. Betty, if you are on the line, I believe we fixed our issues. Go ahead if you can hear us.
Willie, I think that the public comment line is muted.
I believe we fixed our issues. Go ahead if you can hear us. Yes,
okay,
now it is.
So, hi. Okay, hi, I'm Betty Smokovitas.
Willie, I think that the public comment line is muted.
Oh, is that right now? Can you hear me now?
Smokovitas, if you would mute the
okay, so,
feed.
hi. Okay, hi, I'm Betty Smokovitas.
Willie, I think the public comment line is muted.
Oh, where can I unmute the public comment line?
If you would mute the,
Betty, if you can just silence the stream that you're watching or the television broadcast that you're watching, it's on a delay.
You're on the air right now with the city
Okay,
commission.
I can
Please
now.
speak.
Can you hear me? Now can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay,
Speak.
sorry. I didn't anticipate that I would be here. Thank you so much for helping me out with the technology. I'm actually back in Canada looking after my mother, and after having spent part of the summer, I didn't know anything about this until about 2 or 3 days ago. My neighbors don't know very much about this, and I would implore you to please slow down a bit so that we can actually understand, comprehend exactly what is in the ordinance. I can tell you right now that my neighbors and I will get very upset about the idea that the owner would not be residing on the premises. I want to thank Commissioner Ward for bringing up the Airbnb issue. This is actually one of my #1 issues in the city. These are no longer mom and pop operations. There are foreign investors. There are large companies that are controlling these Airbnbs, and he is absolutely right. It's very hard to control them. We had 2 very large properties in Kirkwood, which is where I reside, and one of them was especially troublesome. The idea that we would have 2 additional ADUs on top of a house that can already bring in 10 people, 12, 15 people, depending on the number of the beds, is a nightmare. And then the secondary concern is the absence of really rigorous code enforcement. And we do have some student rentals in the neighborhood, and we've tried to monitor the number of people staying there, and it's very hard to do. So again, I'm with a lot of my other neighbors in the city who are asking you to just slow down a bit. And we're not objecting to ADUs. They do work. You're right about that, and we have them in Kirkwood, but I would just request that you bring down the number from 2 to 1, and that you add the provision to have it owner occupied. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next person we have on the line for you is Rich Dottie. Mr. Dottie, whenever you're ready, you have the line.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Rich Doty. I bought my house in University Park on 5th Avenue about 22 years ago. It had an ADU. You know, I'm very much in favor of ADUs. I think they're a great solution. But I want to speak in support of staff recommendations, primarily with regard to having owner occupancy on the premises, whether it be in the principal dwelling or the ADU itself. I walk the neighborhood most nights, and I can easily tell you which ones have principal residences that are owner occupied based on appearance, based on noise, a number of other things. You know, we're ground zero for student rentals here. And there's intense pressure to cram as many students as possible on these properties. And so vast majority are over occupied already. And codes is either unwilling or unable to really address those properly. So this will just lead to more. And at the very least, they should be on parcels that are owner occupied with principals, addresses, or ADUs to monitor adherence to codes, noise, outdoor parties, et cetera. I mean, we've had a food truck at our rentals before. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's pretty crazy. So I just did a 2-minute web search when I was waiting to speak, and I noticed there are other jurisdictions that have this requirement, like Orange County, Florida, Boulder, Colorado, and many others. So I appreciate the fact that it might be difficult at times to enforce, but I don't think it's unenforceable, and I think that's frankly kind of a cop-out. So I just want to speak very strongly in favor of staff recommendations. Thank Commissioner Ward for his comments. And it may be that my neighborhood is different from others that might be much more distant from the University of Florida, but the reality is in my neighborhood, those ADUs are going to be crammed full of students, and that doesn't seem to solve our affordable housing problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next person on the line is going to be Carolyn Godby. Ms. Godby, whenever you are ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Carolyn Godby. I live in Forest Ridge, and I sent you commissioners an email earlier this week, so I won't go over all those points, but I just want to say that I share Commissioner Ward's concerns about ADUs without owner occupancy. Neighborhoods
with two, especially with two ADUs, but even a primary residence and an ADU without an owner there, we will end up with crowded neighborhoods with transient residents and not be places where you want to raise children. Please put the owner occupancy back in. The staff did a lot of work going around to neighborhoods, talking to people. They came to our neighborhood and they tried to make this ordinance one that would be acceptable across all areas. So please, please look at what they did and put that owner occupancy back in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next person on the line is Brian Eastman. Mr. Eastman, as soon as you're on the line, you have the floor.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Brian Eastman. I live in the Oakview neighborhood. Spoken to a lot of you all already in the past about accessory dwelling units and how important I think they are in terms of the affordable housing issues that we talk about in our city and just the overall character and vibrancy of our communities. I hear what a lot of callers are saying about their neighborhoods and what these changes can mean. But I think there are a lot of controversial city planning issues that are out there, ones with a lot of trade-offs, as people move into an area, as housing ages, people need places to move to, they need housing to go to. And I believe that accessory dwelling units are just, they are one of the they're the best ways in order to create those housing. It creates affordable housing. These tend to be smaller units that allow younger families to move into them, which makes great affordable housing in good neighborhoods. It's housing that's built by our community, so it keeps wealth inside of our community instead of having big developers come in, putting up large condominiums. These are things within our area. It encourages housing built into the city limits instead of sprawling outside of city limits, and it creates housing that actually fits with the character of our neighborhoods instead of building, larger structures. Sometimes those other tactics to create good housing are important, but to me, this is a no-brainer of a way in order to do that. I've heard some folks talk about the owner occupancy requirements. As far as owner occupancy, from what is difficult about it is, so for instance, I am if I were to build an accessory dwelling unit on my property, and then I would choose to sell that property, I would not, then it immediately lowers the investment value of my property. I'm not going to be able to, it would be much harder to recoup. It would be much more limitations on what my ability to do with the house is. It's what accessory dwelling unit and affordable housing advocates call one of the poison pills of getting these things through. While it sounds reasonable on the front end and it does solve some of the problems, it also creates a lot of problems in making sure that accessory dwelling units are adopted at a rate so it actually helps solve the problems that we have in our communities of creating this good housing that fits within our neighborhoods and works within it by disincentivizing the use of building them. So I'm very strongly in support of the ordinance as it's passed, and I would encourage the City Commission to pass it. So thank you.
Thank you. We have our next caller.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have Joy Pitts, and then we may have a few live callers, but for now, Ms. Pitts.
Hello, good evening. I actually wasn't planning on calling in this evening, as I think all of you are fairly well aware of my stance on ADUs and how much in favor I am of ADUs. I really appreciate Brian's comments when he just said, and I'd like to echo what he said as well. We've heard a lot of comments tonight from owners of homes already, and I'd really like to give the perspective of a non-owner. In the Gainesville in particular, there is a shortage of single owner houses that you can rent as a young family or a young professional in a desirable price point. ADUs really give you an ability to be able to rent a smaller home in a desirable neighborhood to be able to raise your family. I understand the frustration or the concerns about students, but historically, you're not going to be creating a huge student population in ADUs. You're still going to see most of your student population going into your larger student development apartments, et cetera. This really opens up a big need, especially here in the city of Gainesville, for single family dwelling rental units. And I do understand that owner occupancy is the way that the community sees it as, because excuse me, the dog's now barking, because of the fact that, you know, they own the property and they don't want to see their neighborhood decrease in property value. However, you're really going to open up a larger market of single, you know, family-owned, single family rental units when you have multiple dwellings that can be rented out, and you know, they can share a property, and you're really not going to be looking at students there. You're really going to be looking at great, you know, single family units that can, you know, have affordable housing. This really opens up a wide opportunity for affordable housing within Gainesville. So I really, really hope that you all will pass this ordinance and that we can start to see some progress in Gainesville in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you have the next caller, please?
Yes, sir. We have Brian O'Brien as the next caller. Mr. O'Brien, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Thomas, for presenting this item. I would like to speak tonight as an individual. I also happen to be the president of the Gulfview Homeowners Association. And the last time that this issue came up, we were able to give a lot of input to the city. We're strongly in favor of ADUs, and we appreciate the staff putting the hard work into researching how to do this correctly. As I'm commenting as an individual, I feel very strongly that the requirement that the owner, whether it's a homeowner live there or homestead exemption, however you want to write it up, is important. I'm currently in Boulder, Colorado, and I'm studying this topic. And I can tell you for a fact from the ground here that the neighborhoods where they have allowed multiple ADUs essentially have turned single-family neighborhoods will be converted into multifamily high-density zoning is what the proposal that Commissioner Sacco made. And I understand the need for the affordable housing, and I think that the county and the city should continue to press forward on projects that can bring that affordable housing, but to impose it into single-family neighborhoods is completely will destroy the character of those neighborhoods. And without parking, you'll see the lawns are all just moshed over and cars parked all over the lawns. Some of these units look like somebody stacked up 2 trailers behind a fine-looking home, and those are now the affordable units. So it has transposed a beautiful single-family neighborhood in places into you know, the most dense type of housing that one could possibly get in a conventional zoning. And I stand strongly against that type of action from the council, especially just operating from the dais and shooting from the hip, making sausage up there where, you know, nobody can read the ordinance that you're proposing in this format that we're working on now. It's a very bad idea to try to proceed with something that's just a chimera where you're going to cause problems that you don't even have any idea.
There,
Thank
that's
you very
3
much
minutes.
for your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have our next caller, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next caller is going to be Pamela Clark. Ms. Clark, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time this evening. I live in the University Park Neighborhood Association. I've been here back in Gainesville for 10 years. I understand what you're saying, and I believe you're listening, but I'm not quite sure you're hearing. I do agree with most of the speakers that have just spoken, at least 7 of the 10 prior. My question is, I haven't heard anyone talk specifically about real estate values. My sister lives in a town that has the same ADO going on, and their property values have decreased. And there's an issue amongst the conversation anyway that the people are reluctant to pay the higher taxes because they're crammed in together. And several of the other callers have already mentioned overuse of utilities, lack of parking, increased noise, garbage cans, squished lawns, all the stuff that comes with overcrowding. I'm not sure why the people that are calling in seem to be calling in from Oakview, Forest Ridge, University Park. Is this ADO option just happening in these neighborhoods that are relatively close to campus? And why would that be? And number two, we have fabulous neighborhoods out and about that need refurbishing, attention, that could be beautiful neighborhoods more than they are now. The locations are great, the shrubbery, the trees, we are the city of trees. And there's beautiful spots all around. I don't see why everything is being brought to the hub of this area right near campus. And also because we have so many apartment buildings that, frankly, with COVID and all of what's going on in the world in different college campuses, I'm not sure the occupancy there is going to be full. Even if there are apartments available, there are students who prefer the family type situation, living in a house as opposed to being in an apartment building where it's typically louder, more parties, etc. So I would like someone to explain to me if this is just being recommended for these neighborhoods in this area. And secondly, I agree with those citizens who have suggested strongly that due to the technology issues, we can't read what's on the screen, that we postpone this and allow more time for review. Because the owner-occupied ADO, if that's the way we're going, is absolutely vital. I know because I was an owner of a house that I rented and I lived in South Florida at that time, and it's a nightmare keeping up with everything. So the only thing you can do is clear out the tenants that are tough and move into the property yourself, which is exactly what we did. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. And I'm just real quick, so I don't forget to answer them. This is being proposed citywide, not in any specific neighborhoods. If this were to pass tonight, it would also come back for a second reading. This wouldn't be a final action. Next caller, please.
Mayor, this is Larry Schooler. We think we've gotten all of the callers on this item. We will do one more check as you continue your conversation, and if we find anybody, we'll let you know
muted.
as quickly as
to
we
unmute
can.
yourself, press the star key twice.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Thank you, everybody who called in and shared their thoughts with us. Let's go ahead and turn back to the commission for final deliberation. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, colleagues, play board, thanks to everyone who's called in. Let me address just a few things. This has moved about as slowly as anything can move. We've been talking about it since before I was on the commission, which is a little over 3 years. The county has had their ordinance passed for a long time. We are behind by not having addressed this some time ago. We've discussed it in commission meetings multiple times. It is not new. It has been rehashed many times. It's time to take action on this. I'm a little thrown on whether we're socialists and communists or dictators. I'm not sure which one of those it is. But regardless, I don't know about the rest of you, but I've talked to a whole lot of residents about this. There's overwhelming support for the concept of ADUs. The details of it come and go. I continue to feel strongly that we need owner occupancy, because that's essentially it's on-site management is what it is. It's a place to call if you as a renter have a problem, you know where the landlord is. If you as a neighbor have an issue, you know where the landlord is. You as a landlord, if you live a few feet from your rental unit, are going to be more engaged in what happens there. I do want to mention that I love students. Students are what makes Gainesville. So whenever somebody says students as if they mean to spit on the ground after they say the word, it bothers me. I used to be a student. It may not show, but I used to be one. Again, I'm willing to accept all the additions that Commissioner Santos has proposed, but I am stuck on the owner occupancy one. I would like to have owner occupancy for me to vote for this. Everything else I'll be okay with, but I need owner occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll certainly split the motion if it comes to that. And real quick, Commissioner Johnson, before I get to you, my recollection was that Commissioner Sacco seconded, but the clerk is telling me she didn't get a clear, or wasn't aware of a clear second. Commissioner Sacco, did you second the original motion?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. So just we need to make sure to record it properly. So Madam Clerk, I think that gives you your clarification you needed. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, we have been, this has been something that the commission has been wanting to do for a while, and I'm happy that we are finally at this point. But what is new is the owner occupancy requirement that's been taken away, and that also gives me pause. I am concerned that this is going to turn into a Airbnb free-for-all. This is really anecdotal, but I look, when I've needed to go to Portland, I've gone and looked at Airbnbs, and when I needed to go to Washington, D.C., I looked at Airbnbs, and I'm like, wow, these are some really nice Airbnbs here. And they are, because they are ADUs that have been turned into they're ADUs that have been turned into Airbnbs. I really resonated with a lot of what Mr. Flagg said. And I really feel like we need to have the owner occupancy requirements as part of this ordinance, because what we can do is take an incremental step towards the ADUs, and this is what this would be if we had the owner occupancy. And we'll see where we are in a year or year and a half down the road. But my fear is if that we go all the way, we're just not going to be able to come back from this, because then we're going to have Airbnbs that we're not going to be able to regulate, and we would not have actually tackled what we are trying to tackle, and that is creating affordable housing. We would just have created another opportunity for people to, make money on their property, which is fine. But I don't think that that's that's not the problem that we're trying to solve here. So my hope would be is that we can take an incremental step and go with staff recommendation to have the owner occupancy requirement, and then we can reevaluate in a year and see what that has produced. Really concerned about not having the owner occupancy piece of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
You know what? I'm actually not finished. There's
go ahead.
One more thing. Thank you. Is I also, there's data out there that we can look at to see whether or not, like what Portland, when they passed, this ADUs and other cities that have passed ADUs, how much actual affordable housing did it create, and how many Airbnbs did it create? Like, that's some information that I'd be interested in seeing before I were to be able to support non-owner occupancy. And that data is out there. And I'm assuming that maybe staff has done some of that research already, which is why they might have made the recommendation to have owner occupancy requirements. So the data is there for us to see. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more person that has called in, if you're willing to take the call on this issue.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, his name is Doug Burnell. Mr. Burnell, if you're there, you're on the line.
Hey, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for all the hard work you've been doing on this. And I know the Plan Board has been working on this for what seems like forever. So I'm really thankful for all the work that staff, Plan Board, and all of you have put into this. I just wanted to say, I know there's a lot of callers calling from certain neighborhoods. Gainesville is more than just College Park. Gainesville's citizens are more than just renters. It feels like students has become almost a euphemism for anyone who isn't living in a single family neighborhood and who owns their property. Renters can be good. I'm a renter. I take care of my house. I don't think that we're going to fix affordable housing as effective as we can if we limit the number of units available. And I'm still going to love you, all of you, no matter what you decide tonight. But I just wanted to share my opinion on that. Thank you so much.
Thanks. That's something that we don't hear every day.
No kidding. Man.
Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of point out that the owner occupancy was recommended from the plan board to remove that requirement back in February 27th, 2020. So it's not something that's happened all of a sudden. It's been close to almost 6 months now since they requested to have that removed. On the owner occupancy, so I remember speaking with the Fayetteville commissioner, and we can't get data on that stuff too, where they had an owner occupancy, no one built ADUs, and then they got rid of it and people started building ADUs. Out in the county, no one really builds ADUs as well because they're owner occupied. Owner occupied will appease some people, but it will do absolutely nothing in terms of creating affordable housing. If we have owner occupancy, sure, we'll allow ADUs and it will sound great and we can be proud of ourselves for having an ADU ordinance. It won't do anything to actually make affordable housing. And that's what I feel like we as a commission have said that we actually want to do, is to create affordable housing. By having owner occupancy, we can say we have ADUs, but it won't actually create the affordable housing. By removing the owner occupancy, we will actually create affordable housing in our community that is needed today. And I don't want to wait a year or two, because we can start creating that housing today, and people need that housing today, and they can reduce the cost of housing today instead of delaying that. And that's why I strongly support moving forward with this and to not have owner occupancy. If we do that, we won't really create much affordable housing. It'll just be kind of for show. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Saka.
So I still agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos. My concern with making it owner occupied is you may or may not get somebody who has an ADU that they want to rent out. But if it's a property that is being rented out in full already, I think from a logical point of view, a landlord is more likely to rent both properties than to rent just the ADU and have a stranger living with them. And that comes from like my logic as a person. So I don't have the data to back that up. And I think part of why we won't be able to get a lot of the data of how much affordable housing versus how many ADUs is because I don't think that's something you can measure easily, or within any point of time that will be useful to us. I think if Portland has just kind of made some of these changes, we're not going to see that data for years. I think if the only change is the owner occupancy, and if that's the only thing that we have to do to get this passed, I'm going to choose ADUs overall. But I still strongly believe that we need to have this exception. The planning board thought that we didn't need owner occupancy for this to work. I'm going to trust the planning board because they're the experts at this. They've reviewed it much more than we ever could have. And Commissioner Hayes Santos, if you could remind me about the homestead exemption, it's because you could then sell that property if you have some kind of issue. You could sell a property you're not homesteaded at to recover from bankruptcy, whereas you couldn't do that with a property that you are occupying as homestead. Is that the point?
On not having owner occupancy? No, it's more that if like a bank might not loan to you and stuff like that if there's an ADU, and it doesn't even have to be a homestead. I think it's an owner occupied. It doesn't have to be even a homestead property. But if they were going to foreclose, if a bank took it over, they wouldn't be able to realize the full potential of it, and the value of the property also goes down because you can't now reduces who you can sell it to. You can't sell it to someone who might rent it. You can only sell it to people who are going to own it, or more likely to own it. So that's why we kind of increase the cost of actually building an ADU, and we need to decrease the cost of building ADUs. ADUs are expensive to build per square foot because they are a tiny little structure that you're making, and there's still the roof and all of that. So anything we could do to reduce the cost of ADU will have a dramatic impact on the reduction of whatever the rent is for them.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to reiterate, I think we need to not have owner occupancy. And that's my ideal version of this going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to add one more thing to think about, that if, let's say that I currently live in a house and it has an ADU and I rent it out, and then I get a job somewhere else, or my family grows and I need to move, or whatever the reason is. But I don't want to sell my house, right? I want to keep that as my retirement plan, as my investment property. I'm now breaking the law, even though, we're assuming that I'm going to be a terrible landlord if I'm not there. And then is it when I go to sell the house, is it my responsibility to make sure that the next buyer is going to live there and rent the other place out? I mean, it just becomes, that's where the financing challenges come in, that it creates barriers to creating a loan. So, but anyway, I've got a few other thoughts, but I just wanted to catch that before I forgot about it. Commissioner Johnson, back to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Is Andrew available? Or no, Andrew is not available, but.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Andrew has taken the.
He has. Andrew, he should be. Yes, he should be. Maybe Lee, you can answer this for me, or I forget who's on from planning.
Ms. Thomas is with us.
You bet. Yeah, Ms. Thomas. So have we done any research on the cities that have had ADUs, and if that increases the affordable housing stock, or whether it contributes to more Airbnbs being built? Because I know that's something that we would be able to track here if we chose to. Have we done any of those comparisons in any other cities?
So that sort of information a lot of that will depend on the type of city that you're looking at. If the city is maybe a city that's really focused on tourism, then their numbers are going to look a little bit different than a city that may be a college town. So it's really hard to drill down those exact numbers that would really help in terms of how it would impact Gainesville.
Did we do any comparisons at all, or think about doing any of those comparisons? I would be interested in seeing some of that. I mean, like I said, I'm concerned about this having consequences that we won't be able to come back from. I personally know people that in other cities that make Airbnbs their business. And that is something that I don't want to happen, because we're making it easier for this to happen in Gainesville. I want to actually increase affordable housing here. And, Commissioner Hayes Santos, you've done a lot of research on this. I mean, do you have any, can you say definitively that this will not increase the Airbnbs, and instead, contribute to affordable housing, not from a top-down effect, because that's just not, I don't think that works.
Mr. Hayes Santos, do you want to answer?
Sure. I guess I'll answer it in two portions, and I also have some kind of data coming from some other papers on ADUs as well. Will it increase could there be more Airbnbs? Yes, there could be. I mean, that's anytime you increase the amount of housing stock, you're going to increase the amount of Airbnbs that may be allowed. Will it increase the number of affordable units? Yes, that will happen. You're creating units that are smaller. So if they're smaller, these are 1 and 2 bedroom units. Those are the ones that we want that are going to be more affordable. So I'm going to quote from the President Obama put out, and then the White House put out a affordable housing toolkit for what cities can do to create affordable housing. And the number 6 on the list is allow accessory dwelling units. And quote from here is that accessory dwelling units can expand the available rental housing stock in areas zoned largely for single-family housing and can address the needs of families pulled between caring for their children and their aging parents, a demographic that has been growing rapidly in recent years. Another quote from the sentence, addressing the temporary needs of families that are stretched thin, accessory dwelling units can create permanent increase in affordable housing stock. That's from President Obama's White House paper that's out there. And pretty much from what I've looked at on looking at affordable housing toolkits and like that, accessory dwelling units are one of the things that create affordable housing. I can strongly say that affordable housing or creating accessory dwelling units will create more affordable housing than what we have today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. I am not a big fan of Obama. But I also am very concerned about what this looks like in actual communities in practice. And for me to be comfortable with that, for me to be comfortable with this as it's proposed, I'm going to need some data that's comparable to another, college town or that have recently passed or have ADUs. And I'd like to see how much that increased affordable housing as opposed to Airbnbs. I just know too many people that make Airbnbs their business. And I can't say definitively that people are going to choose the benevolence of affordable housing versus making a lot more money during 3 months of football season. I wish that that's the way life and capitalism worked, but it doesn't. So as it stands, I'm not going to be able to support it. I would be able to support it if we had the own occupancy requirements. Thank you.
Thanks. And your concern is valid, and it's been echoed by communities that have addressed this across the nation. I think the way to get it, the way that communities have successfully got at that issue is by vacancy fee, a vacancy tax. Honolulu did this. Obviously, Honolulu, massive Airbnb market, right? They imposed a vacancy tax, and I was speaking to the chief of staff of the mayor there, saying, well, that sounds cool, but it's going to be 10 years before you know whether it makes any difference or not. And he said, oh no. In the first year, we saw a precipitous drop in Airbnbs because it just financially wasn't viable anymore for every week it wasn't rented, they were paying an extra tax. And so it just made a lot more sense to rent to actual families year round. So there are tools to address that concern that have nothing to do with whether it's owner occupied or not.
There are, so we can, I know we're going to discuss this at our next meeting, but we can do vacancy taxes here, because if we can, then, I would be more in favor of this than I was a minute ago.
I certainly would defer to our legal staff, but I am not aware that vacancy taxes are permitted within the state of Florida. And maybe address your point about trying to find comparisons. We need to keep in mind that the comparisons would need to be within the state of Florida, because every state has their own regulatory scheme for Airbnb regulations or short-term rental regulations. Perhaps, Florida is one of the most preemptive states that prevent local regulation, but you couldn't necessarily look at a college town in Pennsylvania and try to draw the same type of conclusions because of the regulatory scheme for Airbnbs. I would maybe point you to, right here in our own county, the Alachua County, I guess, has had an ADU ordinance for several years. if not longer. And they certainly operate under the same Airbnb regulatory scheme as we do. And the question, and I don't know the answer to this, but the question would be, do we have a proliferation of Airbnbs in the unincorporated area as a result of their ADU ordinance? Because they're operating in the same tourist market, they're in close proximity to the same tourist attributes that would be here within the city.
I hear you. I also think that it's Airbnbs that could be closer to a football game have the more potential being built and being investor owned than in an unincorporated area. So I think that it's multi-layered.
It could be. And, football games, though, are only 10. How many home games do we have?
6.
6, 7 in a good season.
I'd include Gator Nationals. I think those would be the 7 weekends a year that you'd see that pressure.
And, then the question is, does that recoup the investment for 7 to 10 weekends a year?
Commissioner Johnson,
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you. So kind of to the point that you said, Mr. Mayor, about, if somebody has a change of circumstances and needs to move, I think having it not have that requirement of owner occupancy allows for 2 or 3 simultaneous leases to happen, where you have, if you have an upper property or an attached and a detached ADU as well as the main home, that's potentially 3 leases and 3 rentals that could be happening at the same time, or potentially 2 rentals that you remove if an owner has to leave the property for whatever reason. I don't think that someone's going to get mad at me for this later. I don't think we're a tourism hotspot. I know that we have times of the year where we do have an influx of people, but we're not Orlando. We don't have Disneyland in our backyard. So I don't see how from a capitalism sense, it would make sense to, sacrifice, 42 weeks of potential income versus a maximum of 10 weeks that have, the potential to bring in some money if you rent it out as an Airbnb. I don't think if you're going to build it, you're going to build it for Airbnb purposes. I think you're going to build it out so that you can maximize rent, and rent is much steadier than a potential Airbnb for a couple of weekends out of the year. And to the concern that maybe, with so many tenants on the property, it might not be well kept or maintained, or it might be a hazard. We are hopefully about to pass a renters' rights ordinance, which would kind of have some inspections, would make sure the property is maintained, would make sure the homes are maintained. And I think it would qualify the entire property, including the ADUs, because they'd be rental properties. I think I feel comfortable thinking that is sufficient safety net. And it would increase housing. If we get some Airbnbs along the way, fine. I'd rather, if I gain 90 Airbnbs and I get 10 rentals out of it, I'm happy because we got 10 rentals out of it. And 90 potentially empty most of the year Airbnbs. But anything that would increase housing and make it, I guess, enticing for people to build ADUs if they don't already have them, I'm for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola.
Sorry, your audio cut out, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, I just want to add my thoughts to this debate. the speculation and hypothetical conversations that we're having right now are exactly the kinds of deliberations that people are going to consider when they're deciding if they want to build an ADU or not. And for us to try and predict what a majority of homeowners are going to do, you know, it's difficult. And trying to compare with other cities is also difficult. We go through this with many of our policy debates. And so there isn't going to be, you know, I'm always for more data. I'm always for, well, not always, but I am for more data and more deliberation. But this conversation has been going on for a very, very long time. And the facts don't change. What we do know for sure is that by passing this ordinance, as staff has recommended, we are going to see more housing get built in Gainesville. My number one concern is our housing stock. We need more housing in this city. We need more options for housing in this city. If we include a owner occupancy rule, we're going to be precluding more options for housing in this city. So I'm in favor of passing this ordinance as staff has recommended. I can tell you all that I don't think that our wildest dreams or our greatest fears will be realized by passing this ordinance. But what we do know is that we will increase the housing stock in Gainesville, and we will increase people's options for housing in Gainesville. For me, that is number one. I think that, as the mayor mentioned, there are other housing policies you can enact to curb some of the, what we shall call, undesired effects. But I think that the time has passed. We've had this conversation long enough. Think of all the people in Gainesville, or the people who want to move to Gainesville, who are struggling with their housing situation, or who can't find an option that fits their needs, either because of price, either because of availability. Because I'll tell you, the one thing I also, you know, I have conversations with people in the community as well about these things. And there's one constant with all those conversations. Those people can afford to build ADUs. I don't want people who, that's not the perspective they're looking at it from. The perspective they're looking at it from is, I need to move somewhere close to my job, close to my family, or what have you. That's the perspective I want to consider. And so I'm willing to give this a go. And I want to see this, happen in our city. I think this is just one piece of the larger puzzle that we need for housing in Gainesville. But I would certainly be in favor of a motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I know that we're ready for a vote, but I haven't really been able to get in here. Regardless of what action we take tonight, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen in the next year to 3 years. Nothing. What's going to happen is all of the current ADUs that are non-conforming uses, that are illegal, if you will become legal. Either all of them will become legal because we do not require owner occupancy of one of the units, or some of them become legal because we do require owner occupancy. That's what's going to happen the next few years. All the ones that are already out there will be legitimized. Maybe you start seeing some permits being pulled for new ones to be built. Maybe with new construction, people start including them as part of their development plans. But that's going to happen, you know, gradually. So I'm still back to what gives us the best opportunity to increase the missing middle housing. that housing stock that is difficult to find in our community, that is best suited for workforce housing, single parent households, places that there's not enough stock in that range. And so anything that further limits how much of that can happen, to me, does not get us towards our goals as quickly. There might be some modest benefit, but look, again, whether we do nothing tonight, approve with owner-occupied requirements or not, this is the tiniest piece of our affordable housing options that we have. And so you can see the angst we're all having about this. It's a minuscule part of the larger solution that we're going to have to move forward with. And so, what we'll do is we'll split the question. We'll split out the owner-occupied requirement. Commissioner Hayes Santos, what I'd like you to do is do your screen share again, and we'll just clarify what some of those points are, because a couple of them were, one was removed and another was slightly modified.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. And the motion doesn't have, it's to go with the plan board's motion. I guess we could have that, or the owner occupied portion, I guess. Yeah. If you want to include it. Sure.
Okay. So your motion is the plan board recommendation, not the suggested changes you made?
Well, the plan board recommendation with the changes I made.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we'll, I mean, I don't want people that are opposed. I don't want people that want owner occupied requirements to have to vote this whole motion down. So we'll pull that part out. Are you sharing your screen?
Sorry, yeah.
Don't apologize, it's late.
I just said, if we're about to go to vote, I just had one question for Commissioner Johnson, if that's possible. Or
you can ask it. It's up to her whether she wants to answer it or not, as always.
So is your concern that more Airbnbs in general in the city, or is it affordable housing ADUs being turned into Airbnbs?
It is, okay, the question is more, my concern is that there are going to be more Airbnbs than affordable housing units, and that it's going to have the effect of Airbnbs versus affordable housing. I'm interested in affordable housing. I just am very uncertain that it's going to have that effect. But also, like, Mayor Poe said, basically nothing is going to happen in the next 1 to 3 years.
Yeah.
It comes down to it. So that's a really good point. I mean, we're living in a very different, situation than we were a few months ago and when we started talking about these. So that's my concern, though, in general.
So to that, if someone does build an Airbnb and it becomes that, then or builds an ADU and it turns it into an Airbnb, then that wasn't an affordable housing unit in the first place. But just for me, I'm a landlord. I have 3 units that I rent out. I don't want to do Airbnbs. That's a lot of work. You can make more money doing it, but it's a lot of work that you have to do. And there are a lot of people who don't want to do that type of business. And there are people who want to do rentals that are like for someone to live in there, because it's not as much, you don't have to deal with it every day. You don't have to go in there and clean it and deal with it. So there are definitely there are a lot of landlords who just want to do just to rent it out, not to go into the Airbnb business. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we're looking at, thank you, everybody. Obviously everyone's put a lot of thought into this, including our neighbors who called in and shared their thoughts, and that's all deeply appreciated. As we look at these proposed changes, and so we have the plan board recommendation, motion's the plan board recommendation. And then, so the only changes then under number 3 here, it'll read, ensure that the development of ADUs meets neighborhood design standards. and I'm saying this for the benefit of the clerk and the, oh, you're going to, great, if you can change that, meets neighborhood design standards. And then wasn't there something on the next page?
There's something here with allowing attached.
Oh,
one attached.
now, if you go to the next page, number 7, that's not part of the motion.
Yeah, so I re-added it. I couldn't really.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
It's back there.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to move to a vote. And what the first thing we're going to vote on is everything except for the owner occupied requirement or lack of owner occupied requirement. Okay, so so the first motion will be everything else, including the changes that the plan board recommendation plus the changes that we just confirmed here on the screen. And so let's go ahead and do that, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that passes unanimously. Okay, and then the second part of the vote will be on that part of the plan board recommendation does not require owner occupancy, a conforming ADU. So in other words, if you vote yes on this, you are saying you're okay with no owner occupancy. If you vote no, you're saying that you want owner occupancy as a prerequisite for having a conforming ADU. Is everybody clear on that? I wanted to just make sure. Anybody?
Yes is no owner occupancy. Is that right?
It's the plan board recommendation, which is no owner occupancy requirement. So if you vote yes in the affirmative, you're agreeing that there shall be no owner occupancy requirement. And can you take down your screen? It's just easier for me to see everybody since we did that part already. Okay. Now I can see heads nodding. Anybody need any further explanation? Okay. I'm going to quote Doug. I love you all, no matter what happens. It's exciting that we get to the vote and get to our next item that we still have on our agenda. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
No.
Commissioner Sacco.
Can you repeat?
Aye.
I hear you.
Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. I don't know why. So I hear you now. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Johnson and Ward in dissent. Okay, second, for everybody following this, second reading will be at our next meeting, which is September 3rd. And that will include the clarified language that was adopted tonight. Ms. Shalley?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, so you all accepted all of Commissioner Hayes Santos's revisions? Is that, because I'm just unclear on what the plan board, I know you referenced the plan board motion or approval.
The plan board recommendation. So if you go back to the presentation, there's a plan board recommendation, and then Commissioner Hayes Santos put up his screen and showed there was some strikeouts and underlines there.
So you do want all of Commissioner Hayes Santos's, not just the ones that he went over briefly a moment ago. You want
Correct.
all of the ones that he did to begin with.
Correct. But with the final revisions that we just took care of.
Yes.
Santos.
And just to be clear, the draft ordinance that I had there was the plan board's motion in essence.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so those are consistent with one another. Okay, that was some work, which is good. That's what we're here to do. Okay, Madam Clerk, on to our next item, please.
All right, our next item is the first reading of ordinance 191128, text change amending the land development code to provide for single room occupancy residences. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending the land development code by adding single room occupancy residences as a permitted use in certain zoning districts with associated regulations, by amending section 30-2.1 definitions, by amending section 30-2.12 permitted uses in transects, by amending section 30-2.16 permitted uses in residences, by amending section 30-4.19 permitted uses in mixed use and non-residential districts, by amending section 30-5.8 dormitories, small and large, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date. Mayor, while we are about 30 minutes out, I just want to remind you that if you are going to go to extend your
yeah,
waive your rules, I mean.
yeah. Anybody want to make a motion now, just so we can not have to come back to it, to waive our rules and extend till, say, 10:30?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a second? I can't see y'all, so I need you to say it.
Second.
Okay, that's seconded by Ward. All in favor of that, Madam Clerk, if you'll go around that horn there.
Just one, can I just get a clarification on the, I just left for a second. So the motion is to pass
waive our rules and extend the meeting till 10:30.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on the motion.
No.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-0. All right, Ms. McMullen, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. And just a little note in advance, I apologize if there's any audio difficulties. My power just went out at my house, so we're kind of tag teaming with Yvette here. She's got the PowerPoint pulled up, so I'm just going to be asking her to advance the slides as I go through this. Again, my name is Brittany McMullen, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. If we could go to the next slide, please. This petition was initiated by the City Commission as a result of its joint meeting with the City Plan Board in the summer of 2019. The request is to amend the Land Development Code to allow for single room occupancy residences as a permitted use. This use was proposed by a commissioner as one way to address affordable housing. So first off, what is an SRO? It is a type of housing that consists of the short-term or long-term rental of a small furnished room that may have in-unit or shared kitchen and bathroom facilities. So they're kind of like a mixture of a hotel and a dorm. It's an individual room, but the length of stay is generally longer than a hotel. And there are requirements for in-unit or common areas for cooking and bathroom facilities. So the proposed code language defines SROs as a residential use and specifies that guests can be transient or permanent, and that each room is intended for occupancy by no more than one family, which is defined in the code. When we discussed this text change with the Plan Board, their direction was that the proposed use is very similar to the existing dormitory use currently defined in the city's code. So we modified the existing dormitory definition. And so the proposal is to remove the dormitory large and dormitory small definitions and replace with this SRO definition. The complete text to be amended is included as Exhibit A to the staff report. So this change would amend 3 different sections of the city's land development code: the permitted use tables, the definitions, and the use standards sections. Next slide, please. So most of the cities that we researched in putting this code language together had specific standards related to the SRO use. These help to distinguish them from the typical multifamily development and work towards ensuring that residents, particularly low-income residents, have the facilities that they need on the property. So the city's land development code does have these types of specific use requirements for certain uses already. So this would be added to Article 5 of the land development code. These recommended standards are the result of staff research and City Plan Board feedback. So as you can see in the first item there in B, SROs would be required to be provided at rents affordable to low-income persons. The definition from the Florida statute is included in the text amendment, and it is the same as what was proposed for what we talked about previously with affordability with the 80% of the area. And we can look closer at that if you wanted to go back and look at that. Additionally, these types of residences would be limited to one room. We had discussed putting a specific size limit on these with the plan board, and the consensus was that we shouldn't limit the design of the units so that whoever's developing it has the ability to make it work how they want to, but they're still limited to being one room. And there are definitions in state and local building codes that talk about required room sizes. Also, they would be required to be located within a quarter mile of a bus stop, have shared laundry facilities, or be in close proximity to laundry facilities. The units could have kitchens in unit or have common kitchens, and the same with bathroom facilities. Additionally, an on-site manager would be required to be present 24 hours of each day. Next slide, please. So since we are basing this use allowance largely on the existing use of dormitories, most of the zoning districts that this use is proposed for are those that allow for dormitories either by right or by special use permit. So this change would allow SROs by right in all of the districts that you see here outlined in orange. They would be permitted in transect zones. They would not be permitted within any single family residential zoning districts. They would be permitted in the RMF 6 to RMF 8 multifamily zoning districts, and then MU1, MU2, OR, OF, and W districts. So the only district you see highlighted here that doesn't currently allow for dormitories is the warehousing and wholesaling district. But this district does allow for other residential uses. So that was the reasoning behind allowing for SROs there. And lastly, we provided you with some maps highlighting the areas of the city that would allow for this use based on the zoning districts that are proposed. If we go to the next slide, you'll see maps of the southwest and southeast areas of Gainesville. And then on the next slide, we have maps of the northwest and northeast areas of Gainesville. So you'll see on these maps that the areas that would be most largely impacted would be the east and southwest portions of the city. Next slide, staff recommends approval of adding the SRO use to the land development code, as does the city plan board. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen, and I'm quite sure that Mr. Bolarski heard that your power's out, has reported it to Storm Central.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm wondering why we're putting in there that there needs to be management on site 24 hours a day.
That was sort of a best practice, I guess, that we saw in researching other communities that have done this. And I think it's largely because they can be transient in nature. So, there could be high turnover. Maybe people are only staying there for a few nights. I think that's the reasoning behind that, really, is that it was the best practice that we saw.
Okay, and I have what's probably going to seem like a very silly question, but I'm going to answer it. I'm going to ask it anyway. What is the difference between a studio and an SRO?
That's a good question. And actually, that's something that that the plan board brought up when we talked about this, was kind of how do you distinguish this from multifamily? Because it could be in the form of a studio. So I guess the main difference with this ordinance is that these are going to be required to be provided to low income, persons. But then then the question arises as to why would somebody choose to do an SRO over just multifamily? So that's kind of a question that I think we've all had. And, I'm looking for some direction from the commission on that.
Yeah.
Well, Gail, one of the things that is a difference too is that in SROs, you can have a common shared bathroom area, like showers and bathrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Always have an ensuite bathroom in the studio. So SROs may have a bathroom inside the room itself, but usually, and this is what keeps the cost down, you have a common area.
Okay, I see. So that is what's going to make this more attractive to to be built is because you can have a common area. Because I'm wondering why wouldn't people just build studios? So the cost comes down when you're sharing the common space and the common areas.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay. Because my next question is, and this is just educating me, so thank you for, indulging me for a moment. I don't see that there are many studios available in Gainesville. Is that correct to say? Like maybe there are just a few buildings?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'd say that a majority of the projects that we see are going to be the 4-4s. So
Yeah.
I don't think we see a lot of studios here.
And-
There may be some older developments that are studios.
Yeah, I'm thinking of older developments.
Right. I'm thinking about one in particular that's close to 13th Street. So and that's because of the cost, I'm assuming, that it takes to build a studio apartment is a lot more. So then people, because we're doing this SRO, do we have to say that it's just for low income people? Why can't we just say that it's SROs? Why do we have to stipulate that it's for low income folks?
We certainly wouldn't have to. I think that we put that in because the emphasis that we felt that the commission was putting a lot of emphasis on this for affordable housing. So that was one suggestion, but it certainly doesn't have to be a requirement if you don't want to go that way.
I think it's something that's worth discussing. I don't see, it's just increasing housing stock and it being a different type of stock available to people. I don't see why we would have to stipulate that they would be low income. I don't know if that helps. Okay, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the idea of SROs. And they, as Commissioner Johnson pointed out, they don't have to be for low income folks. They mostly will be, but they certainly don't have to be. The history of SROs, every community, town, city our size, big city, used to allow SROs. Sometimes they're called rooming houses, boarding houses. Sometimes they're single room occupancy hotels. They have been, over the last 30 years, 40 years, been zoned out of existence, 40 years at least, been zoned out of existence in nearly every town and city in America. And that's one of the things that has caused, not the only, but one of the things that has caused the epidemic of homelessness that we see. There isn't anywhere, there are very few places that you can rent a room for a reasonable amount as a single person just coming into town, or a single person who is down on their luck, or for whatever reason. If you just want a place for a low few $100s, that's not available to you. So we have zoned ourselves into a situation, not only in Gainesville, but in every town like ours nationwide, where unless you've got first, last, and security deposit for a full-sized apartment, you can't rent anything, or there are very few places that you can rent. Whereas until the 1960s, 70s, you could always find a rooming house. And there were various kinds of rooming houses in most cities. Some of them might cater in a city like ours to students. Some might cater to younger professionals. Some might cater to people who are really down on their luck. And people who today end up living in a tent or at Grace or something like that. But there's a range of folks who will use SROs if we allow them. And we have not allowed them. And much like ADUs, as the mayor said, they're not going to just pop up everywhere we allow them. It's going to take time for this sort of thing to build. But it's a piece of the larger affordable housing stock that will develop over time. One of the organizations in our community who is prepared I believe, to build an SRO, to create SRO opportunities is Grace Marketplace. And I think Mr. DeCarmine has rejoined us from earlier today, or is available to, or will call in or something. He and I talked earlier. They have a plan for creating SRO if we give them the opportunity. But looking at the map, for whatever reason, Grace Marketplace isn't on the map for SROs. And I'm curious, that's my only question for staff right now is how come? Knowing that they've been talking about this, they made a presentation to us a year ago, to the commission a year ago, saying that they would love to do this. But for whatever reason, we kept them out of the zoning. And so I would ask why and how do we get them in would be my other question. So if staff can answer that for me, then I'd love, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, Mr. Carmine, to make a 30-second pitch on what they're working on.
Sure, after we get through the commissioners. Staff, do you have an immediate answer to that? I forget what Grace is. Is Grace zone public facilities?
That's the question that I have, because it's going to depend on the zoning districts that they are currently designated.
John, do you know? Carmine?
No, sir, not offhand.
Anybody from staff can figure, I mean, that's why they're not in there, because it's they're zoned something that's not generally multifamily, a transect zone, but that doesn't mean we can't.
So,
if it's like facilities, then.
So keep in mind, Grace is on city-owned property. It is a former institutional property. It is the zoning and land use, my guess, has not changed, but we certainly can confirm that between first and second reading.
I did just confirm that it is zoned public facilities.
Okay, we can confirm that now.
Yeah, so we could add public facilities, and I mean, that would be very simple to do, and it wouldn't adversely affect anything that we didn't know, basically. Okay, Commissioner Santos. I'll get you in one sec, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine with adding public services to one of the allowable categories. Also to Commissioner Johnson's on the just restricting it to affordable housing. I'm okay with removing that requirement and just allowing more housing to be created, because these are going to be smaller units. They'll just be cheaper in the first place. And to your point of why we don't see too many studios and one bedrooms, one of the, seem to talking to people's, our density isn't high enough to kind of, it's more, you'll make more money just building 3 bedrooms, stuff like that, because you can hit the density cap with that, and you'll make more money on those because they're cheaper to do. You'll make more money doing a 1 bedroom versus doing each bedroom at a 3 bedroom. But overall, you'll make more money doing the 3 bedroom or 4 bedroom units because you'll hit that density cap. So if we wanted more 1 bedroom and studio apartments, we need to increase the density that people are allowed to build inside of their kind of little shell that we allow them to build. Like if you can build a 4-story building and it doesn't need to be this wide, if you let them have more units in there, they would probably build more 1 bedroom or studio apartments. Just they already hit their caps doing 3 bedrooms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's late. I know what you're saying, Adrian. I don't know if everyone else followed you. And that's something that we absolutely need to talk about on the 31st. Because that's a really, like, these are little things that we can change that they don't alter the outside look or structure, but they allow more flexibility inside. And what we've done, this is part of exclusionary zoning, is we've limited how much can actually go inside that, cube. But there's also, especially in our city, I went out to the new development at formerly Woodlands Park. I forget its name, Sweetwater Preserve or Sweetwater Meadows, or I'm sorry, Pamela, but I forget. But anyway, they have some studios there and they have some 4 bedrooms there, but most of them are 2s and 3s because that's where the demand is. That's what most families need or are looking for. So that's what they build. And by the way, if y'all haven't been out there yet, it's awesome. It's that they're getting ready to move in, and man, it's a nice project, and they're getting ready obviously for phase 2, hopefully very soon. Okay, John, let me go to you, and then Mr. Murray, I'll come back around to you. John's had a long day. He's had a long, amazing 24 hours. You want to give us your final totals?
Sure. Yeah, in the past 24 hours, Grace was able to raise just over $34,000 to put directly towards moving people off the streets and into housing.
That's amazing. And, you know, just because I follow y'all on IG and some other platforms, how many people have y'all housed since January?
198, and that will go up by 5 by tomorrow at 5 p.m.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. You all are some of the best ROI our community has. That's incredible. But we're here to talk about SROs and how that might benefit some of your, strategic planning to help even more people.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks again for the opportunity to be here. Just a quick refresher. In May of 2019, we had presented a 5-year vision to the commissions, and part of that was the closure of Dignity Village. Part of that was renovating a veterans dorm, and the final piece of that was conversion of one of the vacant buildings that we have on the Grace campus into roughly 22 units of SRO style housing. Just based on, with the understanding that we had problems and solutions in the same place on the Grace campus. We have a big number of people who have fixed incomes, $753 a month through Social Security or disability or veterans checks. And those folks were making a decision about what they could afford.
For the POB call.
What we found was that they could afford to get into housing, but they could not pay the initial amounts.
In our cafe.
Somebody's not muted. It's Mr. Murray.
List from Letchwood County.
Mr. Feldman, Mr. Murray, one of you is not. There you go. Thanks. Good, John.
So just to wrap up, we had people who have $700 a month, and they were having to make the choice of move into.
Mr. Murray, please mute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If they were to move into an apartment for $600 a month, and then they'd take on a $200 GRU bill, they'd be $50 in the hole to start with. And we have some opportunities here to provide for $100 a week, a room with a door that locks behind it, with a microwave and a crock pot and a TV and air conditioning and Wi-Fi that would very easily solve the homelessness problem for dozens of people if only that housing was available. And that's what our proposal is, to create that on the Grace campus. So they not only have access to safe, decent, affordable housing, but also to the wide array of social services that we offer on the campus.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And congratulations. Okay, Mr. Murray, you may now unmute. Mr. Murray, did you want to add anything to our discussion?
No, we were on a different other.
Okay.
Right now, sorry.
Okay, very good. Okay, then back around to Commissioner Johnson. You unmute?
Yes, thank you. So can we go back to the 24 hours on site? Does that mean that, for example, someone just will live in an apartment there and available, or does that mean that like someone has to be staffed in an office for 24 hours? What does that mean?
The way that the language is written, let's see exactly what it says. Because I believe it provides, the language says an on-site manager's unit or manager's office shall be provided, management shall be present 24 hours of each day. The way that I read that is saying they just need to live on site.
Okay.
But if you wanted to make it more clear, you could do that too.
I don't think that it's necessary. Yeah. I mean, if somebody lives on site, that's fine. A manager lives on site. I just don't think there needs to be an office open 24 hours a day to manage an SRO.
Yeah, I don't think that was the intent. Sorry for the confusion on that.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Saka.
I see it as like having a super on site. Having that management office available, it's a super, essentially, is what I'm thinking of. that someone would be available. Like if something starts leaking, you could go pound on their door one way or the other. So I think that's adequate, and that's what I was envisioning when I read it. So I think it's clear enough.
Yeah, it's just somebody responsible for the property and assisting the tenants. Okay, so I think we need to get a motion on the floor. I think there's just two minor changes, Ms. Shalley, that these should be a lot easier to address. We're going to add in public facilities as an allowable use and take out the words low income, or we're not going to make any specific reference to low income or affordable.
Actually, Mayor, if I may, and this is a question for the planners. So I don't see public facilities as a zoning district. Are you speaking of public services and operations? Yes.
Yes, sorry. The public facilities is the land use category. Sorry.
Yes, that's what I thought. So,
okay.
Okay, so that will be PS. You're adding it as a use by right in PS. And then you're removing on page 6, it's lines 9 through 16, all of the requirements.
Yeah, just part B, just striking part.
All of that. And then what we will need to do is re-advertise this ordinance because these changes change the title. And so it will come back on second reading on September 17th.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move passage of ordinance 191128 with the two amendments we just made.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Hayes Santos seconds. Okay, so then let's turn it over for public comment.
Mayor, we just have Mr. Scott to speak on the item. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome back, Larry. I wish you were on the whole meeting. Anyway, good evening, mayors, commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I'm calling in reference to my prior question, which typically was not answered, although it was a valid question. So I'm going to ask it again. And hopefully Mayor Poe and the commission can provide an answer. You guys, again, have reinstated commissioner comment, but did not reinstate general public comment. And you have a terrible habit of disrespecting the public who take this time, your neighbors, to try and be engaged and ask logical questions which go unanswered because they're inconvenient or you just don't feel you need to listen to the voters. And so my question, again, pertaining to the single room use, as well as ADUs, is whether the proposed renter rights ordinance is going to be applicable to both of these zoning changes in terms of enforcement, in terms of the improvements. And, you know, in case this commission's not aware, I've gotten multiple mail pieces, one of which is Taxzilla, the latest one, detailing accurately, I believe, what's going to happen if you enact this draconian socialist renters' rights policy in terms of affordability of rent, because the owners are going to simply pass the increased cost of compliance onto their tenants. And it's going to defeat the purpose of having affordable housing, which you guys claim to be now an alleged crisis, but you've had 2 decades to fix the problem before it became a crisis. So, Mayor Poe, hopefully I can get an answer to my question, because I think it's a fair question with a simple answer, yes or no, whether the proposed renters' rights ordinance will be applicable to these zoning changes for single rooms and for the ADUs. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I just was too quick with the previous item, but yeah, the ordinance will apply to all rental units. That's part of the purpose of that, so it's more broadly applicable. Anybody else, Larry?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Cartwright has joined us again to speak. Mr. Cartwright, if you're there, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir. You have the floor if you can turn off your stream.
Yes, commissioners, mayor. I have a question. two words come to mind: social ills. I know Commissioner Johnson raised the question about low income, and with these, or I don't think that this type of housing model, as far as I'm concerned, will be the same housing model like many or failed housing models, like the ones throughout the city, more so in the eastern portion of the city, or in eastern Gainesville, or the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida here. I think that these, or this housing model would be the same as Gardenia Apartments off of Northeast 8th Avenue, and the former House of Horrors, referred to as Kennedy Homes, where Heartwood is being, or currently being built, a subdivision or houses development. So I'm not in favor of public housing, government taxpayer subsidized public housing, or I often refer to it once again as failed social experimental government taxpayer subsidized housing failures that have and will unfortunately help to produce the next generation of teenage pregnant, high school dropout, where senseless acts of violence occur involving guns, not gun violence, because guns don't walk around shooting people. And I'm not too fond of the word public housing when you put the word public next to housing. I am not a proponent of public housing. Once again, I think about the Dred Scott case, how it is being applied in housing, or public housing rather, public education, government taxpayer health. Take, for example, the Universal Health Care Act. The list goes on. So I'm not in favor of this. Not a proponent of public housing. Once again, it's a disaster. Close quarters living amongst uneducated people helps to bring about uncivilized acts / social or many social ills. I ask you to vote down whatever, anything that's attached or associated with public housing. Vote it down, get rid of it, and that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Larry, do we have anybody else?
No, sir.
Thanks. I want to go back and clarify with the issue of the Renters' Rights Ordinance, if it passes. We are preempted from the state for regulating multifamily over 4 units, I believe. Is that right? 4 units is the cutoff? Yeah. So if the SROs are 4 units or less, then it would apply. If not, then the state preemption would preclude us from doing so. But ADUs clearly are under 4 units. Right. So let's go back to the commission. We do have a motion on the floor to adopt this on first reading with 2 modifications. One, taking out Part B, referring to low income, exclusively for low income occupancy. And then the other is adding public services to the allowable zoning districts. Madam Clerk, if we can move to a vote.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, that was a little easier on the brains than the previous item, but thank you. I think that's probably going to make a bigger difference more quickly than anything we do with ADUs. Real quick, I just got 2 more announcements regarding 2 upcoming meetings, just to make sure that I think most people are aware of this, but our continuation of our equitable housing and moratorium discussion is on the 31st. We already had a joint meeting with the county scheduled for that time. And it so happens that we are rescheduled joint meeting with the county to discuss, to invite UF. We're also going to invite Karen Clark from the school system and a few other folks to talk about just where we are with reopening and any information that they want to get out to folks, any questions we want to ask. But anyway, that is going to be on the 26th. So there's no need to have two joint meetings with the county within a week of each other. So we rescheduled the equitable housing discussion for the 31st. That will begin at 2 o'clock. Originally it was scheduled for 3, but the schedule's allowed for 2. And then there was some, I think, anxiety about our GARE training being scheduled to last from 2 till 8 p.m. And whether that was designed to go straight through and not give us a break. But Ms. Marshall has informed me that we'll go basically until about between 5 and 6 each day, and we won't need to go straight through till 8. We'll be able to get everything we need done by early evening for both of those training sessions we have. So everybody should be good. Of course, if you need to leave to get your children or whatever other obligations, we'll make sure that you get whatever you missed in that time. But our goal will be to get you out of there before that becomes an issue. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have, in backup from a previous meeting, a draft of an ordinance for neighborhood conservation overlays. And I would like to direct staff to prepare that for us to take action on the second meeting in September. My understanding is that it's too soon or too late rather for them to be able to advertise it for September 3rd. And apparently they also still need to take it to the plan board. But I would like to direct them to bring it to us as soon as possible so that we can start moving forward with that. That's a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Okay.
I'll second.
Ariola, you second it? Okay.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay. Members of the public that wish to speak to the motion.
No, sir, there's not.
Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. I just want to remind the commissioners too that due to our action tonight, individual commissioners can put items on the agenda. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As this is the end of the meeting, I think I'd just like to take a point of privilege to bring up a topic of discussion for the commission. I don't know about you all, but our last meeting really got me concerned about the health and wellness of our employees and you all as well. The last 5 months have taken so much out of everyone, and we've given so much. And I'm beginning to become very concerned, not just from what I hear from officers, but also from what I hear from employees as well. And so I think that the commission sets the tone for the organization. And I think that we have done a tremendous job of answering the call of our community to protect them and to continue the business of the city. I think that there's a couple of things that we can do, and I'd love to hear officers, and I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on this. But I think that the marathon Zoom is just too much at certain points in time, and when they all get stacked up in weeks, I think that it becomes very difficult for us to constantly ask for staff to prepare for these discussions constantly. So for me, I really would like to see us cut down on our number of meetings. I understand there are ones of vital importance that we have to do. I get that. But I think that we really need to start spreading them out so that we can give our staff room in between. I think that's hugely important, especially as school begins. I know that many of our staff and many of our officers have children that they'll be sending back to school. And so I think that this is just something that we need to start considering a little bit, because we are doing a lot. We are doing a lot, and this isn't normal times. And I just want to make sure that nobody, including you all, get burned out in this work. And so it's extremely, extremely important to me. I know that in my conversations with the officers, they have prioritized the wellness and health of their employees, and I appreciate them for that. But I wanted to bring that up because I think that it is of the utmost importance. And I'd really like for our charter officers to feel supported by this commission. And I'd really love for that to trickle down to every employee in this city. And so I think the first thing that we can do is really just acknowledge that for everyone in America right now, the pressure is just unbelievable. And so we need to space out our meetings, I think, and we need to be a little bit more judicious with our agendas, because these meetings are added on top of every other job in the city. And at the beginning of the pandemic, we really didn't do a whole lot of meetings. And I thought that that was a sound policy. Now that as we've gotten further into the year, we've continued to stack more meetings. And I think that's the one thing that this commission can do to aid everyone. So those are my thoughts, commissioners. I hope no one takes umbrage, but I simply had to speak what was on my heart.
All right. Thank you for doing so. Appreciate that. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. I think I work with the charters to, develop manageable agendas. I know a lot of you all on subcommittees have a lot of work that you're doing, and you have to decide what's needs done, sooner than later. And, we've got an ambitious set of goals for this year. We absolutely do. And that I think no one puts more pressure on ourselves than ourselves. But yeah, self-care is important, and being honest about your, I will tell you all, I'm sure this would be a good reason for me to not go check it, but I had to delete Facebook from my phone. It was killing my mental health, absolutely killing my mental health. And I've really backed off on my engagement there because it was a very toxic place for me. There just was a lot of anger and negativity, is. And part of that's probably because it's election season and people, we've always seen this, doesn't necessarily pull out the better angels of our nature. Yeah, self-care is very important. As far as the meetings and agendas, we don't have a lot extra scheduled. We have our GPC and regular city commission meetings. MTPO has to go on. There's not a lot of, but I would say for the subcommittees, if you all feel that there's things that can, wait a little bit or be stretched out, that's an area that could add some breathing room to both the members of the committee and to staff. But I don't know. I on the other hand, we've got a lot of important work to do, and I want to do that work while we have this commission, and we have a window of opportunity, and people put us here to do that. So I'll talk with the charters about it and see what we are trying to do a little bit of long-term agenda management. I mean, I think that's what we try to do at GPC is kind of map out, what we had before us and try to be a little bit more forward thinking about that. And, same is true of the commission. Ominous. thunder just clapped outside. You know, and so I'll really work with them to see what is critical and what is not. You know, and make sure that it's a manageable workload for our staff.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that. I also think it would be helpful if the large charters, particularly the two managers, would give us some type of feedback in the form of, I don't know, if a wellness survey is what's appropriate, but I want to get a gauge for how all employees have either they are feeling taken care of or not. Because I really think that that's going to be important going into this fall. Somebody asked me today, what does fall look like in Gainesville? And I'm worried, y'all. I'm deeply, deeply worried about this fall. And I want to make sure that while we're doing that amazing work that you talk about, that we're taking care of the people who are going to be doing that work for us. We need them. And so I would really like to see our large charters step up to that. I really would. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's probably a good opportunity to remind our employees of what, you know, opportunities, benefits, support we have for them. I know at Santa Fe, most of our employees don't take advantage of the things that are there. You know, and it's sometimes you need a little incentivizing to do so. And so it's always a good, I think, opportunity to make sure that everybody knows what's out there and available to them. Okay, well, speaking of, we should probably let them go. Get some rest. Today was you know, a lot of work, but we got some good things accomplished. Back to school for the university in Santa Fe on Monday, so everybody be careful out there. I'm on campus teaching live. I don't know what that's going to be like. So there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. And then, you know, definitely need to support all our families headed back to whether it's, you know, in-person classes, e-school or virtual, Florida virtual on the 31st. It's, you know, we're all going to have to really look out for each other community-wide over the next couple of weeks and help us learn what fall is going to be like, because whatever we think it's going to be like today, we'll have a different opinion in 2 weeks. I'm sure of that. That's the only thing I'm sure of. So thank you, and appreciate all of y'all. And with that, Madam Clerk, this meeting is adjourned.